The logical starting point for a Dude Deep Dive would be 1951's original, and by extension its spin-offs Sugar-Free, Diet, Caffeine-Free, and Diet Caffeine-Free, but instead, let's skip to when things get interesting. Code Red. Thought by many to be the very first Mountain Dew flavor variant, even though that's far from the case. It does serve as a good starting point though, as many consider it the catalyst for Mountain Dew's extensive library of flavors. Reason being, it was massively successful right away. With a flavor described as a rush of cherry, Code Red proved to be an immediate hit with pop drinkers. Not only was Code Red's introduction huge sales-wise, its universally loved flavor profile spawned a small cultural event. Everywhere you looked, Code Red would be seen. On TV, at bowling alleys, on clocks, on soccer balls, on bobbleheads, in video games. You name it, there's probably a Code Red promo version of it. Speaking of Code Red themed games, the Flash title, Mission Code Red, actually served as the first way to receive the flavor. This was accomplished by reaching a high score, to which resulted in some pre-release bottles sent your way a few months early. The universal love Code Red received led to an immediate permanent spot on store shelves, over the traditional limited time window a soda flavor like this would typically receive. Its popularity not only led to a fountain tap, but also a 7-Eleven Slurpee release described as Cherry Citrus. To tie in with Mountain Dew's early 2000s sports-centered aesthetic, Code Red was marketed with a lot of athletic imagery and catchy slogans, like Live by the Code, Crack the Code, and Discover Sensation as real as the streets. Given its long time spent on shelves, Code Red has gone through many different looks, been seen in so many different sizes, and received many spin-offs, with the first being Diet Code Red from 2002. Given the popularity of the base flavor, Diet Code Red as well proved to be a huge hit, lasting on shelves 20 years before sadly being discontinued, only to then be immediately replaced by Code Red Zero Sugar in 2022. The original Code Red, as well as its Zero Sugar counterpart, were also made available in SodaStream syrup form, making it easier for fans to get their Zero Sugar fix, as the standard release is only available to select regions. As for the standard Code Red, its success wasn't limited to only the US. Many foreign versions exist for the beverage, like this 2002 release from Canada, which you might notice instead goes under the name Code Rouge, which is simply just a French translation. This exact version is notable for actually being caffeine-free due to the at the time Canadian beverage laws. But wait, it gets even more interesting. In the early 2000s, Code Red also saw a release in South Korea under the banner Original American Style Taste, as well as in Iraq, not only in unique looking cans but also in extremely eye-catching bottles, which aren't too visually different from hot sauce. All three of the releases are highly obscure and barely exist online, though not more than the Filipino Code Red release. Seen only through this sole advertisement is what looked to be red-tinted glass bottle releases of Code Red, said to be from the Philippines. Due to the ad's crude graphic design, this was thought to be fake until in 2024, where this red cap was discovered on eBay, thus confirming Code Red's existence in the country. Other Filipino releases like the 6-pack of bottles and 2019 Slurpee are also quite mysterious, as minimal images exist for each. For the Slurpee at least, the running theory is it was released around the time 7-Eleven in the Philippines ran a promotion for the MOBA video game Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This little-known collaboration wasn't necessarily entirely focused on Code Red, but it resulted in some pretty neat and rare tie-in Slurpee cups. Obscure foreign releases don't end there. Code Red was seen in Puerto Rico in 2007 and in Germany in 2010, at one point in red-tinted bottles. 2010 also saw a release in New Zealand, except there's a catch. This specific version of Code Red wasn't cherry flavored, instead berry. This is not the only time a foreign variant differed in flavor profile, but it is in fact the first. Over the years, Code Red has proven itself to be not only one of Mountain Dew's most popular variants, but also just an immensely iconic beverage by itself. It even received its very own Fortnite collab, complete with a boss battle against the drink's mascot, the cherry-throwing Mega Arcleodon. Although Code Red was not the first ever Mountain Dew flavor variant, to many people it is due to the fact its massive success is why we have the flavors we have today. In order to truly track down the actual first, we gotta go back, way back to the 80s. Disregarding sugar-free/diet, the very first flavor, more specifically flavors, comes to us from Japan. Now, exact release dates aren't clear, but sometime around the mid-1980s, two flavors released exclusively in Japan, those being Mountain Dew Aurora and Golden Lime. These two flavors, in addition to a third Japanese exclusive that we'll toss in with these, Dry Ginger, are known collectively as the Japanese Trilogy. These are some of the most obscure and least documented flavors in the entire history of Mountain Dew. Attempting to source images or info on these three flavors is near impossible. What we think are facts today are mostly just educated guesses. The assumption is Aurora and Golden Lime released either together or in very close proximity to one another, likely around 1986, and Dry Ginger released slightly later, sometime around 1988 to 1991. In terms of flavors for the three, Golden Lime is pretty self-explanatory, Dry Ginger is definitely ginger ale adjacent, but for Aurora, people claim strawberry, but no proof exists for that theory. No text on the can, bottle, or advertisement translates to strawberry, leading to the conclusion that this was likely just a generic fruit flavor. Well, there is red cabbage as an option. Besides the cans and bottles themselves, in terms of time-specific visual proof for the three, Aurora has the most found for it. Online, several commercials can be found, a poster is seen advertising the drink in the background of this photo, and there's even this neat Nintendo Famicom giveaway print ad showing all three sizes Aurora came in. But other than that, there isn't much else. For Golden Lime, no visual proof exists online outside of the few lucky collectors who happen to own a can or bottle. There were two trademarks filed in 1986 for a Golden Dew, but the absence of the word lime raises questions. As for the sizes Golden Lime comes in, we only know of these cans and bottle. A 1.2 liter like Aurora's has yet to be found or either doesn't exist. Golden Lime's visual similarity with Aurora is what leads people to think they were released together, along with their expiration dates that loosely line up. But it's entirely possible they were released at two separate times, 2 separate years. Besides the dates found on the few existing cans, we do have a few more pieces of evidence that prove 1986. Point is, the release dates of the Japanese trilogy are very muddy, especially Dry Ginger's, whose design does match the US's 1991 short-lived The Original, but expiration dates point towards 1989, maybe even 1988. More date-based evidence is found on Getty Images of all places, where two photographs of Dry Ginger in a vending machine can be seen, labeled with the date August 1989. So, who knows? Remarkably, a commercial centered around Dry Ginger has been saved, and boy is it interesting. There's a sarcophagus, a mummy, and even some footage of the liquid itself.
Dry Ginger, Mountain Dew から新発売。
Unlike Aurora and Golden Lime, Dry Ginger did not appear to release in bottles, only two sizes of chrome cans. These days, the Japanese trilogy is not remembered for their tasty, nostalgic flavors. Instead, they're positioning as by far the most valuable pieces of Mountain Dew memorabilia. As for the US's first non-original variant, it also released in the 80s, 1988 to be specific. Available in full sugar and diet was Mountain Dew Red, a flavor that also is in the conversation for most obscure of all time. Reason being, its extremely limited release. The story goes that only for the summer of 1988, Mountain Dew Red was available exclusively in Alabama as sort of a test run. Skeptics have long thought the story to be made up or at least partially inaccurate, but there's proof to back it up. Viewable only through Google's newspaper archive are several advertisements dated 1988, each of which has the fun slogan, "Head for Red." In addition to that, all articles are local to the state of Alabama. Proof of the test marketing element is seemingly proven again through Google's archive, this time within the pages of Beverage Industry Magazine, Volume 79, again from 1988. In only the snippets we have access to, you can see the mention of Mountain Dew Red, a test marketing plan, and Buffalo Rock, Pepsi's Alabama-based bottler. Further Alabama Buffalo Rock connections can be made via the bottle caps and can side text. It's possible there was at one point a release expansion, but nothing beyond the 1988 Alabama test market is proven. So, with the origin cemented, what was the actual flavor? According to the cans and bottles, it's defined as fruit-flavored Mountain Dew. What fruit in particular? Who knows? It's likely a generic red soda Aurora situation. Believe it or not, a commercial has survived for Red as well, where within it there's no mention of Alabama, but a slight blurb about the flavor.
Now you can go out of your head for the fruity cool taste of new Mountain Dew Red, in diet too.
In the previously seen newspaper ads, Red is described as having a tropic fruity taste, so take with that what you will. As for the sizes Red was said to have come in, images of the bottles and cans aren't too hard to come by, but what about that 2 and 3 liter the coupon alludes to? Physical proof of the 2 liter existing has yet to surface, but for the big 3, surprisingly, one has been found. This is extra noteworthy as not many flavors have received the 3 liter treatment. Red's time on shelves was likely quite short, which can also be said for its 1990 follow-up. As an attempt to enter the competitive world of athletic sports drinks, Pepsi decided to release Mountain Dew Sport, again alongside a diet variation. Together, these were obvious attempts at competing against the industry leader Gatorade, who was said to have a 95% market share at the time. Pepsi was so serious about their new drink, they called out their competition by name.
Now there's a sports drink tough enough to take on Gatorade.
Fans of Pepsi and their products often like to discuss their role in the soda wars against Coke, but rarely do you hear mention of their participation in the late 80s sports drink war, of which Sport was right in the middle of. To be clear, Sport was not a soda. It was a lightly carbonated, zero caffeine, electrolyte-centered drink aimed at athletes. As for the flavor, it was a slight variation of the original Mountain Dew's lemon lime citrus. Many out there think there were 3 variations of Sport released simultaneously, regular, diet, and a 2-calorie version, but this was likely just a rename of diet made later in the drink's lifetime, as both have 2 calories and are never seen side by side. That's not to say it was on shelves long. According to articles from the time, Sport looks to have been first test marketed in 1989, then released in 1990, only then to be discontinued sometime in 1991. It doesn't even look like Sport got a nationwide release. Articles only ever mention a few cities receiving the beverage, similar to Red's distribution. Despite its short life, there appears to be a decent amount of merchandise produced to help get the drink's name out there. Small bottle-shaped coupons were also handed out to educate consumers on how Sport was formulated specifically for athletes, complete with a free bottle voucher. Pepsi was really trying to carve out its place alongside Gatorade with slogans like "the sports drink you'll want to drink" and "a great sparkling taste that leaves Gatorade flat." Lesser aggressive slogans were also seen in the marketing, but it was all for nothing when ultimately Gatorade proved victorious after Sport's 1991 discontinuation. All the boasting of ingredients, newspaper write-ups, and big-name commercial endorsements all weren't enough, leading to Sport's current-day status as one of Mountain Dew's most obscure and forgotten flavors. But that's not actually the end of the story for Sport. Believe it or not, it still kind of exists today. In 1991, right after the discontinuation, Pepsi released another competitor to Gatorade, under the name All Sport. Not only did the font closely resemble its Mountain Dew predecessor, but its flavored lemon lime and came in a 2-calorie diet variation. When combining its trademark filing dates, controversial inclusion of carbonation, and the fact newspapers even claim All Sport is just a reformulation of Pepsi's previous Gatorade killer, the connection is undeniable. The real smoking gun is this image showcasing a Diet Sport 4-pack of bottles, one of which sports an All Sport cap, likely because it was produced mid-transition. Most consumers might not recognize All Sport's early releases and instead be more familiar with their later designs seen on every dollar store shelf throughout the 90s and 2000s. All Sport would go on to have a long, extensive history completely unrelated to Mountain Dew, to the point where they're not even known for drinks anymore. Instead, powder mixes and popsicles. The strange evolution of Sport throughout the years is one you never see discussed despite it being extremely fascinating. After the failure of Sport in 1991, it would take 10 whole years for Mountain Dew to finally regain the guts to again experiment with flavor varieties. The following year, 2002, would usher in a new type of Mountain Dew flavor, one only available in Slurpee form, that being Blue Shock, the no-brainer follow-up to Code Red. In the beginning, Blue Shock was seemingly released only for a limited time, to then be at some point re-released for a then permanent position. This quick return is alluded to within the advertising material from the time. Given the Slurpee name, Blue Shock was of course only available at 7-Eleven, marking the first time a flavor was franchise exclusive. Seen on the name cards above the dispenser was its flavor, defined as berry citrus. Oftentimes when advertised, the tagline Shockadelic was used, which to some indicated a sour flavor, but in actuality it's just a spin on the drink's name. To those lucky enough to try the beverage during its initial 2002 limited release, they would have the chance to own their very own Blue Shock branded, blue tinted dome lid cup, just like the one seen in the commercial. Blue Shock's popularity led to a long shelf life, during which it transitioned through many different looks. The official name of the Slurpee would also sometimes be Blue Shock Freeze, to again reiterate to customers its exclusively frozen form. That name as well received its fair share of appearance changes. Canadian 7-Elevens as well received Blue Shock in the 2000s, with their release being notable for having an alternate look, another branded cup, and a mysterious fountain version released in tandem that was only ever seen through this single image. Without a doubt, the most interesting release for Blue Shock came in 2008, in the form of the MLIB promotional tie-in, often referred to as the Brooklyn Cyclone Slurpee. Although not under a completely original name, this Slurpee was treated like a brand new flavor. Within the few existing related articles online, the release is described as the first time 7-Eleven has tailored its proprietary beverage to a sports team. All articles also state the same clunky sentence: the drink is a mix of Mountain Dew Blue Shock with berry citrus flavor, which either means they don't understand the drink is already flavored berry citrus, or additional syrup was added, making for a boosted flavor profile. In addition to the strange promotional tie-in choice, what makes this particular release extra interesting is its extremely limited release window and supposed 32-ounce collector's cup. From August to September of 2008, in the 7-Elevens located in New York's 5 boroughs only were you able to get this drink and supposedly the cup, which was described as showcasing certain players as well as the team's 2008 game schedule. There was apparently a big launch event with the players, mascot, contests were held, and free tickets were given away, but basically no images exist for proof. After scouring the deepest corners of the internet, the only image of the event that could be found is this: a photograph showing the team's mascot, Sandy the Seagull, dispensing a Slurpee in a cup too blurry to make out. This very likely comes from the fabled August 1st launch event, and that might just be the elusive Cyclones collector cup, but nothing is for certain when it comes to this niche piece of Mountain Dew history. As for Blue Shock in general, its availability would be greatly expanded over the years, to the point it was even seen outside of 7-Eleven and eventually outside of North America through multiple foreign events. Blue Shock's overseas history is quite extensive, including a 2013 Malaysian Slurpee, followed by a 2014 Domino's exclusive 1.5 liter bottle under the flavor description of raspberry citrus. That particular release actually only exists because fans voted for a blue flavor over a red. There was also a 2015 Singaporean 7-Eleven exclusive bottle release, and much more that will be discussed later. As for the US, Blue Shock would eventually be phased out in 2019 after a 17-year-long run, to then return again with another new look, only to then get discontinued once more. Despite all the various versions of Blue Shock over the years, no one release is more remembered than the original in 2002, complete with its overly expressive mascot, who is still loosely being referenced in the modern era. Little did the public know that just 1 year later, Mountain Dew would drop yet again another legendary flavor, this time under the name Livewire, complete with the tagline Orange Ignited. Originally pitched as only available for the summer of 2003, Livewire was an immediate smash hit with fans. During its initial run from Memorial Day through Labor Day, it was said to have been a massive sales booster similar to when Code Red was introduced 2 years prior. Livewire was also pre-released in a similar fashion with these fancy cardboard kits sent to fans filled with a shirt, unique bottles, and a small promo blurb hyping up the incoming release. After a well-received Slurpee version, a successful NASCAR sponsorship, an explosive reaction from fans, and a legendary Livewire-sponsored trap concert, it only made sense for the flavor to return once more. In 2004, Livewire returned to shelves again only for a limited time, and again it was a massive success. This time labeled as Dew Sparked with Orange, Livewire would again prove itself to be worthy of a permanent spot on store shelves. Would that happen in 2005? Well, not at first. Livewire did return for a third limited run, then eventually later in the year it would obtain a permanent status, this time with an upgraded look. This is likely where many fans became familiar with the iconic orange drink, or maybe more when it changed appearance several years later. Its Slurpee counterpart as well changed with the evolving looks, and even received a 2020 release in Australia. Despite existing on shelves for decades, Livewire isn't the easiest to get your hands on. Like the previously mentioned Code Red variants, Livewire exists under the category of regionally available, meaning depending on where you live, you may have limited Livewire options. Similar to Code Red, in 2021, Livewire received a mascot, a phoenix-like Thunderbird who bears a striking resemblance to a certain Gen 1 electric-type legendary. Both this character and Code Red's Meg, along with any other flavor that survived up to the 2025 redesign, had their mascots axed and replaced with sleek yet charmless alternate looks. As to be expected with a flavor this popular, it's seen its fair share of foreign releases, such as this early Iraqi release, notable for its striking use of Arabic text for the can's logo. Another unique looking Livewire comes to us from South Korea, dating back to around 2016. Like Blue Shock, Livewire's life outside of the US is quite extensive and will need to be discussed in its entirety later. Ever since its 2003 debut, Livewire has stood the test of time. It's earned its way back after multiple limited time runs, remained on shelves through multiple eras despite regional availability, and has also seen great success in multiple countries. Popularity-wise, Livewire's up there, but fails in comparison to its follow-up, who might just take the cake for most culturally relevant Mountain Dew flavor of all time. Boy oh boy is there a lot to cover when it comes to Baja Blast, the Taco Bell exclusive fountain flavor originally released in 2004. Baja Blast is one of those flavors everyone is familiar with and could immediately identify, but would have a hard time describing. Its one-of-a-kind taste is tricky to pinpoint, but officially defined as a tropical lime storm. The tropical component is sort of explained through this 2005 magazine print ad. Most know of the Taco Bell exclusivity, but not the fact it's said to be formulated to taste good with their menu. Specifically their spicy, crunchy, melty, grilled, marinated food you crave. Whether you believe this or not is one thing, but you gotta admit, the two do pair well. Baja Blast is easily one of the most beloved, iconic, and long-lasting flavors, leading to quite the expansive history. The name Baja Blast comes from the Mexican peninsula state named Baja California. To pay tribute to this origin, anything related to Baja Blast is typically ocean-themed. This is especially apparent in the early marketing of the flavor. Presumably, that's also where the iconic teal color originates from. Baja's unique taste, color, and name, combined with the requirement of visiting a Taco Bell, altogether have led to a large cult following and a level of nostalgic connection unlike other flavors. For those around for the drink's early days, you might remember the several branded cups used in conjunction with the Taco Bell fountains. Few thought to save them, making them quite the collector's pieces today. Over the years, many different special cups were designed specifically for Baja Blast, usually around the time a large promotion was running. Oftentimes, these mid-2000s promos included fun flash sites complete with games to play, alongside cash prizes that were advertised in pesos instead of US dollars in order to showcase a larger looking number that would then be converted. Despite its permanent off-the-bat position at Taco Bell, consumers weren't happy with just an occasional fountain fill-up. A freeze version was released in 2012, but it still wasn't enough to quell the fans demanding more. It got to the point where groups developed elaborate soda stealing methods and or brewed up their own batches at home, using the commonly agreed upon recipe of OG plus Blue Powerade. The desire for Baja Blast got so extreme, Mountain Dew finally decided on its 10-year anniversary in 2014, it was time for an in-store release of Baja bottles and cans. Unless you were there, it's hard to understand how bizarre yet awesome it was to have access to Baja Blast outside of its standard fast food establishment. Despite the broken exclusivity, Taco Bell was still mentioned on every label, likely as a contractual obligation. This momentous release was accompanied by a promotion titled Baja or Bust, which involved entering codes and playing a reskinned motocross mobile game under the same name to then win various prizes, including this neat bobblehead and even rarer statue of the game's main character. To be clear, this was a limited time gig. After the summer, Baja Blast was going back to being fountain only at Taco Bell. That wouldn't be for long though, as this became a bit of a yearly tradition. Every year from 2014 to 2023, with the exception of 2017, Baja Blast was released in stores for a limited time, for the summer, under all sorts of different promotions. In 2018, its label design got a slight tweak. In 2019, a zero sugar variant was planned but cancelled. Then in 2020, the zero sugar did release, making for a new tradition for years 2021, 22, and 23. To be fair, a diet and zero sugar variation were seen prior to 2020, though only in fountain form at Taco Bell. In 2024, 20 years after its debut, Mountain Dew announced Baja Blast's in-store release would be permanent, finally ending the streaks of limited time availability. Throughout all the different release eras, designs were altered, new sizes were developed, merchandise was given away. It even got to the point where Baja Blast Super Bowl commercials were being played, Baja Blast records were being pressed. Hell, there even exists a Baja Blast Snuggie and Stanley. There was also a Canadian release, a Contest Won hot sauce, a Taco Bell app exclusive gelato, also said to be chemically formulated to pair perfectly only with their menu. Baja Blast dessert twists were test marketed, a Thanksgiving pie that cost $20 was released, paired with a Baja Blast pie chiller milkshake, and that's not even everything. There's a whole other world of Baja Blast freeze variants, such as the alcoholic twisted freeze, the sprinkle-filled anniversary birthday freeze, the pina colada inspired creamy colada freeze, the creamy dream and dirty duo, and again, that's not even everything. To this day, Baja Blast continues to have variants released for it, proving again and again its position as maybe Mountain Dew's most popular flavor, after OG of course. It's not often a flavor captures the public's attention to the levels Baja Blast did in 2004. It's only happened a few times since. One of those times being, for a limited time only, starting in August of 2004, specifically for the Halloween season, Mountain Dew delivered us Pitch Black, an intriguing looking flavor described as a blast of black grape. Don't be afraid of the dark was the tagline used in conjunction with the drink's standout feature, its void-like black color. The menacingly black liquid combined with the unique label and limited time get it while you can time period is why Pitch Black is remembered so fondly. If you look closely, it becomes apparent that Pitch Black the name is actually deceptive, as the beverage is instead dark purple. Prior to its August 2004 debut, Pitch Black is thought to have had some sort of launch event / pre-release situation, as a prototype bottle photo has surfaced, along with shirts labeled Pitch Black Kickoff, but info regarding said event is non-existent. As for many flavors from the 2000s, a fun flash site accompanied the release, complete with a horror game titled Terror in the Woods. In addition to the 2004 US release, Canada as well received the same spooky soda, except under a new French name, similar to Code Rouge. This version went under the title Alerte Noir, which translates to Black Alert. If you flip the can over, the name Pitch Black can still be seen, making for a rare double-named flavor. Like Code Rouge, Alerte Noir was caffeine-free due to Canada's at-the-time beverage laws relating to non-cola drinks containing caffeine. At least for the US, it's hard to understate how big of a hit and how immediately iconic Pitch Black became. That's why it was a shock to everyone when it didn't return in its original form every Halloween. Sure, many soon-to-be-discussed spin-offs filled in release gaps, but it wouldn't be until 2011, 7 years later, where Pitch Black was again available via bottles and cans. This was due to the Back by Popular Demand promotion, an event that brought back fan-favorite flavors for a limited time with modern looks. This whole promotion will be broken down in detail later, but for now know this was Pitch Black's big triumphant return, complete with a new NTN moniker. Because of Pitch Black's many foreign variations tangling up the timeline, most will be touched on later, with the exception of Malaysia's 2013 release alongside Livewire, where the dark purple beverage had a flavor profile described as a punch of grape citrus. That same tagline was also used for the 2014 Filipino release of Pitch Black, which again debuted alongside Livewire. Whether these or any other redefined flavors actually taste different is unknown. As for the US, post the 2011 limited release, the next time Pitch Black was once again accessible was through a 2015 limited run giveaway where you could win 15 unique 12-ounce bottles of the mysterious purple pop by posting on social media. This whole event was likely a way to hype up fans for its actual third return, 2016's Decision, another promotional event with a play on words title that pitted Pitch Black against its 2004 brethren, Baja Blast. The competition worked like this. Both Baja Blast and Pitch Black would release in stores once more for a limited time, during which fans vote on their favorite and whoever won would receive a permanent flavor status. Decision 2016 is one of Mountain Dew's biggest promotions ever. There's a ton to it. There were several commercials, themed NASCAR paint schemes, tons of related merchandise, 360-degree themed VR racing experiences, a Nickelodeon-sponsored obstacle course complete with a themed trophy, a cool half-and-half collector's cup, and an even cooler half-and-half one-of-a-kind bottle owned only by Dale Earnhardt Jr. The entire event ran for 4 months, during which people casted votes online, resulting in an apparent 50-50 split, which was said to have differed by less than 1%. These dubious results were rightfully questioned by fans, as it only made sense that Pitch Black remain on shelves, given Baja would always remain available at Taco Bell. Regardless, Pitch Black would be declared the winner, made official when it re-released a few months later, only to then be discontinued in 2021. But like many fan favorites, it would return, this time in 2023, again for a limited time, alongside a zero sugar variant. A zero sugar version of Pitch Black leaked long before its official release, originally planned as a Speedway exclusive fountain. Again, this was treated as a huge return for the flavor, as Mountain Dew was very aware of its cult status it had accumulated up to that point. This release was paired with another appearance change, a flavor redefinition of Dark Citrus Punch, and a promotional tie-in with the WWE. This new flavor description change was likely made to distance itself from the negative reputation of grape soda. The following year, 2024, Pitch Black was brought back once more, this time as a super limited giveaway connected with the lunar eclipse. By posting at the right time with the right hashtags, you could have won a special pair of eclipse-themed bottles. Canada as well saw the return of the beloved black beverage in 2023, this time with caffeine and without an alternate name. Canada's Pitch Black differed from the US's by not only being permanent, but also for its Circle K exclusivity. In 2025, the country of Poland received its own Pitch Black, exclusively only in cans, similar to the release seen in Romania in 2026. Pitch Black is just one of those flavors who's been around so long and been available in so many areas, had so many size variations, design changes, limited time promos, fountain releases, Slurpee variations. It's just not worth breaking each one down. Besides maybe one of those Slurpees. For the summer of 2005, in an effort to promote Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith, 7-Eleven released Darth Dew, a Slurpee not heavily advertised as being connected with Mountain Dew, despite that being the case. That's not to say the Mountain Dew logo wasn't seen, it just served more as a background fact to position Darth Dew as a new exciting Slurpee flavor, promoting the year's most anticipated film. In addition to the very badass looking custom Darth Dew emblem, the logo for Pitch Black was often seen, which makes this the first time the drink was available in Slurpee form, just with a Star Wars skin. The commercial for the drink states it's inspired by Pitch Black, so it's possibly slightly different, though unlikely. This is not Mountain Dew's first time promoting Star Wars. That goes to the 1999 Phantom Menace cans, featuring the legendary Golden Yoda can and even more legendary New Zealand exclusive Watto can. Bringing it back to Revenge of the Sith, Darth Dew was available in 4 unique lenticular cups, each of which was fitted with a plastic Darth Vader lid that itself is semi-legendary for how notably derpy it looks. In addition to the 4 cups, there was also a green Yoda head mug, also designed to hold the same Sith slush. That receptacle as well sported the play on words Darth Dew designation. Examples like this and the previously mentioned Brooklyn Cyclone Slurpee are extra interesting because on paper they're just 2 brands collaborating, but to hardcore Dew enthusiasts, these are basically separate flavors. As a spin-off to the original Pitch Black, the sequel Pitch Black 2 was released the following Halloween 2005, advertised as having a blast of black grape with a sour bite. That's all really Pitch Black 2 was. Same recognizable flavor with a slight alteration and a new logo, courtesy of the 2005 redesign. Its short 90-day release period was tracked via the promotional website The Pitch Black Experiment. It followed this nerdy character Cliff, who trapped himself inside without any light for 90 days, all in support of the new sour grape remixed version of Pitch Black. Using the website, you'd check in on him and see how he was doing and help him find lost items with the use of completely black webcams. Pitch Black 2's connection with Halloween is even stronger than the originals, as it can be seen held by all sorts of awesome looking monsters in the advertising, most notably the creature from the Black Lagoon. There was also an inflatable promo cauldron used in stores, and some 12 packs even included coupons to local haunted attractions. And also, the name itself is formatted like a horror movie sequel. Despite its short-lived existence and overall obscurity, Pitch Black 2 was seen sponsoring Jeremy Mayfield's number 19 vehicle in the Nextel Cup series the same year the drink released. 2005 was also responsible for the introduction of one of Mountain Dew's most infamous flavors, MDX. Most only know MDX as Mountain Dew's failed energy drink, but was that really the case? Was it truly considered a failure? Let's break down the history to find out. MDX was first accessible through a mysterious beta test under the name Mountain Dew X variant number 516. These plain aluminum cans were given to the fans who signed up on the Mountain Dew website, or those in attendance at that year's E3 or Xbox 360 induction party. Its connection with gaming and the mention of a power pack, combined with its ominous name and appearance, puzzled yet excited fans. This test was conducted in the summer in preparation for a full launch in November under the real name of MDX. Alongside a sugar-free variety, MDX was marketed as an energy soda, not energy drink. MDX is quite similar to Sport in that its flavor is based on original, but with a twist, that being added caffeine, designed to give the consumer a boost of increased alertness. This idea was heavily played into in every ad and commercial featuring the flavor, oftentimes with the phrase, "be nocturnal." Many might remember the several TV spots featuring nocturnal animals lip-syncing to nighttime themed songs like All Night Long, Sunglasses at Night, and In the Air Tonight. These featured animals were then used in the incredibly charming flash game Nocturnal Cab Company. In the game, you play as either Van the Bat, Trey the Owl, or Pete the Possum, driving a taxi around town picking up people with the goal of dropping them at their destination before time runs out. Despite the MDX site being long gone, thankfully this lovable gem of a game was archived.
I just got dumped by my boyfriend.
The Power Pack seen on the X test cans is even now more prominent, claiming it's a mix of ginseng, taurine, guarana, D-ribose, and maltodextrin. This was showcased to further drive home to fans MDX's sophisticated energy boosting ability, despite most people having no idea what most of those words mean. What further differentiated MDX from your average Mountain Dew, average soda even, is its uniquely shaped, easy to grip 14-ounce bottle. This was, in fact, the first time Mountain Dew was available in what many refer to today as sidekick bottles. Mountain Dew really put a lot of effort into the marketing of MDX, made clear with the numerous pieces of related merchandise floating around online. One particularly interesting piece of MDX history found on eBay is this advertiser-only promotional booklet filled with all sorts of behind-the-scenes info. Underneath this neat-looking embossed cover are all sorts of juicy bits of corporate cringe, as well as statements made about how energy should be obtainable but not at the cost of flavor, similar to the arguments made for sport. This remark was targeted at Red Bull, who on the following page gets hilariously roasted with comments made about its gross flavor, off-putting logo, and mysterious ingredients. Another very interesting aspect of MDX's history is its placement in the energy soda wars. Most people only know of the soda wars, they now know of the athletic sports drink war, but few know that in the mid-2000s there was an energy soda war raging, a war fought mainly between MDX and Coca-Cola's Volt. Not only was Volt a direct attempt at replicating the popular flavor of Mountain Dew, it too was an attempt at an energy drink alternative. Neither of them could really be considered the victor as both weren't around that long. MDX also came at the exact time Mountain Dew was said to be dropping their "do the do" phrase, along with their 2000s extreme sports positioning. As a result, late 2006 brought a new design for MDX, along with the dropping of sugar-free and the abandonment of the whole nocturnal gamer idea. MDX was now in a more standard 20-ounce bottle, not marketed as an energy soda, instead a soft drink infused with energy, and advertised with tonally different commercials. This was said to be the result of customer confusion and low sales, as well as a move to avoid direct competition with Red Bull, who despite their gross taste, was still a formidable foe. MDX was said to have lasted until late 2007, with its final release thought to be this Transform Your Summer promo bottle. That specific promotion included the highly nostalgic flash game Capture the Cube, a game centered around a unique transformer capable of turning into a Mountain Dew vending machine. Many consider MDX a failure because of the drink's present-day obscurity and the fact the energy soda category didn't really take off, but for a drink daring enough to not be limited time only and also attempt to pioneer a new category, 2 years on shelves ain't too shabby. 2006 is when we hit a streak of some of Mountain Dew's most interesting flavors to date, starting with the Slurpee duo of Arctic Burst and Kryptonite Ice, obviously released to promote the 2006 film Superman Returns. These two obscure flavors were only available for the summer during the film's promotional run. The two rival options were meant to represent the film's main antagonist and protagonist, with one being Kryptonite Green for Lex Luthor and the other being blue like Superman's Frost Breath. This dual release was posed as a good versus evil option, made clear by the tagline, "Choose Your Dew." This 7-Eleven collaboration is quite similar to Darth Dew in many ways, except for the fact at least one flavor wasn't based on a previous one. The thing with these two Superman Slurpees is, people don't really know what they tasted like, at least not in any official capacity. Due to the year they released in, very few reviews and/or official definitions of the flavors exist today. Given each color, it's safe to assume Kryptonite Ice was purely OG, with a new Superman card, and Arctic Burst was likely brand new, or possibly a new name for an existing Slurpee. Online, there's mention of a Bomb Pop-esque flavor, comparable to a Blue Raspberry Slush Puppy. The Darth Dew similarities continue with the release of several different lenticular cups featuring the movie's characters, which were paired with colored lids specifically designed around the titular hero. There was also a special Superman chess emblem Slurpee mug, complete with a branded logo on the back, though sadly not a unique one this time. On the three cups, only Kryptonite Ice is mentioned, not Arctic Burst, further confusing what cup is meant for what drink. For the real diehard fans out there, there was also a 7-Eleven Mountain Dew fountain cup, only seen through a few surviving photos. Like the previous examples, promotional Slurpee tie-ins are always fun, but always have some layer of mystery to them. Speaking of mystery, one of Mountain Dew's biggest comes from that same summer, over in South Korea. 2 years after the original 2004 release, South Korea decided they too wanted the grapey goodness of Pitch Black in their country, except under a new name, that being Wild Black. Not only was Wild Black not released for Halloween, it wasn't black grape flavored, only just grape. It also shares an appearance more similar to Pitch Black 2 over its prequel. Wild Black is interesting for many reasons. Not only is the flavor possibly altered, but it was only ever released within thin 250ml cans that advertised a Be the Racer sweepstakes promotion. Upon translating the promotional text, it appears the drink was connected with the Korean Mountain Dew Extreme Summer Festival event, as well as the racing video game XL1. By some miracle, a commercial related to the festival exists online in which you can see Wild Black's involvement. According to articles from the time, the XL1 partnership involved in-game items, and the Be the Racer promotion was tied into a chance for a select group of people to have a one-day racing experience with some of Korea's top race car drivers, specifically drivers from the Mountain Dew sponsored team at the Yongin Speedway on September 23rd. There's also mention of additional prizes given to those who snap pictures at the third round of the Korea GT Championship, as well as autograph signings and a photo shoot opportunity with the Mountain Dew Racing Girls, all of which have little photo evidence to back it up. The reason behind lore dumping all this info is because those same articles make mention of a 500ml Wild Black bottle that to this day has never been seen. Photos from the September 23rd racing experience are non-existent, but a few exist for the Korea GT race, where physical proof of Wild Black's association can be seen. There's even some pictures showcasing the Mountain Dew girls holding the elusive beverage, but only ever in canned form. Before this, South Korea only ever had original and Code Red, both of which have easy to track down bottle proof. Every article related to the mysterious grape variant makes mention of a bottle, but not one image can be found for it, leading to the likely conclusion it was scrapped last minute. Given Mountain Dew's extreme popularity, it's very unlikely a bottle was made and still undiscovered all these years later, but it's not entirely impossible. Another similarly forgotten foreign flavor comes to us from Canada, under the name Dew Fuel, again from 2006. Previously, we've seen many caffeine-free versions of fan-favorite flavors released in accordance to Canadian beverage laws, but what about OG? It had to have had caffeine added to it at some time, but when? The first time caffeine was included in a Mountain Dew product in Canada was in 2005 under the name Mountain Dew Energy. This was only possible due to a law change. This, alongside a sugar-free variant, made it very clear that caffeine was in fact an ingredient, therefore drink at your own risk. An additional requirement was for Mountain Dew, of all beverages, to call itself a natural health product. The following year, both energy variants would then be rebranded to Dew Fuel and Dew Fuel Sugar Free. Besides its positioning as one of Canada's biggest caffeine crusaders and its cool name and logo, what makes Dew Fuel particularly interesting is the fact it's so unknown and hard to find evidence of today. To be clear, flavor-wise, this is no different than this, assuming Canada's formula is identical to the US. For sugar-free and regular, the few images we have of them typically show them in their 355ml can form, but they were also released in bottles, with the most obscure size of all being the Dew Fuel 2-liter. Whether sugar-free was available in bottles is yet to be seen. On each label, French and English writing can be seen, as well as a parent advisory stamp. Whether this was included as a legal requirement or as a way to come off as edgy is up for debate. Like MDX, Dew Fuel existed in a weird middle ground of sorts. Like, honestly, who is really going to gravitate to a natural health product under the name Dew Fuel? The goofy Dew Fuel name can also be seen on this parody billboard ad, which at first glance looks like a meme edit, but in actuality is real. Within the pages of this obscure Flash site is all sorts of interesting info regarding Dew Fuel. First off, the explicit energy advisory was definitely more of a tagline than a warning. They then used that same phrase for the name of a promo party that took place on July 14, 2006, which, believe it or not, has a video documenting it online, where you can see gas pumps again being used as Dew dispensers. On the site, we see mention of "from the makers of Mountain Dew," a "fuel the urge" catchphrase, a better look at the various sizes, several prize giveaways, and even a mention of sugar-free in bottles. Dew Fuel was said to be discontinued in 2007, and with it went the only caffeinated Mountain Dew option. It took until around 2011 for the country to finally loosen up laws enough for Mountain Dew to return to shelves under less restrictions. Dew Fuel and its sugar-free counterparts are without a doubt some of the most interesting pieces of Mountain Dew history, almost as interesting as... On January 31st, 2007, a post was made on the BevNet BevBoard forums discussing a possibly upcoming new Mountain Dew flavor under the name Clash. The post mentions 2 sample bottles obtained as part of a test panel. Included were a few low-resolution images that clearly show the number 198 and a blue-colored liquid described by the author as having a berry-like flavor. In the comments, a hilarious fight can be seen taking place in regards to whether the pictures are real or photoshops. Sadly, only one of the 3 pages has been saved, meaning more images could have been posted, but we don't know for sure. Mirrors of the Lost Future post show the author reviewing the flavor, further describing it as blueberry citrus-esque, comparable to Pepsi Blue from 2002. Where things get real interesting is with the trademark filings, the first of which was filed in November of the previous year. The second filing conveniently fell on February of 2007, 17 days after the initial BevBoard post, and it included this, a high-resolution image of the same label seen in the famous photo. Despite this timeline making perfect sense, Clash has never been able to shake off the fake flavor allegations. In the years since the initial post, Clash has been the poster child for hoax flavors. Conspiracy theories range from Clash having a homemade label, a 1993 Chicago test run origin, research marketing firm survey mentions, and a double event availability, some of which is maybe true, but unsubstantiated. To be fair, there were many fake and fake-sounding flavors floating around the same time, many of which originated from the BevBoards. Reading the trademark histories of both filings reveal an abandonment around the late 2000s, only to then have another pictureless trademark filed in 2011. The real smoking gun, proving a real planned release, is this never-before-discovered sheet of Clash concept art found on a creative director's portfolio website. The image itself appears to be uploaded in 2017, but it's likely quite older given the logo shown. A page inspection also reveals the client to be PepsiCo. The rightmost concept is notable for using every single old Mountain Dew logo as its background pattern. Other than those likely real concept designs, we don't have much in terms of rock-solid evidence. That was until in 2026 when a major acquisition was made. Through anonymous means, I've got my hands on 2 real-deal plastic Clash sample-only labels. One marked as Exotic Berry with Goji, and the other Exotic Berry with Dragon Fruit and Pomegranate. The existence of these 2 not only proves beyond a shadow of a doubt Clash was at one point real, but also the fact there were 2 versions being tested like the original post mentioned. Not only do the listed dates perfectly sync up, the prototype test number of 198 matches, and we see a clear as day example of that same bold flavor fusion tagline. Sadly, these labels were attached to bottles that have now been discarded. Regardless, they still remain priceless pieces of soda history. As of now, these are the only 2 labels known to still exist. Are there more out there? Only time will tell. One flavor you almost never hear mention of today, despite its extremely interesting position in the Mountain Dew history books, is Max Air, Japan's bottle-only flavor released in May of 2007. When first made available, Max Air was a bit of a mystery when it came to how it was different from original. which Japan had access to for decades up to that point? The answer was in the drink's title, Max Air, meaning added carbonation. The actual flavor was, quote, based on the original citrus flavor of Mountain Dew. When comparing their colors, Max Air is clearly more of a nuclear green. This is also the case for the drink's sequels, Max Air 2 and Max Air 3, who together form another obscure Japanese trilogy. Details regarding Max Air's flavor, sequels, and release dates has always been speculative. That was until the discovery of their original press releases, which provide a clearer story. After the release of Max Air 1 in 2007, Max Air 2 released the following year, 2008 in May, which was then followed by Max Air 3 in 2009, again in May. It can be assumed that each was only around for a limited time, or at least never at the same time, as they weren't actually different drinks. Instead, they were just iterations of the original. See, Max Air 1 was pitched as a drink similar to original but with added carbonation, Max Air 2 was said to have further added carbonation, and then Max Air 3 was said to have its sweetness increased. Visually, they're pretty similar, with only slight design tweaks made with every sequel. Number 2 did have this goofy quote added below its name, in English surprisingly. Never was there Max Air ever in cans, only ever in bottles. Bottles few people thought to hold on to, making them easily some of the rarest and most valuable collectibles today. You almost never see them in collections, they never pop up for sale, they really just are a different kind of rare. Going off Max Air's borderline non-existent status online, it can be inferred the drink wasn't all that popular, possibly leading to the series ending after the third entry. That was until 2014 when one more release under the Max Air name hit shelves, this time in a 600ml mega bottle. This particular Max Air was not labeled as a sequel, but is commonly referred to as Max Air 4. It was labeled as limited time for the summer only via a bold red banner. Going off the wording used in its press release, the actual flavor looked to have been the same as Max Air 3. Many confuse this 2012 bottle as another Max Air entry, but it's merely a lookalike OG. The Max Air series today is mostly known for pioneering the iterative sequel release idea, not for being all too culturally relevant, which is far from the case for its US follow-up. When asked the question, what flavor would be considered the most nostalgic to the most people, the consensus would have to be 2007's Citrus Cherry Game Fuel. The original Game Fuel is one of those flavors that just hit at the right time at the right place. Its memorable design, concept, and flavor just paired so well with the game it was promoting, 2007's smash hit Halo 3. What made Game Fuel so interesting is its unique co-branding premise. There weren't even any cap codes or in-game item rewards, just a good drink promoting a good game. This was said to actually be the first time a new drink was created specifically for and branded alongside a video game. To drum up hype for the incoming September release of Halo 3, Game Fuel released in August, lasting for only a limited time into November. The flavor, which is specifically defined as dew with an invigorating blast of citrus cherry, on paper sounds similar to Code Red, but differs significantly in taste. Because of the gamer target audience, Game Fuel was advertised as containing more caffeine, 30% more to be specific. For the launch of the drink, Mountain Dew went all out. There were hats, shirts, action figures, coolers, ice sculpture samples, wrapped vehicles complete with giant inflatable cans, a Slurpee release with collector's cups. They even made a 16-ounce aluminum bottle in the style of the Green Label Art series. This particular release was notable for being the only bottle in that style to feature a liquid other than original. When it comes to the 7-Eleven release, many think 6 lenticular cups were made for the flavor, but only 3 belong to Citrus Cherry, with the other 3 dating back to 2004 for the release of Halo 2, which was released alongside an OG Slurpee. Few know that there was actually a 4th cup, a 22-ounce paper skinny variant. Believe it or not, the 2007 release of Game Fuel wasn't the first time that name was used. It was actually seen 2 years prior. For the years 2005 and 6, Mountain Dew wanted to make their presence known as E3's official drink sponsor, so they parked a large fuel tanker outside the venue, labeled with graphics insinuating that what was in the tank was literally fuel for gamers. No actual drink appears to be labeled game fuel, just the truck itself. The love for 2007 Citrus Cherry is not only due to the connected game, great flavor, and timeless related memes, but also for its standout brown design paired with its red-orangey iconic color. Game Fuel Citrus Cherry would go on to have a very extensive life beyond purely promoting Halo, but that doesn't mean the two never collabed again. In 2012, 5 years after the original release, Game Fuel and Halo reunited for the release of the series' fourth entry, Halo 4. Like its predecessor, it's responsible for many important cultural moments, and it had its own Slurpee cup, only in Canada this time. In-game rewards were advertised this time around as part of the Dew XP promotion. Game Fuel Citrus Cherry is just one of those flavors that the mere mention of it could elicit tears from any gamer. It not only had a memorably great flavor, but its success spawned a whole new subcategory of Mountain Dew flavors, one that still receives new entries to this day. Now time for something a bit different. Starting in 2007, we received the first of what many call fake flavor mixes, meaning anytime original is mixed with some sort of flavoring, usually syrup, then treated like a brand new unique Mountain Dew flavor, despite that technically not being the case. These rarely last longer than a year, they oftentimes have dubious origins, and almost never have unique logos. To be clear, these are official collaborations, but because of how much they vary in legitness, we aren't going to be diving too deep on each. Instead, we'll break them down rapid fire style. Dew Iced, a Cold Stone Creamery smoothie notable for its surprisingly trademarked name. Cherry Fusion, a Wiener Schnitzel exclusive whose name was also trademarked and who might be a legit unique flavor, but little visual evidence exists besides this single in-restaurant video. Coolada, a Dunkin' Donuts slush that, like Dew Iced, was likely a freeze based on OG. AM, a Taco Bell morning-themed beverage combining original with Tropicana orange juice. Extreme Pomegranate, a Villa Italian Kitchen variant of original said to be charged with pomegranate. Orange Dew, the same thing as AM except at Applebee's. Dew Triple Berry, Applebee's combination with berry syrup and lime. Mountain Dew Freeze, an A&W exclusive float known mostly for its collector's mug. Orange Mango Dew, Taco John's combination with orange and mango syrup. Berry Burst, Applebee's is back with another lame combo, this time with raspberry. Dew-Garita, a Red Lobster margarita mix notable for its red sugar rim and sorta unique logo. Wild Punch, an orange mango cherry pomegranate combo mix from Topgolf. Radler, Buffalo Wild Wings 50-50 mix of OG and Goose Island Wild Herd Kolsch beer. Radler not only had a unique cup, but also a catchphrase. Cheney Dirty Soda, Papa John's spin on the dirty soda trend. Their version included dew, pepperoncini brine, and an Italian seasoning rim, complete with a pepperoncini pepper garnish on top of another unique cup. Emerald Mischief, a tie-in promotional flavor for the movie Wicked for Good, exclusive to Regal Cinemas. The flavor is described as having a Granny Smith apple twist with sour apple boba inclusions and a garnish of sour watermelon candies. This fake flavor mix was only available through the customizable craft soda Pepsi Drips format, which is home to many other technically official flavors like Go Mode, Cool Caution, Chill Dill, Spicy Splash, Berry Deep, and Spicy Citrus Smash. Lastly, Mango Dream Dew. Yet again another Applebee's exclusive, this time OG with mango flavoring, half and half, whipped cream, and a cherry. Several others out there fit into this fake flavor mix category, but are so suspect, they instead should be considered honorable mentions. Another group of flavors that should be tossed in alongside these are the ones present in the Pepsi Fusion and Spire machines. Starting in 2010 with the debut of the Pepsi Fusion customizable soda fountain machine, it became possible to create never-before concocted Mountain Dew flavors through a series of flavor pump options. This is identical in concept to the more commonly seen Coke Freestyle machines. The options available in the original Fusion dispensers were lemon, lime, grape, orange, cherry, strawberry, raspberry, and wildberry. When the machines were redesigned and rebranded in 2013 under the name Pepsi Spire, some flavor options were dropped and some were added, with the roster being cherry, vanilla, strawberry, lemon, lime, grape, peach, and raspberry. Pepsi Spire machines come in all shapes and sizes, various different forms, and are even available outside of the US. Their infinite flavor combination idea is neat, but not nearly as cool when compared to your standard new Mountain Dew flavor. All of these fake flavor mixes have their place in Mountain Dew history, but are undeniably lame on paper. That's except for one, which we'll touch on later. Probably the most notable Mountain Dew related event of the decade would have to be 2008's Dewmocracy, a competition where 3 different flavors all hit shelves at the same time to then be voted on in order to determine which one deserved a permanent spot. Anytime you hear the mention of a Dew play on words promotion, know that it was all due to the success of this ad campaign. The competitors were Revolution, Supernova, and Voltage, with the flavors of each being infused with wildberry fruit flavor and ginseng, blast of strawberry melon flavor and ginseng, and lastly charged with raspberry citrus flavor and of course ginseng. In case you didn't know, this is ginseng. What made this particular event so notable was its fan integration in surprisingly large scale. Before the 3 finalists were announced in January of 2008, every aspect of each candidate was said to be designed by fans. The labels, the colors, the names, and of course the flavors. This was cleverly done through the Dewmocracy website, mostly through a very bizarre role-playing experience. During the game, questions were posed to the player with the goal of getting input on new flavors. Whether you believe your decisions actually did matter and the whole thing wasn't predetermined is one thing, but you can't deny the concept is pretty awesome. One part of the campaign that's never discussed is the crazy lore behind the whole thing. There exists a long commercial, commonly called a short film, directed and narrated by the Forrest Whitaker, where the whole storyline is explained and shown in the most dramatic way possible. The short film's story follows an individual on an epic quest to find the elixir of freedom. This is because the universe he lives in oppresses creativity and choice, positioning him as the chosen one who needs to fight back against the government in order to restore the soul of mankind. References to the website and the role-playing game are also made in this short, but the whole thing almost doesn't work because it's just played so straight. The tone it strikes for an ad made for soda in the 2000s is very strange, hence why you never hear mention of it today. Luckily for the remainder of the ad campaign, they had a lot more fun with it. All sorts of unique and interesting commercials were made to draw people in, alongside real-life voting booths set up to get people excited to vote. They really went all out for this election idea. Online, you can see countless examples of unique promotional ideas and interesting pieces of merch. The money spent on this whole Dewmocracy idea is very apparent. Through various different voting methods, the progress of each flavor could be tracked on the website. They called this the Flavor Pulse of the Nation. When the voting period ended in August, Voltage was declared the winner with 41% of the votes, followed by Supernova in second and Revolution in third. Despite losing, each flavor would go on to have life beyond the Dewmocracy, especially Supernova, who has been re-released many times after, with a few examples being this 2023 Slurpee and 2025 bottle, both from Canada, and this 16-ounce space-themed can, except that only exists as an official concept render. Supernova also received a 2012 Finnish and 2016 Danish release under a different flavor profile, with a different color. This Nordic Nova would later be defined as instead Raspberry Citrus. Voltage, on the other hand, has had a very long and eventful life after winning. It's been around so long you can find it in many various sizes, under several altered looks, and advertising all sorts of different promotions. Some of Voltage's notable events include a 2009 Slurpee, a ginseng-less freezer and fountain release, complete with a branded Bluetooth cup. There's Voltage skateboards, ornaments, fishing lures. It received an Evil Scientist mascot in 2021, a flavor redefinition in 2025, a Ugandan bottle release in 2014. There's so much more to Voltage's life as a Mountain Dew flavor, especially when it comes to its overseas existence, but that'll all be covered later. What's important to know is, because of how financially successful and internet viral 2008's Democracy was, it spawned many foreign copycats, all officially Dew related, but not nearly as culturally impactful. In 2013, Singapore's Democracy pitted Livewire against Pitch Black, both only in bottles. Pitch Black was voted the winner and remained on shelves long enough to receive an updated look. In 2014, Malaysia held a Democracy featuring Livewire, Pitch Black, and Blue Shock, all of which were already on shelves and not going to discontinue if they lost. That's because this Democracy was instead more a popularity contest. Blue Shock ended up winning, which was ideal as it made it no longer exclusive to Domino's. This particular promotion is interesting for straight up replicating the tug of war commercials seen in the States. Because no flavors were axed, all went on to have long stays in the country under several varied looks. The identical same lineup of flavors was used for a 2016 Pakistani Democracy, resulting in the winner this time being Pitch Black. Not only did both losers rightfully get discontinued, but so did Pitch Black, who looked to not even have stuck around a year. Lastly, there was a Filipino Democracy that same year, 2016, this time featuring the pre-existing Livewire and newcomer Blue Shock. The battle was long, hard, and a close one, resulting in no winner ever announced and both disappearing off shelves. As you might have noticed, none of these have even close to as much effort put into them as 2008's original US election, mainly with their visuals. Despite being very samey, unserious, and corporate feeling, it is cool to see at least some fan integration. With the smash success of Voltage and the Democracy idea as a whole, it was only a matter of time until round 2. As a way of paying tribute to the past, PepsiCo decided to release Mountain Dew Throwback, a spin on the original citrus flavor designed around using cane sugar over high fructose corn syrup as a sweetener. The decision to switch to natural sugar was said to have given Throwback a more distinct sweetness. This, paired with Pepsi Throwback, was a way of bringing their flavors back to their vintage origins, complete with era-specific designs and a green tint to match. Prior to its official release, Throwback was shown to have this alternate look, along with the abandoned tagline of refreshingly retro. When Throwback hit the scene in April of 2009, it was advertised as limited time only. When that run completed, Throwback made a return later that same year, again for a limited time, this time with a new look. Not only that, the formula was said to have been secretly tweaked to better match the modern flavor profile of original. Instead of a 60s/70s era logo, they decided to go with one dating back to the 50s, complete with a cameo from Willie the Hillbilly. This particular design of Throwback is what most remember, as it was used for the drink's official permanent release in late 2010, marked by the absence of the LTO banner. This permanent return of Throwback was celebrated through a promotional site titled the Throwback Shack. This neat little flash-based experience was centered around giving away prizes, most of which were really unique and interesting. There was a vintage synth, a large authentic Willie statue, a vague record collection, a full-size arcade cabinet, and most importantly, a glass bottle re-release of Revolution. This bottle right here is the only other time Revolution was made available to fans. This secret stash, as they called it, was said to have been given away once a week in the form of 12 bottle sets. These prototype-looking glass Revolutions are almost never seen online, making them many collectors' holy grail find. When it came to the Throwback drink itself, it proved to be a lasting hit. In 2013, a glass bottle variant of the drink was released only in 4-packs, though not under the Throwback name exactly. They started as nameless, but eventually received text showcasing its inclusion of real sugar. That premise would then evolve into a rename for the flavor in 2020, where it switched from throwback to real sugar. This rebrand would bring back the original logo with a slight tweak. Real sugar remained a popular variant of original for many years, enough to where it even received a Christmas ornament. Like many flavors before and after it, real sugar would eventually get discontinued, with 2023 being its final year on shelves. After the success of 2007's limited time Halo 3 game fuel, it only made sense to bring back the beloved citrus cherry flavor, but alongside what 2009 video game? Well, actually, instead, how about a game from 2004? That being World of Warcraft, the online MMORPG that in 2009 was still massively popular. This time, instead of just citrus cherry, 2 flavors under the Game Fuel name would release to promote the game, with the other being the brand new wild fruit. To tie in with the idea that each of these was meant to represent different World of Warcraft factions, they were given the nicknames Horde Red and Alliance Blue. This was then paired with the tagline, "Choose Your Side." Again, this was a limited release, only ever being available for 10 weeks in the summer this time. During the short run, fans anxiously took advantage of citrus cherry's return, as well as grew to love the new wild fruit flavor, together forming quite the nostalgic connection all these years later. When it comes to the actual flavor of Alliance Blue, all you have to go off of is the description, a punch of wild fruit, so take with that what you will. In terms of the chronological timeline, these releases right here are the first time any Mountain Dew flavor variants received the abbreviated MTN branding. Many know of Mountain Dew's longtime use of the abbreviation, but little know that this was the start. Though not explicitly through the physical soda releases themselves, in-game rewards were tied with the promotion. By visiting the website MountainDewGameFuel.com, little Dew-themed robotic pets could be unlocked, named BattleBots. Through continual visits to the site, you would fuel your pet using either a red or blue liquid, obviously meant to represent the IRL soda. Other prizes were given out in connection with the website, like these WoW messenger bags fashioned with awesome looking Game Fuel inspired artwork. Similar to the previous release in the series, World of Warcraft's Game Fuel Duo is remembered quite fondly and will go down for setting many firsts for Mountain Dew as a whole. Though not discussed nearly as much, another iconic flavor from that same year, 2009, comes to us in the form of Diet Ultraviolet, the first and only flavor to ever release purely in the diet format. This release was likely made as there were very few Diet Dew options available at the time. What makes Ultraviolet even more interesting is it was only available for 12 weeks, during which it was not heavily promoted. Its flavor was defined as a flash of mixed berry, thus differentiating it slightly from previous ambiguous entries. Early promotional imagery shows us Mountain Dew is on our wavelength, complete with what looks to be an early mock-up of the bottle with a darker blue complexion, which would then be changed to a lighter purple look for the official release. To kick off Ultraviolet's August launch, a first taste party was held at a New York bowling alley. The event was designed around getting its attendees to non-stop tweet about the new diet flavor, with the incentive being winnable prizes. Allowing customers to live tweet their reactions was a gutsy choice by Mountain Dew, as Ultraviolet is notoriously known as one of the worst flavors of all time. But as this article put it, the lack of negative press was likely due to the fact that vodka was part of the equation. When looking into trademark filings from around the time, a certain Diet Mountain Dew White Flash can be seen filed on the same exact day as Ultraviolet, December 2nd, 2008. To add to the mystery, a non-diet variation of White Flash can be seen filed in September of 2009. Even though the date lineup is exact, White Flash is very likely just an early name of an upcoming flavor that just maybe had a planned early diet release alongside Ultraviolet. Despite releasing in what many consider the golden era of Mountain Dew, Ultraviolet is not one of those flavors you hear fans beg to return. The reason probably being a mix of its controversial mixed berry flavor, its diet-only format, and an extremely limited 12-week availability, after which it was never officially released again. 2009 also brought with it the launch of Mountain Dew Thin Ice, a poorly named 7-Eleven exclusive Slurpee defined as a mix of dragon fruit, acai, and pomegranate. Thin Ice would later be renamed to Thin Ice Freeze, thus cementing it as the worst named flavor of all time. A Slurpee named after ice to then be called a freeze, combined with a blue color scheme that doesn't at all relate to the three flavors, makes for one confusing drink. Maybe with a different look and name, Thin Ice would be more remembered, but even with an undeniably interesting mix of flavors, it's still considered one of Mountain Dew's most forgettable relics. Thin Ice, with its several altered appearances, was said to have lasted 7 whole years, and was even expanded outside of 7-Eleven, but there's minimal proof backing up either of those claims. Due to its obscurity, finding concrete info or related images to Thin Ice has become quite difficult. When researching the flavor, the most common result is a lip balm release. On paper, it is so insane that this weird little freeze variant got the lip balm treatment, a treatment usually reserved for only the most popular of flavors. It's hard to even envision someone recognizing Thin Ice, not thinking it's ice flavored, and instead be like, dragon fruits, acai berry, and pomegranates would make a great chapstick. On a more serious note, Thin Ice today is thought to be the likely final version of the previously discussed unreleased flavor Clash, not only due to the color schemes closely aligning, but according to the one label variant, Clash had the exact same flavor description as Thin Ice. This is largely speculative, but given the connection and overall similar time frame, it's almost too perfect to not be true. When asked the question, what are the rarest flavors ever released under the Mountain Dew name in terms of physical and visual proof, the answer has to be the 3 Filipino Democracy flavors from 2009. These specific versions of Voltage, Supernova, and Revolution might just be the single most fascinating topic in the entire history of the drink. Why is that? There's many reasons. The existence of these 3 not only makes for now a 3rd Revolution variant, but it's also by far the first time any country outside of the US received the ginseng trio. Off the bat, you need to understand we have almost no solid information whatsoever on these 3. Dates are not confirmed, so few visuals exist, there doesn't even appear to be an actual Democracy connection. All we know is that around 2009, the Philippines got their own version of the 3 flavors we received via the 2008 Democracy. First, with the names, Supernova and Revolutions remained unchanged, but Voltage is instead referred to as High Voltage. For the designs, they're all notably different, with Revolutions being the most distant as it is instead red themed. As for the flavors themselves, we know nothing. The few images we do not have text legible enough to make out what the flavor text describes. As for the size options, they look to have only been available in uniquely shaped 500ml bottles. Revolution was actually first discovered as a fountain option at 7-Eleven via an article from March of 2010. Fountain versions of the other 2 either weren't available or have yet to surface. By scouring the deepest parts of YouTube can a few videos be found featuring the flavors, not one of which is high quality. In those videos, there appears to be proof of the bottles being exclusive to 7-Eleven. For the longest time, we only knew of Supernova through this single low-res image that was then tracked down to another deep-cut YouTube video, notably from 2010. During these search efforts for more pictures and videos, a possibly even bigger discovery was made: the existence of Slurpee versions. Again found in the deep crevices of the internet are examples of Supernova and High Voltage in Slurpee form under the unique names of Arm Ice and Ronin Rush. This release is similar to the previously discussed 2019 Mobile Legends promo, but differs with the inclusion of unique names, which always makes for more interesting releases. In terms of the info gathered, we have a semi-clear picture of how the release worked. Arm Ice and Ronin Rush were promotional tie-ins with the MMORPG Grand Chase, specifically the Philippines published version from Level Up Games. Within the few existing images online of the 2 Slurpees, they're often seen inside of these unique Grand Chase 7-Eleven cups, which actually don't showcase any Mountain Dew connection whatsoever. Logos are seen on these Slurpee name cards, but unfortunately not unique ones like, say, Darth Dew or Arctic Burst. The tie-in promotion, which ran from September 25th to November 6th of 2009, centered around collectible item redemption cards that, when entered into the game via this charming 7-Eleven Buddha-esque cat NPC named Pudding, you would then receive in-game rewards, such as this floating Slurpee power-up, which looks to maybe represent High Voltage's Ronin Rush. Surprisingly, on Vimeo, there exists an insider sales video relating to the Grand Chase promotion that includes all sorts of interesting visuals. Several sightings of the Grand Chase Slurpees are made when looking into the 2009 event Level Up Live, a convention run by the game's publisher. Of the many related pics from the event, the craziest of all is without a doubt this one, notable for its inclusion of the Slurpee machine itself. Ronin Rush can be seen, but not with arm ice. Instead, a third green Grand Chase branded Slurpee. Upon further research, this can be identified as Liar Lock and Load, a green lime option with no Mountain Dew branding. Things get even more confusing with most of the Slurpee advertising showing 3 characters, which leads you to assume, was one made for Revolution? Well, when looking into the actual beverage color from that same photo, it appears to be a damn close match. It's also possible this is a Slurpee for Original, or maybe it's just completely unrelated to either. The decision to make 3 Slurpees only for one of them to not be Mountain Dew related, when around the same time 3 commonly grouped flavors released in bottles, just doesn't make any sense, leading to the likely conclusion that this was a Revolution Slurpee that likely was only available at this event, not in stores like the other 2. Except in a now deleted Facebook post from 2010, a Revolution Slurpee is mentioned coming from 7-Eleven, so who knows? It's unknown if the 3 bottle and Slurpee releases had any connection besides their 7-Eleven exclusivity. After unraveling the entire mystery behind the Filipino Democracy variants, it should be clear why they're considered the rarest flavors of all time. Well, maybe the rarest after this. Initially only viewable through this single promotional advertisement was what looked to be a Filipino Game Fuel release. Prior to the discovery of this image, Game Fuel was never thought to have existed in the country. All that was clear from the image was a connection to the MMORPG Rising Force Online, another title from Level Up mind you, a promo window of May 26th to June 29th, 2010, another 7-Eleven connection as well, and a Bottle and Slurpee release of what looked to be likely Citrus Cherry Game Fuel. Using the info provided, a few big discoveries were made, starting with the Slurpee cards, of which are almost identical to the previous. These make it clear that this was in fact a Game Fuel related release. By image searching the original advertisement, an article from May 2010 can be found discussing all the promo details alongside another new image, this time one of the bottle itself in high resolution. Given the popularity of the Game Fuel series and its many well-known entries, it is beyond bonkers to find out that in 2010, this RF Online promotion existed and is only now being discovered. After that bombshell discovery, it was then time to find a visual of its Slurpee counterpart. Initially, only part of the cup could be seen via the magic of flicker, but after utilizing Facebook's advanced search, this image emerged, a full-body picture of the immensely rare Rising Force Game Fuel Freeze. By using the little-known YouTube advanced search feature for the exact time frame of the promotion, this potato-quality video was found featuring an RF Online refrigerator window sticker underneath a huge Game Fuel branded poster. That includes the text 7-Eleven exclusive. Not only that, we get a super brief look at what the Slurpee fountain itself looked like in a whopping 240p. Similar to how the Grand Chase Slurpees were handed out at the 2009 event Level Up Live, sources online claimed another Slurpee giveaway was planned for 2010 involving that same Slurpee girl, Gwen. Pictures and videos from the event only ever show generic blue and green cups, including in the hands of Gwen, leading to the conclusion the RF Game Fuel wasn't available. But after getting a visual of the beverage itself alongside this insane Facebook find, it's then confirmed that after its extremely short 1-month release, the RF Online Game Fuel was once again made available at this event. It's still unknown what the exact flavor was. Regardless, it'll forever be known as one of Mountain Dew's most perplexing foreign flavors. Meanwhile, over in Europe, they were cooking up a bit of an interesting flavor themselves, named Adrenaline Powered by Mountain Dew. This unique name is due to it being a rebrand / relaunch of Sobeys' pre-existing energy drink, Adrenaline Rush. Now, many might not know that at the time of Adrenaline's release under the Sobe name, Pepsi had acquired Sobe right before, thus explaining why the two logos are allowed on one can. Adrenaline Powered by Mountain Dew is considered by many as a rebrand because it is positioned as the return of Adrenaline after its mid-2000s discontinuation. This is not fact, just an assumption based on the little info we have. This triumphant return would not be in the US, instead only in the 3 countries of Poland, Romania, and Norway. The first of 3 to receive the rebrand was Poland in 2010. On the can there was mention of not only Mountain Dew, but the inclusion of taurine, ginseng, and of course caffeine. These energy boosting ingredients are what give Adrenaline the name the Experience Igniter. Adrenaline looks to have hit Romania next in 2012, followed by Norway in 2013. When looking into the obscure flavor online, you'll see all sorts of different variants for the standard 250ml can. Some other sizes exist as well, with one of the more common being this 500ml variant from Norway. This particular version of Adrenaline can be seen all over their YouTube channel, which is surprisingly still up. On that page, their final upload is dated 2014, marking that as the likely last year the drink was available. The actual flavor of Adrenaline Powered by Mountain Dew is a bit of a mystery, with there being no official description anywhere on the can or in press releases. Instead, we're told Adrenaline delivers energy, speed, freedom, unforgettable experiences, and positive emotions. Norway 7-Eleven claims citrus, but the general consensus seems to be a very sweet, generic energy drink flavor, far from Mountain Dew, with hints of bubblegum / tutti frutti. Even the website doesn't specify the taste. Instead, they claim it's simply a powerful combination of longtime favorite Mountain Dew with the extreme energy of Adrenaline. It's completely possible the flavor wasn't at all different from the original Adrenaline Rush. Color-wise, the beverage is also very dissimilar. For Romania especially, Adrenaline was advertised using edgy marketing ideas via posters, stickers designed to be pasted wherever, and giant 3D subway graphics meant to look dangerous if viewed at the right angle. Early in the drink's life, especially in Poland, bottles were released for Adrenaline, with maybe the coolest design ever seen in the history of the Mountain Dew brand. These striking 850ml black bottles fashioned with an AMD logo exist mostly only through renders, with IRL images being especially hard to find. Whether these bottles were released in Romania and/or Norway is unknown, but unlikely given how rarely they're seen. Post-2014, Russia would be the country most closely associated with the Adrenaline brand, with them continuing to release the drink far after all countries dropped it. Not with any Mountain Dew relation, except for the usage of the name Game Fuel. To repeat, these have no connection to Mountain Dew, so they won't be dove into, but nonetheless are fascinating examples of Pepsi using the same name on separate products. On the less obscure side of the Mountain Dew spectrum, we have the previously alluded to 2010 follow-up to 2008's Democracy, referred to as Democracy 2. In terms of scale, this might be the largest promotion Mountain Dew has ever conducted. It all started in 2009, when Mountain Dew launched a taste tour in 12 states, where vans labeled Dew Labs served as experimental voting booths containing test samples of new Dew. The name Dew Labs is in reference to the newly created private group of Mountain Dew's most passionate fans, who were invited to become members over email. At its peak, Dew Labs was said to contain over 4,000 members, of whom were incorporated into this and several future promotions. That was until 2014 when the group was quietly disbanded. Available to test at the vans were 7 total flavors, of which were consumable via test tubes meant to tie in with the laboratory aesthetic. Each flavor was yet to be named, instead they were referred to by 3-digit test numbers. The obvious motive behind this taste tour was to get fan feedback on flavors that they were considering giving a wide release. Around the same time, those 7 mystery flavors were also available to test through a very limited tasting kit giveaway, where by submitting a video to the now defunct site 12seconds.tv, you could be sent one of only 50 Dew boxes, as they were called, which included 7 cans, a record, some artwork, and a camera. This was because you were meant to film yourself sampling and picking your favorite flavors, then post the video online to build hype for others. The 7 flavor options will be broken down in detail later. For now, all you need to know is they were whittled down to 3 finalists, those being numbers 231, 493, and 509. Like the first Democracy, fans were asked to participate in all aspects of the drink's creation. The names, flavor descriptions, label designs, liquid color, all would be up to the fans to decide. The ideal was for the final products to release in stores, be voted on by the public, for one to then win and become a permanent flavor, again just like in 2008. This ideal was often paired with the slogan, harnessing the collective intelligence of Dew fans. More plain silver cans were sent to Dew Labs members to begin the multi-stage customization process. Once the members were split into what they called flavor nations, they were asked to express their flavors, meaning they needed to put into words what they were tasting. This idea was paired with 3 videos showcasing the creation of each formula. Eventually, the 3 would be described as Lime Blasted, Punch of Tropical, and Smooth Citrus, whatever that means. Next was to pick the color. This was done by Dew Labs members whittling down 18 options to 9, 3 for each color. Those shades were shot in paintball form at employees via a livestream event where 1 vote equaled 1 shot. This too relates closely to a marketing gimmick done for the first Democracy. What's notable about this Shoot Your Shade event was the inclusion of the paint color White Flash, the previously seen name connected with Ultraviolet. Next for the actual flavor names. Again, 3 each were decided by Dew Labs members, which then had to be voted on. This was done via a Twitter race where all 9 accounts competed to see who could gain the most followers. The winners ended up being Distortion, Typhoon, and Whiteout. Following that was the design portion, where, quote, designers, art schools, artists, and Dew fans were encouraged to submit artwork that they thought matched all the previously discussed elements. Many of these unused designs can be seen via this media event, where every stage of the process was broken down in presentation-style booths. Again, through a voting process, 3 winners were chosen, each of which received prizes along with $10,000. The call then went out to fans and ad agencies to create commercials not for the incoming flavors, instead just for original in order to show their skill. Entries were submitted again through 12seconds.tv, then voted on, resulting in 3 winners, and bam, the flavors were finalized and ready to deploy. Once Distortion, Typhoon, and Whiteout hit shelves in April, the election campaigns commenced. Worth noting with the winning designs, only Typhoon's was accurate to the original. Whiteout's was now fittingly white, and Distortion was now unrecognizable, calling into question if Old Ben was deserving of the 10 bans. The extent at which Mountain Dew went to push this promotion is honestly crazy. There are so many fan photos and events, pieces of merchandise, propaganda posters, official and non-official commercials. Really, anywhere you looked, 1 or all 3 flavors were being advertised. The massive reach of this campaign is why you likely still remember at least one of these flavors today. Fans were instructed to vote either by visiting the website or by phone, using the same test numbers seen at the beginning of the promotion. When it was all said and done, Whiteout emerged as the victor with 44% of the votes, with Typhoon at 40 and Distortion at only 16. Ouch! Despite the long 7-stage, 12-month build-up to the election, the trio's time on shelves was only 12 weeks long. The concept execution and customer integration of this Democracy was without a doubt more successful at bringing together fans than the previous, with its very bizarre MMO-based Blade Runner-esque storyline. With Whiteout's victory came the discontinuation of the others, but that wasn't the last time they were seen. For the least loved of the 3, Distortion, it only ever officially re-released once, as a freeze at Taco Bell in 2013. This version, labeled as Sour Lime, would also feature next to a freeze for Typhoon that same year, both of which were said to only have lasted a year. The largely agreed upon reason behind Distortion's failure is the fact that it wasn't that different from OG. Hell, even the original competition commercial made for Distortion was based on one made for OG with little alterations made. Typhoon, on the other hand, got its fair share of re-releases. Before the freeze, Typhoon was available only in 2 liters, only at Walmart in 2011, as part of the previously mentioned backed by popular Dew-manned promotion. It was joined by, of course, Pitch Black and also Supernova. both of which weren't exclusive to any size or location. During their limited time on shelves, all sorts of promos were run, events were held, and merchandise was produced. Few people know that Typhoon was also spotted at 7-Eleven in Slurpee form that same year, but only one image exists for proof. Typhoon was also seen in 2022 via a Do Store Do Nation HQ exclusive release in 12 packs of 16-ounce cans. This modern-looking version of Typhoon looked to have been planned to release alongside Supernova again, evidence being those cancelled renders, but it's not known for sure. That same year, Typhoon was also supposedly planned to have a Zero Sugar counterpart, evidence being this blurry screenshot showing it facing against Pitch Black in another Decision, but again, take that with a grain of salt. Whiteout's life beyond the democracy is also quite notable. Once back on shelves Labor Day of 2010, Whiteout received a long list of variants, including a 2011 Slurpee defined as Yuzu Lemongrass, an extremely obscure 2012 Japanese bottle-only release defined as Cool Citrus, an extremely unique-looking 2014 New Zealand release defined as a blast of lemon flavor, and finally a 2022 Canadian can-only release featuring a new but previously used mascot alongside the classic smooth citrus flavor text. Canada is also notable for including Whiteout in their own democracy in 2013. Similar to past examples, Canada figured they could replicate the success of the democracy formula by running one themselves, with Whiteout being put against Voltage, Supernova, and Code Red, all of which used the full Mountain Text logos. To give you a rapid-fire rundown of the event, sample kits were sent out, a summer election was started, prizes were offered, Slurpees were created, cool packaging was produced, and votes were cast, resulting in the winner being Voltage. The 3 losers were then discontinued, only to then return the following year for what they called Back by Popular Demand. That also involved test kits and more voting, strangely, resulting in Code Red being the one picked to stay, meaning Whiteout was again thrown back in the flavor vault. Of the 2 winners, Voltage would be the only long-laster, with Code Red receiving the axe in 2019, with its availability thereafter being incredibly scattered. That was also the case for Whiteout in the States, as 2019 marked the end of its 9-year run. After countless size variations, freeze options, and promo participations, it was only a matter of time until Whiteout met the same fate as its original partners. If Whiteout only had one more chance, say maybe in a limited time America-themed 18-pack in 2026, could it maybe prove itself worthy of the highly desired permanent position? At least it got its chance to be drunk by the masses, which cannot be said for the 4 original test flavors that weren't selected as finalists. Going back to 2009, within the initial 7 flavor test kits were the numbered cans of 736, 648, 286, and 722, each of which was only ever available to the 50 Do Labs members who were lucky enough to receive them. Over the years, these Do boxes have earned a legendary status, not only for their intriguing artwork, each of which was one of one, but also for the fact Mountain Dew rarely gives fans access to this many unreleased flavors. If not clear from their plain paintless look, these do not have flavor descriptions whatsoever. All we have to go off of are the testimonials from the few that were sent them. Due to the lack of organized information on these, fans have spiraled with theories on what became what, despite very unlikely timelines and zero proof. In order to definitively figure out what each tasted like, we need to dive back into 2009 YouTube, where many of the Do Labs videos can still be found. By going over the reviews for each of the 4 prototypes, we should have a clearer picture of what the flavors actually were. Off the bat, you need to be reminded that 3 of these are Distortion, Typhoon, and Whiteout, specifically these ones. You might also notice how the color is confusingly exact for Typhoon and Distortion, but way off for Whiteout, though it makes sense when looking at the initial color palette. When looking at all the flavors lined up, it's clear that some look very much alike, so we'll have to be careful when differentiating the colors. Starting with number 722, this was the easiest to nail for reviewers. Without question, everyone clocked that this was green sour apple. Multiple participants claimed it either tasted like candy, or they just didn't like it. Next, with number 286, the general consensus was peach. It's definitely not as definitive as 722, with some tossing around notes of orange, pineapple, and nectarine. As for number 648, the overall opinion appears to be an even split on strawberry versus watermelon. Color-wise, it could go either way, but flavor-wise, it's not 100% clear. For the final number, 736, its flavor is the least agreed upon, with there being mentions of citrus, orange, grapefruit, mango, tropical passion fruit, pineapple. It's all over the place. In one of the early presentation booths, all 7 original flavors can be seen set up on podiums ready to test. Some of the cans are pictured, as well as those same voting slips, and it even appears some glass bottle variations of the prototypes were produced in an identical style to the Revolution Throwback Shack giveaway. Another well-known promotion, also from 2010, is the Diet Do Challenge, aka Fan-Do-monium campaign. In concept, this whole thing is very similar to a Doomocracy. It started with 8 total diet flavors, most of which were pre-existing, followed by testing stations, testing kits, then a vote to decide which 2 finalists would receive official in-store releases. Of the 6 returning flavors, 5 serve as diet debuts, with the 6th being Diet Ultraviolet, who's only ever known a diet existence. The competition started on a website where you were asked to rank the flavors you'd like to see return/debut under the diet category via a bracket format. For the 2 newcomers, Diet Flare and Diet Crave, we know of their actual flavors thanks to these official can renders released for all 8. As you can see, Flare is berry citrus and Crave is green apple. Now, many claim there's a connection between test flavor 722, but in actuality their identification numbers do not match, so it's unlikely they're the exact same. We know of Crave's number by looking at the back of the cans given to Do Labs members, each of which has an identifying code and a logo sticker denoting its flavor. These 8 can sets were only available via a sweepstakes giveaway. Estimates vary greatly with how many were made, with the most likely answer being 50. These 8 can sets were housed in a large branded cooler alongside a shirt, testing cups, and some temporary tattoos. There actually appears to be 2 slightly different versions of the set. One that likely released before the finalists were chosen, and the other was definitely sent after. The voting station part of the promotion involved a 50-city tour across the Midwest and southeastern part of the country. During the tour, there were all sorts of interesting sights to behold: a large inflatable can, bracket-style drink trays, and some real-life flavor pendants, created in the same style as the ones seen on the website. Early on in the promotion, there was also a location-based game called King of the Mountain, which involved capturing real-life territory with the hopes of earning your favorite flavor points. Even though most fans couldn't try any of these new diets, they were asked to instead just vote based on their previous opinions of the returning flavors, putting Flare and Crave at a major disadvantage. From last to first, the positions came out to Diet Distortion, Crave, Ultraviolet, Typhoon, Flare, Whiteout, and the 2 finalists being Diet Voltage and Supernova. The plan for these was to then release nationwide in 2011 for another round of voting in order to determine which of the 2 was worthy of a permanent position. When looking at the final ranking, you can't help but again notice Distortion's embarrassing position. For the 2 that won, a whole other round of marketing began, featuring bottles, celebrity cameos, and another round of King of the Mountain. Fans were then told to again go online and vote for which one they preferred during the 8-week limited time run. In April of 2011, it was announced that Diet Supernova won the majority of the votes, 55% to 45%. It wouldn't be until 10 months later when Diet Supernova would return to shelves, now as a permanent entry in the flavor lineup. This delay was likely due to it needing timed up with the diet-centric promotion Fuel the Frenzy, which involved cap codes and prizes. This new release featured a redesigned look, complete with a mention of it being chosen by fans. This acknowledgement is quite strange though, as this was no permanent release. It was only a 12-week limited time run. Once the promotion came to an end, so did Diet Supernova's time on shelves, despite the lengthy build-up and permanent position promise. Around the same period, specifically late 2010, early 2011, over in the Middle East, a new flavor under the name Extreme hit the market, and with it came allegations of being purely a pitch black clone. Extreme was stated as being exclusive to purely the Gulf region of the Middle East, with mentions of the flavor being connected specifically to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates. The pitch black comparisons stem from the obvious visual similarity and inclusion of grape and citrus in the ingredients list. In terms of 100% confirmed facts, we have little. The can itself includes no actual flavor description, but reviewers from the time back up the grape theory. Via a 2011 press release, Extreme was said to be developed exclusively for the region's market after studying the preferences of young people and identifying their preferred taste, and also only available for 4 months. This limited time release is also made clear on the can itself. Through a few pieces of obscure advertising, the tagline "Do You Dare" is also seen connected with the drink, maybe as a way of referencing its intimidating black colorway. In addition to the standard 355ml can, Extreme was also available in a skinnier size, with this specific version said to hail from the country of Jordan. But with many details relating to Extreme, it's unconfirmed. Also in 2011, a near identical situation was going down in Japan with their exclusive release of Mountain Dew Grape. Visually, it doesn't appear they were going for a spooky pitch black vibe. The timing of the two was likely just coincidental or truly based on the fact each region has a preference for grape soda. Overall, grape received a lot more coverage on it than its Middle Eastern cousin. Plenty of pictures and videos exist of the ribbed purple can, along with its liquid interior, which you can see differs significantly from pitch black. According to the drink's manufacturer, grape was designed specifically to stand out in the context of a vending machine. It's possible that grape was only ever available in vending machines, as many images show it as an option for a measly 100 yen. Oftentimes, grape isn't even represented in vending machines by its can, but instead a fun plastic placeholder. In that same Suntory press release, grape was said to have a flavor characterized by its sourness and moderate sweetness. The scheduled release date for grape was April 19, 2011, but it's thought to have been delayed slightly due to the Great East Japan earthquake disaster of 2011. How long grape was available isn't clear, with some saying it only lasted a year. When attempting to deep dive and learn more about grape and its obscure release, you might stumble into this insanely charming flash-based webcomic centered around a gorilla octopus hybrid named Dew. Thankfully, the comic looks to have been archived in its 6-episode entirety. This site likely dates back to around the release of Max Air, given its inclusion of the commercial's mascot. When looking into the product page, there's not only mention of all 3 Max Airs, but at one time there was even a visual for the highly obscure 2012 Japanese whiteout. When scrolling through their recounting of the Japanese Mountain Dew timeline, sadly no reference whatsoever is made to the elusive Japanese trilogy. Sticking with the theme of oddball foreign releases, 2012 was also responsible for Electroshock, a New Zealand exclusive flavor notable for its striking resemblance to the 2008 Democracy winner, Voltage. In actuality, this is just Voltage under a different yet similar name, despite the flavor description being surprisingly defined as a charge of wild berry. This unique variant coincided with the New Zealand debut of Pitch Black and Livewire as well. That particular version of Pitch Black is notable for being the first time grape citrus was used to describe the flavor. To draw publicity to the newly released trio, a KFC was repainted and an elaborate pinball-style skate park was constructed, complete with themed zones dedicated to each color scheme. This park was big, expensive, and also fully functional, as it included many of the features seen in a typical pinball machine. Prior to the skate park, Electroshock, along with the others, were only available in bottle form at a few select events. In June, when the skate park finished construction, that's when canned versions were first seen. All 3 would eventually receive the axe, with Electroshock lasting up until 2014. A few years later, in 2017, another new member of the Voltage family made its debut, this time in Malaysia, this time in orange. Well, when you understand the context, it becomes clear this is just Livewire under a new name. This is the only ever example of a foreign rename actually using the exact name of another flavor. To reiterate, Livewire was called Livewire in Malaysia for years prior to the 2017 name switch. This likely only happened because they never received Voltage and thought the name would fit better. There actually exists an extremely fascinating stock photo online where you can witness the exact moment that clear bottle Livewire switched over to the orange tinted bottle Voltage. The same year the rename occurred, within only a few months, Orange Voltage would receive a modern redesign as a way of doubling down on the decision. Cans under the Voltage name appear to have never been produced in the country, likely because the flavor didn't last long beyond the design upgrade. Rounding out this weird trend of voltage variants, we have Mountain Dew Extreme, also from 2017, this time from Honduras, marking the first ever flavor variant for the country. Now, technically, this is another example of a pre-existing flavor name being reused, but there's no hyphen, and come on, no way Mountain Dew's Honduran branch had any idea that in 2011, the Middle Eastern Gulf region happened to receive a flavor under the name Extreme. They likely just thought the word was cool. This is basically proven when on Facebook, prior to the release, they asked if the name should be Extreme or Code Blue. Though not 100% confirmed to be identical in taste, the design, logo, and flavor description of Loaded with Raspberry all seems to indicate voltage in disguise. Believe it or not, this is the most obscure of all voltage variants, even more than the original Extreme itself. Official corporate-approved imagery related to Extreme is not at all hard to come by, but in-hand non-promotional photos? Nearly impossible to find. The last time Extreme was seen on the Mountain Dew Honduras Facebook page was in February of 2018, only 6 months after its launch, signifying it wasn't a huge hit. Bringing it back to 2011 in the States, another Game Fuel promotion was starting back up, this time in collaboration with the video game Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Like they did with World of Warcraft, Citrus Cherry was joined by a brand new flavor, this time a dark green option defined as a charge of tropical. Prior to its October release, Tropical was actually handed out to fans early through a Dew Labs membership. The drink was sent in unmarked test cans, like previous examples, this time labeled as 614. At the time, fans had no idea this was Game Fuel in the making. They were only told of this being a mystery flavor that only 500 people got to try early in exchange for some public posting about it. When officially revealed 3 months later as Game Fuel Tropical, fans were surprised to not see Wild Fruit's return, instead a flavor most found hard to define. This MW3 duo marked the first time double XP 12 packs and cap codes were advertised as the main selling point for Game Fuel, as prior entries focused mainly on just promoting the game. Between the 614 sneak peek and official in-store release, Tropical was available early at the Call of Duty XP event in Los Angeles. In addition to trying the flavor early, each attendee was given this green and silver collector's can that also allowed for double XP, this time through snapping a picture and sending an email. The liquid inside was original, not tropical, despite the can color similarity. Some fans were able to get their hands on the even more elusive gold variant, said to be given out in a way fewer quantity. How exactly this can was won is a mystery, but we know it at least involved the Dew Bunker booth and a possible social media post requirement. These two cans, especially the gold variant, are some of the rarer collectibles to come by, but neither hold a candle to the third planned variant for Modern Warfare 3, that being the cancelled Wildberry. Yes, at one point there were plans to release a spiritual successor to Alliance Blue under the new flavor description of Hit of Wildberry, under the Modern Warfare 3 branding. This obscure variant is only known thanks to these proof cans posted to Facebook Marketplace in 2024. It's unclear if Wildberry was the original planned sidekick to Citrus Cherry, or if it was going to serve as a third flavor. Regardless, to say this was a bombshell discovery would be putting it lightly. With these being proof cans, they aren't full and ready to drink, they instead serve as purely manufacturing examples. The original post claims one of a kind, which might be true, but is likely just tacked on to make a quick $200. When discussing all-time most iconic Mountain Dew collabs, a flavor in that conversation has to be 2012's Darkberry, the tie-in with the summer blockbuster The Dark Knight Rises. In typical Mountain Dew fashion, the flavor description keeps it vague, only describing the blue beverage as a blast of mixed berry. But by diving back into some old press releases, we find further elaboration proving a mix of black and blueberry. Alongside the new flavor was a 16-ounce color-changing can, which when chilled would present a green-tinted bat logo representing the OG Dew inside of it. This was made possible due to thermochromatic ink. As you can imagine, with these being connected to the immensely popular Batman IP, they were advertised everywhere in 2012. The idea behind the promotion, besides releasing a new goofy named flavor, is to include codes on the packaging which when used on the tie-in website, DewGothamCity.com, could reveal storylines for the movie and or result in prize giveaways, the most notable being 5 signed Christopher Nolan scripts. Mountain Dew's relationship with the film went far beyond just Dark Berry in the color can. There's all sorts of Dark Knight Rises related Mountain Dew memorabilia out there. Maybe what Dark Berry is most known for is delivering to the world this dour looking Batman store cooler, which makes the odd decision to not include any eyes. When sifting through the strange search results of Vimeo, an official early mock-up of Dark Berry can be seen, showcasing the old logo, alternate text, and a Batman emblem from the 2011 video game Arkham City. Due to the global appeal of The Dark Knight, it shouldn't be surprising that multiple foreign countries ran their own promos. These mostly only involved original, except a few cases. In the countries of Denmark and Iceland, of all places, Dark Berry was surprisingly available with a pre-2005 logo under the same flavor, though with a different tinted look. Info on these is extremely hard to come by, but from the little we know, this specific version looks to have originated in Iceland, with the Danish release being purely an import. It gets even crazier when looking into the Filipino release of Dark Berry, which notably includes zero mention of Batman. Not only that, there appears to be no flavor description whatsoever. This release was said to be exclusive to 7-Eleven, which isn't surprising given the country's connection with the exclusive 500ml bottles. The most interesting has to be the Romanian release of Dark Berry, which again makes no reference to Batman, uses an old logo, and appears to have a different liquid color. Unlike the others, this purple tinted variant was said to have lasted on shelves for a few years. As for all foreign Dark Berries, they only ever released in bottles, with this specific Romanian release actually coming in 2 sizes. The fact that all of these variants released in 2012 yet only half reference Batman is so bizarre and interesting. They really leaned into the fact that Dark Berry can exist on its own given the existence of literal dark berries. Similar to almost all foreign variants, finding promotional renders is a piece of cake, but actual in-hand visual proof? Good luck. One of the weirder releases to come from the 2010s is Johnson City Gold, a drink said to be from the makers of Mountain Dew, described as a distinctive malt-flavored soda. This is because Johnson City Gold was Mountain Dew's attempt at making beer. Sorta. To be clear, this was non-alcoholic, but meant to sorta look and taste like if Mountain Dew was beer, meaning the core flavor was still lemon-lime OG based, but with toasty, bready, barley notes. The whole idea of the beverage is based around Mountain Dew's Tennessee roots, not only with its name, but also its special malt mix flavor, said to have only been made for special occasions. The original Johnson City Gold name and label was said to have been chosen by Dew Labs members, likely through a voting process. When first released in July of 2012, it was said to only be available at Kroger and 7-Eleven in a few select Midwest cities, as well as in North Carolina. This test market release was considered the first batch, which would then be followed up by a more official second batch the following year. Marketing Johnson City Gold had to be a nightmare because what's the target demographic here? Adults? Teens? The likely answer is the small crowd who enjoys craft sodas. To get fans excited about the upcoming nationwide second batch release, the regional Dew promotion was launched, which on paper wasn't too different from a Dewmocracy. The whole thing had a lot to it, but was largely focused on releasing Johnson City Gold nationwide with 6 different names and 6 different designs, one for each region of the country. The designs they went with were based on fan submissions, some of which were hand-drawn and slapped around a plain prototype can, made possible through these giveaway design kits. Eventually 6 designs were chosen and made into cans, but the only way you could receive them is through Pepsi's iconic summer promotion via specially marked packages. One by one, you could receive each of the 6 regional cans, who were not actually official prints, instead just promotional cans with plastic wrapping. The new names included Gold Mountain Malt, Miner's Malt, Great Plains Gold, Rusted Malt, Southern Gold, Liberty Malt, and for one lucky collector, a 7th was made under the name Blue Ridge Dew. Details are hazy, but this can is thought to be one of possible several given to the runner-ups who didn't make it into the final 6. Now that the whole design and renaming process was seemingly complete, when would they officially hit shelves? Turns out, never. After months of fan involvement, tons spent on marketing, and several promises made for an official nationwide second batch, Johnson City Gold would never again be available to the public. Likely because many considered it the grossest Mountain Dew flavor of all time. It's no secret that in 2012, Halo 4 received a standalone citrus cherry game fuel release, but few know that at the same time another flavor was advertising Halo, instead in 500ml opaque orange bottles labeled Raspberry Citrus. This obscure release was only ever available in the UK for a limited time, originally in 2012 to promote Halo 4, then once again in 2013 to promote winning an Xbox One. It's often said to have also released in Ireland, but they look to have only received a basic OG green release. In addition to this being called Game Fuel, the Raspberry Citrus bottle was also labeled Energy, which was the UK's way of distinguishing their high caffeine formula. Like with nearly all Game Fuel promotions, giveaways were involved, this time involving free games, free Xbox avatar costumes, and even a chance to visit the game developer's headquarters in Seattle. The press events held for this flavor looked to have been pretty intense, with one involving a giant bottle souped up with jumper cables. The 2013 promo giveaway, which is self-explanatory, again involved redeemable codes found exclusively on bottles, this time in multiple sizes, at least in render form. In terms of the rarest Mountain Dew flavor of all time, when it comes to number quantity, it would have to be prototype flavor number 528. Reason being, it's considered a one of one. Unmarked Mountain Dew prototype test cans are nothing new, tons exist out there, but like we've seen before, the 3-digit identifying number always matches a well-known flavor. The story goes that sometime in 2012, Mountain Dew held a competition on Facebook called the Dew Dorm Off. It involved decorating your dorm room with the spirit of Mountain Dew, then posting a picture of it with the best entry receiving a prize, that apparently being flavor 258. Now, almost all the posts regarding the event have been lost to time, but through a few old screenshots and messages, a loose timeline can be pieced together. Through several old Facebook posts, the winner Ben can be seen asking about who won in October. Then again in November, this time about a second dorm off, then shortly after he claimed he won. It's unclear if a unique one-off unmarked new flavor was advertised to be the prize initially, but that was revealed to be the case when poster Ben proved that he was the one responsible for the winning photo on Reddit in 2020. His post went on to describe the flavor as Tropical Dum Dum Lollipop, with a color described as pale yellow, almost like urine. Later on Discord, he further repeated the Tropical Dum Dum comparison, mentioned how he thought there were actually two winners, said he was sent an email confirming the win, and mentioned how his can was still sealed because he was actually sent two, one of which he drank, hence the flavor theory. 3 years later on Facebook, Ben would again make a post, this time showing proof of the email and this time claiming he misremembered the flavor all these years later and it was actually cream soda. This is because, according to him, he mistakenly said tropical because cream soda Dum Dums strangely have tropical fruits on the package, which is true. Things get even more confusing when on another saved Facebook post, Ben and Mountain Dew themselves mention another winner named Chris, who is assumed to be the winner of the supposed first dorm off competition. That very same Chris can also be seen below Ben's initial Facebook posts. When looking at Chris's account, his winning dorm picture can be found, as well as this image of one of those Johnson City Gold unmarked cans sent to fans for the label customization part of the promotion. By following that old eBay link to WorthPoint, it's revealed Chris's can had a manufacture date of October, and by diving deep on Ben's 2023 Facebook replies, it's revealed Ben's had a manufacture date of November. Now putting together all the info we know, 2012 timeframe, piss-like color, and hard to describe flavor with an overall gross taste, 528 has got to be just one of the Johnson City Gold test cans sent after the initial batch. If so, the email claiming new flavor would technically be telling the truth because in 2012, Johnson City Gold only had that limited regional release. The cancelled 2013 second batch release would have been its official debut, therefore making this can still new. The real smoking gun is the photo showing another one of those marker-filled giveaway kits, complete with a can labeled 528. Now, when looking for other photos of those Johnson City Gold test cans, they almost always have a sticker blocking the code. The only other example that doesn't confusingly shows the number 816, meaning maybe several numbers were used, which would be odd but maybe possible, maybe signifying a formula tweak. But when you think about it, the probability of Mountain Dew offering the chance to win a highly coveted one-of-one flavor just seems so low, especially via a quickly forgotten college-connected competition. This is possibly all incorrect, and 528 could truly be a unique one-off, but Ben's flavor pivot from tropical to cream could definitely be chalked up to the confusing malt flavor profile of Johnson City Gold. Shifting gears to 2012's actual final flavor, it's brought to us by New Zealand, marking the first time the country had its own exclusive, that being Passion Fruit Frenzy. Going off the name, the flavor profile is quite obvious, but reading the text underneath the logo, it's revealed to be passion fruit with a citrus flair. To kick off the release, early testing events were held as well as a tie-in launch party centered around New Zealand's Beyond the Wall campaign. This Mountain Dew sponsored project centered around creating real-life 3D street art, as well as offering fans the opportunity to plop down some 3D graffiti of their own using Google Street View. Unlike other similar overseas releases, Passion Fruit Frenzy has stood the test of time, being seen in all sorts of sizes with all sorts of different looks, even making it to fountains. Back stateside, now within 2013, a nuke was dropped on Mountain Dew fans with the dual release of Energizing Orange Citrus and Fruit Punch, the first entries in the new Kickstart series. Like many before it, this was an attempt to enter the competitive world of energy drinks, proving this time successful with the launch of Kickstart being considered one of Mountain Dew's strongest. The two flavors, which define themselves, were aimed at being early morning / daytime themed, with the company calling them an alternative to traditional morning beverages. In addition to boosted caffeine levels, both Kickstarts were heavily advertised on showcasing their inclusion of real fruit juice and vitamins B and C. To get the Kickstart name out there, an extensive marketing tour was conducted in stores and on the streets, involving test samples and themed trucks complete with inflatable cans once again. Both Orange Citrus and Fruit Punch would prove so successful, each would go on to receive multiple redesigns and be available in several forms, like this 2014 Slurpee, 2015 Taco Bell Fountain, and 2015 Slurpee. Shortly after their US debut, Canada also received both flavors, with their release including the typical foreign full mountain text. There's much more lore to get into in regards to the first two Kickstart flavors, all of which will be hit on later. For now, it's time to revisit the one remaining fake flavor mix, aka Mountain Dew's most notorious flavor. In an attempt to pick a name for their Villa Italian Kitchen exclusive flavor, a competition was held under the name Dub the Dew. The concept was simple. Simply visit dubthedew.com, submit a name and/or vote on your favorite on the main page's top 10. Whichever received the most votes would then be chosen as the winner. Nice and easy. Frankly, a walk in the park compared to previous promotions. The thing is though, the entire thing was quickly hijacked and the top 10 went to shit. Through a coordinated effort, mainly through 4chan, the top voted names were as follows: Gushin Granny, Diabetes, Fapple, Gushing Granny, with the number one spot going to Hitler Did Nothing Wrong. Once discovered, the site was promptly taken down, resulting in the company going with the name Apple, almost as a slap in the face to fans. Now obviously none of the top options were appropriate enough to be chosen, but simply naming the drink Apple almost felt like Mountain Dew was sending a message. At the end of the day, all this time and effort was just for another fake flavor mix, with Apple simply being OG plus a pump of green apple syrup. In their words, classic Mountain Dew with green apple attitude. Later on Twitter, Mountain Dew made it very clear multiple times this was not their wrongdoing. They didn't run the competition. Instead, a customer did, which likely means it's Villa's fault. 2 years later in 2014, Extreme Pomegranate would join alongside the newly renamed Electric Apple, only then to be discontinued 1 year later. Obviously no attempt was made for picking a name for that one. Despite the PR disaster that was the Dub the Dew competition, many of the original posts are still up, and the flavor remains available, again sending a message to fans that regardless of its edgy past, Electric Apple's going nowhere. Over in the UK, a very interesting flavor was made available to fans, one with quite the history to back it up. It went under the name Amp Energy Drink, powered by Mountain Dew. At first glance, this appears to be another Adrenaline Mountain Dew branding situation, and it is, but in order to truly understand the importance of this particular release, we gotta go back to 2001, with the release of Amp Energy Drink from Mountain Dew. To many, the original Amp Energy does not count as a Mountain Dew flavor, but they would be wrong. Not only does it clearly present as a spinoff, but it's very much treated like a new flavor entry. Not only did 2001's Amp include the mention of Mountain Dew, its actual flavor is just a spin on OG's Lemon Lime Citrus. With its energy drink status, it also included additional caffeine. Obviously, Pepsi wanted to launch Amp by piggybacking it off the Mountain Dew name, and it appeared to have worked, with Amp proving successful enough to receive a sugar-free variation and a few of its own spin-offs. The first being Amp Overdrive in 2007, described as having an intense cherry hit. Again, it's obvious what they were doing here. Overdrive was Amp's code red. This time, the Mountain Dew Association was indicated by a logo stamp over the old phrasing of "from." Later that same year, Overdrive alongside the original Amp would receive another new look with another Dew logo alteration. This new logo actually looked to be a step back with its more subtle off-right positioning and monochrome color. A new naming convention was also started with Overdrive, now including the subtitle of Turbo Boost Yerba Mate. This was done in an attempt to shift Amp away from its original gamer/sports fan demographic to a more general productivity-based health-based crowd. This was made clear with the next three flavors: Relaunch, Elevate, and Traction, all released in 2008. These three all had the same corner logo and all included subtitles meant to define their dedicated purpose. Relaunches was to revive you via electrolytes and B vitamins, Elevates was to increase focus via L-theanine, and Traction's goal was to maintain energy via maltodextrin and D-ribose. This premise was unique and interesting, but confusing as each flavor essentially had two names. It also was likely all a gimmick excuse to riff off of the Mountain Dew name with similar variants from the past, with Relaunch being flavored orange citrus, Elevate being mixed berry, and Traction being grape. It appears Relaunch was also made available in the United Arab Emirates under the name Recharge, though it's possible that was a different flavor entirely. As for Amp in the States, Pepsi did eventually speak up and say that Amp had reached a point of success where they wanted to start downplaying Mountain Dew's involvement while maintaining a hint of it. Turns out that meant a complete abandonment, as 2008's Relaunch, Elevate, and Focus were the last to be seen with a Mountain Dew logo. For that reason, we will no longer dive deep on the many remaining Amp flavor entries, but because of their extreme lack of documentation, for fun, we will rapid-fire list every single one in order. After the three, there was Amp Slurpee Freeze, themed around Iron Man, complete with 4 collector's cups, 3 Slurpee spoons, plus a helmet mug like Darth Dew's Yoda. An Energy Shot Vitamin Supplement, flavored Jackfruit Citrus. A lemonade-flavored Lightning Charge, also available in sugar-free. There were 2 tea flavors, Black Tea Rebuild and Green Tea Defend. A NASCAR Dale Earnhardt Jr. collab under the name Trade and Paint, flavored Orange Lime Berry. 3 Lebanon exclusives flavored Grape, Citrus, and a third blue can confusingly labeled Classic by the makers of Sting. There was an Amp Energy Citrus Energy Gum, 2 Energy Juices flavored Orange and Mixed Berry. In 2012, the main core flavors got rebranded, with them now going under the names Boost, Boost Sugar Free, Boost Cherry, Active Orange, Focused Mixed Berry, Boost Grape, Active Lemonade, and Active Lemonade Sugar Free. To add to this confusion, Canada's rebrand featured another batch of new names. In 2013, that's when we finally circle back to the UK's Amp energy drink powered by Mountain Dew, which of course includes the logo only because this was the country's first experience with the Amp brand. These unique 500ml cans in concept are essentially the same as the US's 2001 original Amp, but with a different look. Back in the US, there was the New Gold Apple and Dale Jr. Sour Grape. Honduras debuted Power, quite possibly the most obscure Amp ever, flavored Mixed Fruits. The US's roster then got rebranded/revamped, with the available options now being Original, Cherry Blast, Strawberry Limeade, Passion Fruit, Watermelon Zero, and Blueberry White Grape Zero. Tropical Punch eventually joined the group, after first being a Twitch-branded 7-Eleven exclusive. That was followed by the Vitamin C-centered Boosted Twins of Mandarin Orange and Wild Berry Cherry. Then things get significantly more confusing when looking into the Spanish flavors, most of which go under the name Amp 365. These are only ever seen in Spanish-speaking countries and are extremely hard to fully understand, as some are renames, some are in glass bottles, some are in cans, Point is, in total, there appears to be 6 different variants: Forte, Recargado, Fuerza C, Power, and a gold and silver option, which are potentially original and sugar-free. Depending on the country, labels differ, sizes differ, it's all a mess that needs sorting out. When back in the US, the last real deal AMP release came in 2017, with the quad drop of citrus, grape, pineapple coconut, and tropical burst, all of which existed under a new organic-oriented sub-series. After that, whatever flavors remained were then given another rebrand, this time with Mountain Dew logos, almost as a way of acknowledging they couldn't exist without their older brother's helping hand. These new cans visually were quite similar to the previous, except the AMP logo was clearly designed to appear smaller, which sorta conveyed the original brought to you by Mountain Dew idea. Despite a render existing and even being shown on the website's main page, Mountain Dew AMP Tropical Punch was never produced. Only 3 were ever available, eventually whittling down to only Original and Cherry Blast. For the longest time, these were the only 2 AMPs available to consumers. Every passing year, fans were surprised to still see them standing. In 2026, to align with the brand's logo refresh, surprisingly both Original and Cherry Blast received new looks, each with shockingly large AMP acknowledgements, almost as a way of saying, AMP's back, baby! The whole full circle story of AMP is so crazy, and yet you never hear it discussed. There's also a ton more to it, more foreign variations, more size options and redesigns, more name variants, many more promos, and there even exists some super obscure unreleased concept renders. The whole thing is just a huge, seemingly endless rabbit hole. There is technically one more AMP related Mountain Dew release, but that story will have to wait. Keeping up with the yearly tradition, Game Fuel returned to shelves, this time as a dual release consisting of the classic citrus cherry alongside the brand new electrifying berry. On the early test bottles, we can see that by berry they meant goji strawberry. This time around, there wasn't just one game being promoted, instead Citrus Cherry showcased Dead Rising 3 and Electrifying Berry showcased Rise Son of Rome. In addition to those, the 12-pack cases also promoted Forza 5 and Connect Sports Rivals. Those 2 games were also only strangely seen on the Sidekick bottle releases. This unique quad game collaboration was also paired with another Xbox-themed giveaway promotion. It involved banking a bunch of points via redeemable codes on specially marked packages, which then could be used in an auction-style website with the hopes of winning one of many Xbox Ones given out every 2 minutes. This whole idea, which is nearly identical in concept to prior promotions, was executed first in person at the 2013 PAX Prime convention. At the same time of this release, a Citrus Cherry Game Fuel Slurpee was once again made available at 7-Eleven, though with no specific game branding. Xbox giveaways were also connected with the Slurpee through coded cups, but not through the every 2 minutes promotion, and sadly not with Mountain Dew branded cups. On a similar note, 2013 was also responsible for Cold Fusion, a highly obscure and poorly named Mountain Dew frozen beverage defined as cherry lime. Very little info and visual proof exist for Cold Fusion, with the supposed origin story being it had an appearance chosen by Dew Labs members, at the very least it was available at Sheetz, and like Thin Ice it at one point had the word freeze added to its name. Proof of Dew Labs involvement and timeframe availability is non-existent. All we have to go off of are a few dubious renders that don't even match, a late 2012 trademark filing, and a single YouTube review. A much better remembered flavor, whether that be for good or bad reasons, is Sangrita Blast, the Taco Bell exclusive spiritual sequel to Baja Blast. Described as citrus punch, Sangrita Blast likely gets its name and look from the Spanish alcoholic drink sangria, but was likely instead named Sangrita to remove the link to alcohol and also connect it more with Mexico. Originally, Sangrita Blast stood alongside the also new at the time Diet Baja Blast, but only for 2 years, as after 2015 it wasn't seen again. To many, Sangrita Blast's flavor was despised, but others found it enjoyable, enough to where Mountain Dew decided to give it a shot in stores alongside Baja Blast during its 2015 limited summer cannon bottle run. That version of Sangrita Blast also included that same Taco Bell banner, reminding fans where they can still obtain the Citrus Punch Pop after its limited time run on shelves. Also in 2015, Sangrita Blast received a freeze at Taco Bell, though it only lasted a few months. The last time the drink was available in its original fountain form was 2017, after which it's only been spotted in a few random convenience store soda dispensers, likely as a glitch and or placeholder image for similar future flavors. Starting off the new year, 2014, the Kickstart series makes a return, this time with two nighttime-themed drinks, Energizing Black Cherry and Limeade. This was of course in contrast to the two previous breakfast-themed entries. Flavor-wise, both speak for themselves. According to Pepsi, they were developed for nighttime consumption in the context of a road trip, gaming, and or music concerts, but going off the commercials, it's somewhat implied these are alternatives to alcohol, like how the previous two were alternatives to coffee and juice. In a near identical fashion to before, several of what they called night machines made their way across the US to spread the word on the release of two new Kickstarts. Few people know that a short-lived mascot was also developed to market the drinks under the name Kix the Koala. His role was to kickstart parties by supplying some black cherry and limeade, either at home, in the streets, or miles high in the sky, where Kix can be seen hosting a party in a cargo jet, only to hand out 0 drinks and instead peace out with the entire supply. Before release, images leaked of the nighttime duo in their prototype form, where they originally looked to have been going for an even darker look. Given the pair's success, both would go on to receive expanded releases, with some of the highlights including a 2014 Taco Bell Black Cherry Freeze, a 2016 Black Cherry and 2018 Limeade Canadian Slurpee, and a 2018 Black Cherry Fountain. In 2016, Black Cherry in can form released in Canada, and also surprisingly the Middle East alongside Orange Citrus, which they just called Orange. Those two specific releases are notable for their use of the word exciting and the old 2005 logo. As for the US, Limeade only made it to 2017, Black Cherry would continue to live on, receiving multiple redesigns, which eventually ditched the darker nighttime aesthetic entirely. Today, Kickstart Black Cherry is mainly known for its short-lived Taco Bell Freeze that, when advertised, used imagery many considered a bit phallic. Jumping ahead a few months, we stumble into Australia's Code Red Energized, a flavor that on the surface looks to be an energy drink spin-off, but that's actually not the case. The reason behind the use of the word energized is due to Australia's beverage laws. Like Canada, Australia had a complicated history with caffeine throughout the 2000s and 2010s. Prior to 2012, non-cola soft drinks weren't allowed to incorporate caffeine, so when that law was lifted, the Mountain Dew brand wanted to signify to customers that this new Mountain Dew did now include caffeine capable of giving energy, hence the name addition. And to be clear, caffeine amount and flavor-wise, energized variants don't differ from the norm, except for the fact this Code Red matches New Zealand's berry profile, not the US's cherry. When released, it was never planned for a permanent position, instead a limited time run purely to promote the 2014 film X-Men Days of Future Past. Mountain Dew products promoting this specific film weren't exclusive to Down Under, far from actually, as the promotion spanned 30 countries. But only Australia received a branded Code Red, which was fittingly paired up with the film's character Bishop, who not only dons a red cape, but also has the ability to absorb and redirect energy. Despite the 2012 caffeine law change going into effect years ago, any flavor released in the country still uses the energized name, as you will come to see. Right in time for the summer, 7-Eleven again presented Dew fans with a unique, exclusive release, that being Solar Flare, a flavor defined as a blast of tropical punch. Alongside the release of Solar Flare was Doritos Loaded, a melty cheesy snack said to pair well with the tropical punch soda. The initial fountain release alongside the eventual Slurpee variant together would last for years as a 7-Eleven staple. After a 10-year availability, Solar Flare would eventually be phased out in order to make room for future exclusives. Around the mid-2010s, Solar Flare was also seen in Canada as well as in the Philippines, paired with a unique branded paper cup, featuring the old 2005 logo. This release looked to have been purely focused on a fountain version, as well as prize giveaways involving the 7-Eleven app. Despite an official discontinuation, Solar Flare will live on as not only a tasty flavor, but an innovator for the franchise-exclusive fountain concept, for better or worse, depending on who you ask. Another release from 2014 worth quickly mentioning is the standalone Citrus Cherry Game Fuel. Standalone as in no specific video game was connected. The reason behind the promotionless appearance is because Game Fuel Citrus Cherry was just too popular for an occasional limited time run. Its cult status demanded permanent positioning. This naked variation of Game Fuel Citrus Cherry would become Arby's first and only exclusive Fountain Mountain Dew. Its short single-year run came as a result of Arby's ending its relationship with Pepsi and switching exclusively to Coke products. In 2018, Game Fuel Citrus Cherry would further strip down to just Citrus Cherry in order to not confuse customers with other similarly named incoming flavors. During and after its nude 9-year total run, Citrus Cherry would continue to promote specific games, like for example 2014's Advanced Warfare Partnership. Similar to the previous COD collab, the Game Fuel series would receive Citrus Cherry once again alongside a new flavor, this time a basic lemonade. Besides providing a top 10 of all-time flavor, the promotion also brought with it double XP codes, free Xbox Ones, and themed in-game items, including a good old Mountain Dew exosuit. Given the gargantuan popularity of Call of Duty, several other countries ran Advanced Warfare Mountain Dew tie-in promotions, but no one other than the US received the highly coveted GOAT tier Game Fuel Lemonade. Completely unrelated, though nearly identical in flavor, was the Sheetz exclusive Electric Charge Freeze, also from October 2014. This time the flavor description read as a blast of sour lemonade, thus killing any possible connection. Similar to Thin Ice and Cold Fusion, Electric Charge Freeze was only ever available in freeze form and is also barely remembered by anyone. Despite a respectable run lasting until 2020, and eventually more locations than just Sheetz, you'll have a hard time finding someone nostalgic or even aware of the flavor at all. Electric Charge Freeze's lack of notoriety is probably due to the explosive non-release of November 7th, 2014. A post on Reddit is made by user Joe Nipples regarding a Doritos flavored Mountain Dew under the name Dewitos, accompanied by a photo of what looked to be a sample station of sorts. In the comments, Nipples goes on to describe the flavor as Doritos in liquid form served at room temperature. Given the insane concept of the drink, the post went mega viral. Mention of the Doritos flavor was seen on Ellen, The Colbert Report, as well as on several local news stations. Countless articles were written about the flavor as well, one of which included an interview with Joe, real name Steve Barnes, where he states the photo was taken at Kent State University as part of the Dew After Dark campus event. Steve also mentioned 3 other flavors being tested, those being lemonade with ginger, habanero mango, and rainbow sherbet. Eventually, images of those testing booths would surface as well, each of which had with it a clear sample bottle. Steve later reviewed lemonade with ginger as ginger ale-esque, habanero mango as spicy mango, and rainbow sherbet as overly sweet and fruity, comparing it to medicine. He further stated Doritos tasted like orange but with a Doritos aftertaste, calling it, quote, the weirdest thing I've ever drunken. He eventually went on to say none of them were really any good, and that he'd only maybe buy 2 of them. Because of Doritos' popularity in particular, PepsiCo finally made a statement saying, yes, these are real, it's our way of giving fans a voice to decide future flavors. They also claimed Doritos was from the Dew Flavor Vault, which is the first and only time that term was ever officially used. The whole thing was said to be part of a small program at colleges and universities, of course including Kent, with the only other proven school being Ohio University. Despite the huge publicity the 4 Vault flavors received, very few images of them exist. If you dive super deep on Instagram and Twitter, a few rare images of the 2014 Dew After Dark tasting event can be found, including one breaking down the flavor development process and another showing all 4 test bottles side by side, being sampled alongside the newly released Advanced Warfare Game Fuels and Nighttime Kickstart's Limeade and Black Cherry. Before and after this Vault flavor testing event, Mountain Dew flavored Doritos were very much a real thing, but a Mountain Dew flavored after the classic nacho cheese chip, no such drink has ever officially released. Some collectors even claim to have test bottles of the flavor, even some in cans, but all are pretty dubious. Most can probably agree that in concept, Doritos is extremely interesting and makes for a legendary story, but if ever made official, it would make for an even more legendary flop. New year, new do's. Again, under the Kickstart branding, the world was introduced to energizing strawberry kiwi and pineapple orange mango, who together serve as the start of the Hydrating Boost spin-off series to an already spun-off sub-series. Flavor-wise, both speak for themselves, but what does the Hydrating Boost subtitle indicate? Going off the can's design, it looks to signify the inclusion of coconut water and not 5% juice, but 10% this time. This duo was only available in downsized 12-ounce can options, complete with a new white aesthetic, designed to emphasize the new coconut inclusion. To get the word out that a 5th and 6th Kickstart flavor had hit shelves, Mountain Dew conducted one of their hardest promo pushes yet. Not only did the flavor start with another Kickstart tour, complete with a custom vehicle, they also received a big budget Super Bowl commercial that many to this day still remember. Several more similar commercials were then released, all centered around the "It starts with a kick" tagline, paired with several examples of uncontrollable dancing caused by a simple sip of Kickstart. Of the two, Pineapple Orange Mango would prove to have the real staying power after Strawberry Kiwi's 2017 discontinuation, to which after it received an upgraded 16-ounce size and eventual modern redesign. One of the more notable releases from the mid-2010s is Dew Shine, a flavor made in accordance with the original recipe. Officially defined as clear citrus flavored dew, Dew Shine differs from similar prior entries with its ingredients: no high fructose corn syrup, instead cane sugar, and no orange juice, which is huge as OJ is crucial to what makes Mountain Dew taste like Mountain Dew. The goal was to emulate original but with a milder flavor, said to be in tribute to the brand's Tennessee origins. Given its play on words name, never before seen colorless appearance, and unique glass bottle release, the advertising for the drink often poked fun at it being alcoholic, but also made it clear that that wasn't the case. Its old paper-style label and use of the original Willie the Hillbilly logo and slogan further cemented Dew Shine as a retro callback to the early days of the beverage. Tons and tons of promo was created to launch Dew Shine. Multiple commercials, numbered mason jars, a branded concert, another NASCAR collab. They even made a physical collector's book that retells the story of Mountain Dew's creation, complete with a Dew Shine shoved in the back. It's not clear if the story told is meant to be at all accurate to the actual origin story of Mountain Dew, because the entire thing is kept quite vague. That's probably because the real story behind original seems to differ depending on who you ask. It's likely the two characters are meant to represent Barney and Allie Hartman, the clear bottle is meant to represent the first ever 1951 design, the flavor is probably a tribute to the super early flavor profile described as more 7-Up tasting, and the moonshine connection is made because Mountain Dew was originally developed as a hard liquor mixer. Slogans like "Let Your Beer Down," "Backwoods Original," "Old School Citrus Kick," and "Available Legally for the First Time" permeated all the advertising, cementing Dew Shine's manly vintage aesthetic. At one point, Dew Shine was even made available via a 25-ounce Amazon-exclusive novelty jug as an even more on-the-nose reference to the past. Despite an extensive rollout from the company, Dew Shine was only available for a little over a year, likely because a 7-Up adjacent flavor devoid of orange juice doesn't taste all that great. Like clockwork, a Mountain Dew under the Game Fuel name saw release in the fall, again paired with Call of Duty, specifically their 12th series entry Black Ops 3. The options included citrus cherry once again alongside berry lime, a self-defining flavor with a dark teal color. The tie-in promotion this time around involved PlayStation giveaways, double XP for zombies, and another tie-in Slurpee, one that lasted way beyond the Black Ops 3 partnership. When it originally debuted at 7-Eleven, it too advertised the same COD code concept, made possible via peel-away Slurpee Cup stickers. The Black Ops 3 branded cup shown in the advertising was thought to be only a render, but with enough research, physical real-life examples can be found. Few know or even care that Berry Lime received a Slurpee variation, but those who do consider this a holy grail collector's piece. When talking rarity, few flavors compare to energizing Orange Cranberry Kickstart. Why is that? It was never released. The story goes that in late 2015, a supposed Pepsi employee posted this photo showcasing two new incoming Kickstart flavors, one of which of course released and became quite popular, while the other was instead seemingly cancelled, never to be seen again. The source of the post has been lost to time, but the legend of the lost Kickstart lives on as many consider it chronologically the first ever known cancelled flavor. Further proof of the flavor being real at some point can be found online through multiple dedicated web pages, all of which can still be found by searching the drink's UPC code. Keen-eye fans have noticed that in the original image, orange cranberry appears to be purely a prototype can wrap, due to its glistening texture. This theory is proven when looking at the images seen on the UPC listing sites, where a plastic seam is clearly shown on the can's side. It can then be assumed orange cranberry never made it into official production. The mystery gets even crazier when in 2020, a small sticker sign was spotted advertising the flavor inside a gas station refrigerator, likely as a result of a mislabel that never got caught for the past 5 years. The reason behind Orange Cranberry's cancellation could be due to poor testing performance, or maybe just because visually, it's nearly identical to Fruit Punch. Without a doubt, the original plan for it was to feature alongside the 2016 mega drop of In a rare move by the company, Mountain Dew decided to drop a whopping 4 new flavors on fans all at once, those being energizing Midnight Grape, Blueberry Pomegranate, Blood Orange, and Watermelon. What makes this quad drop extra interesting and also confusing to consumers is the fact they exist within different sub-series. Made obvious by the name and color, Midnight Grape belongs alongside the nighttime options, Watermelon joins the hydrating boost line, with the remaining 2 serving as the start to another new spin-off, the Recharge series. Again, by looking at the cans, the Recharge name looks to indicate the inclusion of vitamins C and E plus antioxidants. Given the early release window of the 4 drinks, it only made sense to launch the lineup with another Super Bowl commercial, this time featuring the now semi-iconic Puppy Monkey Baby. The design of this strange-looking mascot was meant to be a visual mashup of 3 awesome things, like how Kickstart is a mashup of dew, juice, and caffeine. Some found the Puppy Monkey Baby funny, while most found it quite annoying. Regardless, the meme itself did catch on, to the point he's actually been alluded to many times after in commercials, social media posts, and in real life, with the on-screen puppet making a few surprise cameos. During the 2025 Super Bowl, Puppy Monkey Baby was again seen, this time alongside several iconic mascots, as a way of saying he's on their level, which most would probably agree is just not true. Prior to the Super Bowl's airing, a game prediction party was held which included a real-life puppy, monkey, and baby picking who they thought would win. The original Puppy Puppet is now relegated to living in a glass display box, similar to its Pepsi predecessor, Marfalump. Going back to the actual drinks, each would go on to have some life beyond its initial Super Bowl buzz. Blood Orange and Watermelon would be the first to discontinue in 2018-2019, both only ever receiving 12-ounce designs despite the existence of 16-ounce renders. Blueberry Pomegranate would last until 2021 and receive a 16-ounce release, as well as one in fountains at 7-Eleven. Midnight Grape would prove to have the real staying power, releasing in Australia alongside Limeade and Orange Citrus, and in Canada under the funny French name Raisin Intense, aka Raisin Intense, both in 2017. It even lasted through the 2021 Kickstart redesign, where all flavors lost their energizing title, in addition to Grape losing its Midnight, up until 2025, where it finally received the axe, some might say rightfully so, as it was without a doubt a bottom tier flavor. Providing once again another dark berry flavor option was 2016's Black Label, a 16-ounce can-only release pitched as a deeper, darker dew. Black Label differed from all previous adjacent options, mainly with its tone. This was Mountain Dew's attempt at making a premium craft soda designed to add a touch of class to those awesome moments. The flavor itself was defined as crafted with dark berry flavor and herbal bitters, which is a concentrated extract of bark, roots, spices, and of course herbs. The taglines of boldly refined and for the gentleman in you were often used to further establish Black Label's pretentious positioning. To add an additional layer of sophistication, a matte finish was applied to the can's exterior, which when combined with the brand's instruction to keep a pinky out when drinking, made for a unique overall experience. Contrary to the name, Black Label was again not actually black, but advertised as such to add a layer of intrigue, similar to its 2004 spiritual ancestor. Black Label was initially tested at college campuses before hitting the retail market, they claimed as a way of gauging its popularity with the young and hip. Before release, possibly as a part of the college test tour, many prototypes for Black Label were created, including a short can, a really tall can, and one labeled Black Edition. Similar to DoShine's promotion, multiple vehicles were custom designed around the drink's aesthetic. They even went as far as making a Black Label bowling ball, because nothing screams classy like a custom-made 12-pounder themed around an obscure Mountain Dew spin-off. As we've previously seen, the Game Fuel name is home to all sorts of unique and interesting releases, like for example 2016's Game Fuel from India, referred to only as simply Game Fuel. When looking over both the bottle and can packaging, nowhere will you find any flavor description. The liquid color is very clearly bright green, but for its actual taste, it's been lost to time. Some speculate it's purely original with added caffeine, while others, who sampled a 7-year-old expired bottle, claim there's a strong lime link. Related articles use terminology like bold and new, plus there's commercials that clearly separate the two, so it's safe to say they're different flavors. Early imagery related to Game Fuel shows a black bottle, which further complicates things. Regardless of the flavor, Game Fuel was not only the first ever Indian exclusive, but also the first flavor variant available in the country since its OG introduction in 2003. Its launch coincided with the Dew Arena Gaming Championship, which was advertised as India's biggest ever gaming competition, lasting 9 weeks and involving 30,000 people. The entire rollout of Game Fuel centered around the idea of Hero Mode On, which tied into the country's at the time push to make gaming in India a bigger phenomenon. As to be expected, prize pools were advertised and Xboxes were given away, courtesy of the Microsoft co-sponsorship, but there was also the mention of the top gamers winning the chance to have their likeness used on a future bottle of Game Fuel. When they finally fulfilled that promise a year later, their faces were instead confusingly used on bottles of OG, which maybe could still be considered Game Fuel. This is likely because the actual Game Fuel was only ever available for that 9-week run in 2016. Outside of the Dew Arena availability, Game Fuel was also made available to the public, who could then participate via codes behind the bottle labels. The drink was also the central focus of a 50-city truck tour involving a transforming gaming station branded with the drink's logo. In 2017, a year after the release, another Dew Arena was held, followed up by several others, none of which ever included Game Fuel. The same custom bottle and transforming truck idea returned, except this time with the mention of 2016's mysterious Indian Game Fuel removed. That same year, over in Sweden, another strange Game Fuel adjacent flavor presented itself to fans, under the name Game Blast. This highly obscure version of Game Fuel, defined as a rush of cherry, looks to have started in the Netherlands and Denmark in 2015, under their traditional Game Fuel name. Then in 2016 made its way to Sweden under the alternate name Game Blast. The reason behind the name switch and whether it's different from Code Red flavor-wise is unknown. Like the initial Dutch and Danish versions, Game Blast was seen under a few different looks throughout its life, but only ever as a bottle. It never received the can treatment like Denmark. Game Blast was also spotted in Finland, though that is likely due to a Swedish import situation. Concrete info regarding Game Blast is hard to come by. People claim it lasted until 2020, but that isn't 100% confirmed. What is known for sure is that Game Blast, alongside Nordic Nova, featured a traditional style Game Fuel promotion for 2016's first-person shooter Titanfall 2. Similar to the US with their release of Mango Heat, the 6th mainline entry in the long-running Game Fuel series, which once again debuted alongside the classic Citrus Cherry. Many like to state as fact that Mango Heat is simply the officially released version of the 2014 Volt flavor Habanero Mango, but like with the Diet Crave Flavor 722 debate, it's all just speculation. When looking into the advertising produced for the flavor, it becomes apparent the budget was not the same as previous years. Given how big Mountain Dew is as a brand and how momentous their Game Fuel releases are, the lack of effort here is surprising. At least the in-game rewards were decent, a unique Mountain Dew branded war paint, and limited access to an exclusive one-on-one Coliseum multiplayer mode. The slogans this time around included Fuel Your Titan and hashtag Drink Eat Dominate, which upon further investigation reveals the existence of an even cooler Buffalo Wild Wings war paint alongside a Mountain Dew to-go only collector's cup that even if you dive deep, you will not find photo evidence of. Out of nowhere in 2017, Mountain Dew Canada decided to drop their own version of the spicy soda under the same exact name but without the Titanfall branding and Game Fuel name. This version of Mango Heat was only ever available in their traditional 473ml can they call King cans, as well as in Slurpee form, which they claim burns oh so sweetly. Both were exclusive to 7-Eleven only for a limited time. Thankfully, images of both can backs can be found, which when compared prove identical ingredients. One of Mountain Dew's most perplexing releases has to be 2016's Baja Blast non-alcoholic bubbly, usually just referred to as Baja Blast Champagne. These days, a marketing gimmick like this would fit right in, but back in 2016, this blew people away. Those even aware of the Baja Blast Champagne likely recognize it from this specific image that went viral a few times on Twitter. The more you look into it, it turns out there exist multiple variants of the bubbly. The story goes that the numbered bottles were given away at the launch event for the first ever Taco Bell Cantina grand opening in Las Vegas. Only 50 were said to have been offered, made clear by the serialized Sharpie number. In case you're unaware, cantinas differ from the typical Taco Bells with their more upscale vibe and for the fact they serve alcohol. On those bottles, the date of 2016 can be seen, which does line up with the event. By looking in the deepest corners of the internet, launch party pictures can be found, where within visual proof of the champagne bottles can be seen, silver foil and all. The gold variant, which has also been linked to this low-res render, looks to have been a part of the Stila Base Stila Taco promotion, which also has ties to 2016. The title is in reference to if any player steals a base during that year's World Series, customers are then allowed one free taco at Taco Bell the very next day. When and how exactly this was given out is unclear. Same goes for the numberless silvers and the mysterious New Year's bottles. Fans have speculated on bottles being handed out at Taco Bell hotel openings and/or weddings, but they're likely confusing the fact Taco Bell offers champagne flutes filled with the tropical lime liquid. Others have theorized that the non-alcoholic bubbly likely means plain old carbonated Baja Blast, which looks to actually be the case when comparing their identical ingredients. The question is though, then why are they labeled not for consumption? Keeping up with the pattern of early year kickstarts, the offerings made available February 2017 included Energizing Mango Lime and Hydrating Boost Raspberry Citrus. In terms of interesting history related to the two, there isn't much. Mango Lime received a Canadian counterpart, and Raspberry Citrus eventually upgraded to 16 ounces, but overall these are some of the more forgotten flavor entries due to their color and taste profiles not differing all that much from previous releases, resulting in a 2021 double discontinuation. With the massive success of Black Label in 2016, it only made sense to further expand the brand with new crafted color creations. A year after the Label series launch, the roster was expanded to include White Label and Green Label. The idea is same as before, matte finished cans designed for life's more sophisticated moments. The flavor choices this time around included Green Apple Kiwi and Tropical Citrus. For their taglines, Green Label was described as Curiously Daring Dew, and White Label as Mysteriously Exotic Dew. In an effort to replicate the success of Black Label, both Green and White were first made available through a college campus test tour, followed by a Label series themed motel party, complete with all sorts of themed decorations like Black Label beer pong, and a 360 VR experience that takes place in a fictional bar, exclusively serving the 3 color-crafted sodas. Some buzz was generated from these events, leading to the formation of a decent-sized fan base, but not a super passionate one, as the Label series today is rarely ever discussed. Sure, Black Label had its followers, resulting in a decent time spent on shelves, but for Green and White Label, they only made it a year. Their lack of traction is likely due to their strange prim and proper persona, one that on paper is interesting and unique, but in reality clashes hard with Mountain Dew's established aesthetic. No better example of a demographic disaster exists than with the following flavor duo of spiked lemonade and raspberry lemonade. The choice to use the word spiked to describe a non-alcoholic product is one of the most baffling ever made by Mountain Dew. Not only do the cans look visually similar to alcohol, but the word spiked is almost always used in an alcoholic context. Their rationale for using the word has to do with the fact each was spiked with prickly pear cactus juice. Below any promotional post related to the spiked siblings are comments asking about or being confused with the questionable spin-off series name. Initially, the duo was only ever available in 16-ounce cans, but eventually they received 12-ounce can 8-packs, and Lemonade even saw a freeze and fountain release at Taco Bell, which, despite its tiny label, made sure to also mention its non-alcoholic nature. All forms of spiked would be discontinued in 2018, likely due to the public not knowing who the drink was aimed at. Originally, there looked to be plans for a release over in Canada, except their version went under the more appropriate name Extra. The only proof of these are two renders which happen to be used on a few websites, one dating back to 2016. The alternate name decision isn't at all surprising given the country's track record. Other prototype renders have been found, like these two darker designs and these never before seen colorful concepts that take the spiked idea quite literally. From a modern day point of view, these were doomed from the start. Sure, other flavors have danced around in alcohol association, but none did it less gracefully than spiked. To call back to the question regarding most nostalgic flavors, one that definitely is in that conversation is 2017's Do SA, a patriotic themed flavor composed of Code Red, Whiteout, and Voltage. That's literally what it's defined as, not something new, instead a combination of three fan favorites. The reason behind these three specifically is not only to thematically tie in with the play on words flavor name, but also because they just work so well together. Anyone who's ever sipped the purple perfection that is Do SA knows this to be true. 3 years before its limited time summer run, Sam's Club provided a similar in concept combo pack featuring the same legendary lineup. After its availability window ended, fans resorted to brewing up their own Do SA, though replicating the exact ratio proved difficult. Luckily, an internal leak stated Do SA would once again return in collaboration with the 2020 Olympics, which then got delayed due to the pandemic. Thankfully, when the Olympics were rescheduled for 2021, Do SA did make a triumphant return alongside it, again for a limited time, this time in even more sizes. In the years since its inevitable disappearance, the love for Do SA has only grown as it has become increasingly harder to replicate due to Whiteout's shoddy availability. Initially serving as a Jackson's exclusive, then a Sheetz exclusive is Goji Citrus Strawberry, a fountain-only flavor also from 2017. GCS is a strange one as it has claimed allegiance to several companies, seemingly at the same time, eventually turning into a widely available fountain mix option seen at stores big and small. The flavor not only speaks for itself, but is actually the first time any Mountain Dew product has officially advertised the obscure goji berry fruit. Due to its varied availability and overall long lifespan, Goji Citrus Strawberry's label has gone through many different looks, including several non-official customs created to keep up with demand, some of which are quite funny. As to be expected, Game Fuel returned in 2017, except this time without Citrus Cherry. Instead, two brand new flavors were paired up for the release, Tropical Smash and Arctic Burst. Now, many have speculated Arctic Burst to actually be a re-release of the 7-Eleven Slurpee released 11 years prior, but let's be real, the names only match because they forgot about the obscure Superman Returns tie-in and thought Arctic Burst sounded cool. The games advertised this time around included Forza Motorsport 7 for Tropical Smash and Middle-earth Shadow of War for Arctic Burst. The reason behind Citrus Cherry's absence is because at the time, that promotionalist version was widely available, thus making room for 2 new Game Fuels this year instead of their traditional 1. Promotion-wise, nothing new, simply another point-based Xbox giveaway. The actual flavor profiles of the two aren't the most clear, each of which uses their name followed by flavored Do, so take with that what you will. Likely due to the prior success of Do SA, Mountain Dew figured why not repeat the flavor combo concept, this time for Christmas. The result was Holiday Brew, a red and green mix of OG plus Code Red. This, some might call lazy premise, was not an assumption made by fans, it was proudly advertised. Fans have long argued if the OG Code Red mix was actually 50-50, with many claiming it leans heavier on the cherry than the citrus. When looking into behind-the-scenes material, evidence can be found of a Holiday Brew display cave that sadly only exists in concept form. The year is now 2018, and with it came the immediate release of Ice, Mountain Dew's new clear, refreshing lemon lime flavor. Ice marked the second time the company decided to go colorless with the drink itself, obviously as a way to tie in with the name and to complement the citrus taste. How Ice differs from OG is easier to experience than to explain, but overall can be considered another riff variant. Like previous examples, Ice was launched with a Super Bowl commercial, one featuring Morgan Freeman and Peter Dinklage rap battling with the help of Busta Rhymes and Missy Elliott. This celebrity-packed ad was designed as a cross-promotion with Doritos Blaze, hence the Fire and Ice concept. The buzz created from this led to a pretty strong start for Ice. It was made available in several sizes, received a fountain tap at Circle K, received a Canadian release involving an especially cool color-changing King can, and it even scored a brief cameo in 2020's Best Picture-winning film, Nomadland. It would be that same year, 2020, that also sadly marked the end of Ice. Shortly after its removal from shelves, renders were found online showcasing a new-looking formula for Ice, except these never made it to release. Physical samples of the supposed Ice relaunch were discovered, complete with a mention of no sale. Renders have also been discovered for a cancelled zero sugar variant, but this too never came to fruition. Several unreleased versions of Ice have been spotted online, like this early alternate look and this even more obscure bold double bottle design from the same guy behind those spiked prototypes. Despite the cancelled reintroduction, Ice would go on to receive new life via multiple foreign releases. In 2020, Ice would drop in Taiwan, as well as in the Philippines, where it was given quite the extensive rollout. In 2021, Ice would debut in India, except now white in color and labeled as Dew Charged with Lemon Juice, possibly alluding to a new unique flavor. To further add to customer confusion, another spin-off variant of Original was released early 2018, this time under the Kickstart name, with the full title being Kickstart Energizing Original Dew. This was paired with another Original Dew, except the can was silver and contained the added Ultra name. This, alongside a small circular blurb, was Kickstart's confusing way of saying diet. In theory, these were just Original and Diet made different by adding some real fruit juice and additional caffeine, plus maybe some vitamins for good measure. As for how long they lasted, Ultra received the axe the same time as the other unperforming Kickstarts in 2019, and the Green Original Dew lasted only 1 year longer, to then be never mentioned or thought about ever again. Up to this point, it's becoming clear that franchise-exclusive flavors were the way of the future. Although the concept does alienate some fans, the idea of tracking down a tough-to-find fountain does make for a memorable experience, and from a business perspective, the connected brands probably love the increased traffic that comes as a result of having a flavor only accessible through them. Case in point, 2018's Berry Monsoon, a Sam's Club exclusive fountain-only flavor defined as a storm of berry lime. Based on that definition, 2015's Black Ops 3 Game Fuel obviously comes to mind, as it too is berry lime flavored and shares the distinct dark teal color. If you were to compare the two ingredients lists side by side, they are very similar, though not exact. Like Goji Citrus Strawberry, depending on the location, label variations could be seen, the most popular of which defines the flavor twice. Berry Monsoon proved popular enough to receive its own related sweepstakes and even have a zero sugar version of it released 3 years later, using the standard blackened colorway design. 2023 would be the final year Sam's Club offered their exclusive Berry Monsoon, leaving behind no physical release ever, not even a single cup. 2018 was also the year Japan introduced its first Kickstart flavor under the name Energizing Grape. Not only does this release not feature the midnight titling, its appearance was quite different from the US, with its size, color, and ribbed exterior. Suntory, Pepsi's Japanese distributor, was again behind this release, which they pitched as being exclusive to vending machines. When reading the promo statements made about the new 350ml flavor, it becomes evident that this is simply just the US's Midnight Grape with a slight name alteration. Prior to its official release in April, a small Twitter-based lottery was held that rewarded 500 fans with 2 early cans housed in a special gift box labeled Kickstart from the USA. You could almost argue the Kickstart name is what's from the US, not specifically this exact grape variant, but that's a stretch for sure. When attempting to procure a can, you could be met with the same advertisement artwork, or maybe even a fun plastic stand-in can, similar to the one seen for 2011's Grape. Kickstart Energizing Grape's vending machine availability window is not known, but likely not too long, as it stands as one of Mountain Dew's most obscure flavors. Not nearly as obscure, but still fairly unknown, is the ice spin-off flavor Ice Cherry. Originally released for a limited time in 2018, Ice Cherry made waves in the Mountain Dew community as the brand's most mid-offering in some time. Its flavor, which was defined as cherry with a splash of real juice, was one that neither rallied or upset fans, leading to many completely forgetting about it after its 3-month run. Surprisingly, Ice Cherry returned the following year, with this release including an incredibly rare 7.5-ounce NBA variant. This 2019 run was not advertised as limited time, but would end up being so when it too got discontinued alongside the OG Ice in 2020. Thankfully, 2018 wrapped up with a much more memorable flavor option, that being Merry Mashup, the spiritual successor to 2017's Holiday Brew, obviously released in tandem with the Christmas season. Despite the use of the word mashup, this is not another flavor combo. It is instead brand new with a definition of cranberry pomegranate. Visually, the two look quite similar, but taste-wise, they vary quite a bit. Due to its Christmas theming, Merry Mashup was only meant as a limited time offering, but due to popular demand, its limited time run would be repeated for 2019 and 2020. Every year, the flavor would be available in more sizes, with 2020's release being notable for incorporating a design revamp. In 2019, Merry Mashup received a 7-Eleven Slurpee variant, which on paper is quite strange given the chilly season. Finally, picking back up where we left off with AMP, is 2019's 4-flavor batch of Cherry Burst, Berry Blast, Tropical Strike, and Original, all of which exist under the brand new AMP Game Fuel Charged spin-off series. This intriguing new line from Mountain Dew aimed at not only cashing in on the Game Fuel name, but also AMP Energies, which was strange given the brand's lack of relevance in 2019. In hopes of winning over the gamer demographic once again, the AMP Game Fuel Charge series introduced a new resealable lid alongside a new tactile grip texture. Of course, boosted caffeine levels were advertised as well, because according to them, it increases accuracy and alertness. Flavor-wise, each basically speaks for itself, with Original again meaning what you think it does. Because of the new tech on display and monumental mashup of pre-existing IPs, the AMP Game Fuel Charge series was pushed hard by Mountain Dew. Advertisements featuring the 4 flavors were seemingly everywhere. Not only is this series interesting for essentially being a paradoxical double spin-off, it's notable for replacing the yearly Game Fuel double release tradition. This series is also why the promotionalist Citrus Cherry dropped its Game Fuel wording in 2018, and why the 2019 Mountain Dew amps look the way they do. Several games were still advertised on the 16-ounce cans, but not in the same fun, new flavor way the original Game Fuels did. Most tie-ins were Call of Duty related, with the coolest of all being this elusive optic gaming partnership featuring the team's 6 players. AMP Game Fuel Charged was without a doubt a success, enough to where it received several future entries, not including these Adrenaline Game Fuels that just happen to use the same name and font. Like the previously seen examples, Adrenaline occasionally used the Game Fuel name, but only in Russia and some other neighboring countries. These are damn close to counting as a Dew spinoff though, as they feature the same game promo and artwork. Shifting gears to the fountain side of things, 2019 was also the year KFC debuted Sweet Lightning, an exclusive flavor defined as a mix of sweet peach and smooth honey. The marketing around Sweet Lightning centered around a fictional cowboy named Sweet, whose sole focus was to secure a meeting with the Colonel in hopes of pitching him his southern-inspired beverage that he believed paired perfectly with KFC's signature fried chicken. After downing a swig, Sanders was quickly won over and agreed to make a deal with the condition that it remains exclusive to his restaurant chain. The written lore behind Sweet goes on to describe him as having a glass-half-full swagger and quick but smooth disposition, inspired by the Colonel's feisty personality and drive to sell his world-famous fried chicken. In concept, Sweet Lightning is obviously KFC's attempt at having their own Baja Blast, down to the whole designed to complement only their menu idea. If you're extra lucky, you might see both fountain taps next to one another, only made possible by KFC Taco Bell combo restaurants. The press surrounding the drink wanted to make it clear nothing tastes quite like Sweet Lightning. claiming it is unique as the fried chicken it was created to complement, and specifically as unique to KFC as the Colonel's secret blend of 11 herbs and spices. If in a rush, branded fountain cups were made as a to-go option, or maybe you're more into the bag method. Off the bat, KFC called Sweet Lightning their permanent pour, made evident by its long life and many redesigns. Starting in 2024, flavor variations were offered for Sweet Lightning in the form of added syrup pumps. In the order of release, there was blackberry, tropical passion fruit, cranberry, and peaches and cream varieties, the latter of which added vanilla cream instead of syrup. Also in 2024 was a Sweet Lightning Icy, only at select locations in Kentucky. Many think this was Mountain Dew's first time partnering with the Icy brand, except that's not true. That goes to this highly obscure Target twosome. Sweet Lightning almost also received a Canadian release and a zero sugar option, except that one is only proven through trademark filings, and the other via a juicy piece of concept art depicting a planned 2022 in-store can and bottle release of the Honey Peach Pop in full and zero sugar next to the drink that inspired its creation. This double summer drop was likely cancelled due to the ironclad deal struck between Colonel and Sweet. As you can see, the franchise exclusive concept was gaining significant traction during the late 2010s, enough to where Speedway threw its hat in the ring with Cyclone, an exclusive citrus punch flavor only available in fountain form. The use of the name Cyclone is interesting as it was one of the few test nicknames given to 2010's Typhoon before release, with it being storm themed and all. To many, Cyclone is all but a distant memory. Sure, it lasted a few years, but today it's only ever brought up when discussing 2015's Sangrita Blast, another citrus punch flavor with an identical color that many think was just renamed for Speedway. Ingredients-wise, they're said to differ, but why did so many fountains use Sangrita Blast labels? Was this a glitch due to an identical formula, or simply an employee accidentally uploading a similar-looking JPEG? In terms of collector's items, Cyclone did not receive the coveted cup, instead a thermos, one that for many would be the ultimate holy grail find. During the 2-year hiatus of Dew SA, another patriotic flavor filled in the gap, claiming to be 50 flavors in one. It went by the name Liberty Brew, brew likely referring to the supposed blend of 50 different signature flavors. Mountain Dew has never disclosed the 50, leading to the likely conclusion that they just had a tasty yet harder to find blue dew in their hands that, instead of claiming was some mixed berry this or that, would sell better if it instead had some fancy unprovable gimmick. The 50-state premise was also incorporated into the concurrent Dew-Nited promotion that centered around collecting 50 different state-themed labels, all with the goal of winning a life-changing grand prize of $100, an amount that wouldn't even cover the cost of the bottles, let alone the gas and shipping costs required to obtain all 50. Thankfully, each state wasn't relegated to only one bottle design, making the hunt doable, but ultimately not worth it. Liberty Brew, which only had one label, really drove home its patriotic positioning with all sorts of American iconography. Due to the love it received during its 2019 limited time run, Liberty Brew would see return in 2020, alongside another round of Dew-Nited States labels. Thankfully, a more realistic grand prize of $1 million was possible this time. Online label trading was also introduced, which was neat, but only allowed for 5 measly trades. Despite the goofy gimmick and questionable promo tie-in, fans begged for Liberty Brew to return every summer. But like with Dew SA, they'd have to wait. Given the country's track record, it should be no surprise that in 2019, Japan received yet another exclusive grape Dew. Except this time the flavor looks to be brand new. Mountain Dew Violet was the name given to the drink that some argue is simply a reskin of 2011's grape. But given the lack of proof and unlikely referencing of a flavor that obscure, it should be considered separate. The full mountain text, rib can shape, and oversized bottle labels, both of which feature a paintball-riddled design, altogether make for one unique-looking Mountain Dew. Unlike the previous examples, Violet was also made available to US customers, but only through FYE stores who are known to carry foreign soda imports. When advertised, FYE made sure to mention Violet's unique inclusion of elderberry juice. Like all Japanese flavors, it didn't stick around long, with Suntory deciding to cease production around late 2020. After a whopping 14 years, Mountain Dew finally decided that in 2019, they'd again theme a flavor solely around the holiday of Halloween, and to make it more fun, the drink would be labeled as a mystery flavor. The idea was that during its limited time 3-month run, fans would drink the foggy white voodoo, guess the flavor, and then have it revealed to them only right at the very end. Originally, voodoo looked to be called Voodoo Brew and planned to look something like this, or maybe this? The early render seen here is notable for the neighboring Kickstart can that has never been seen since. To engage with fans during the guessing period, several clues were released along the way, some of which were subtle, others not so much. The end reveal ended up being candy corn, which made sense given the holiday. Around the same time, another juicy exclusive was hitting shelves. The shelves specifically within Dollar General locations. When originally released in October of 2019, Maui Burst was only available in 16-ounce cans fully covered in the tropical island imagery of Maui. On paper, Maui Burst's name concept isn't too different from its Californian cousin. The flavor this time around was purely pineapple, a fruit rarely seen connected with Mountain Dew. Maui Burst is also unique for being the first non-fountain, non-freeze exclusive, not counting that weird Walmart Typhoon 2-liter. When first seen at Dollar General, it was around for just 2 months, then brought back the following year for then a permanent position. Eventually, Maui would expand to more sizes and even get a whole new look in 2024, one that every Dew fan can agree is a major downgrade. A year later, Maui Burst would receive another redesign, courtesy of the 2025 rebrand. This release is notable for removing the pineapple's MLG shades, and for only lasting a measly 2 months, thanks to a 2026 discontinuation. Contrary to what many believe, the 5th entry in the AMP Game Fuel Charge lineup, Orange Storm, did not debut alongside the original 4. It instead released 8 months later, by itself, promoting the 2019 video game Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Initially, Pepsi claimed Orange Storm would be limited time, but that never ended up being the case as it joined right alongside the others as a permanent, eventually with a promotionless appearance. At some point in 2020, Orange Storm alongside the others quietly dropped the AMP wording from their titles, likely because the AMP name no longer held much weight. In addition to the name change, in 2021 the entire 5-flavor lineup was then pulled from shelves and switched to online only, signifying a potential series finale on the horizon. At the tail end of 2019, one more flavor was set to release, specifically in December, as a way to capitalize on the New Year transition to 2020. The flavor would never make it to release and is now known as one of the few cancelled Mountain Dew variants that we actually have a visual of. It went under the name Happy Dew Year and had artwork clearly indicating a connection to 2020. Given the state of the world at the time, the cancellation makes perfect sense. This one and only render of the bottle appears to have shown a flavor of peach, potentially with the tagline Punch of Peach. Some think the word pinch was used instead, maybe as a way of indicating a champagne flavor profile, which would make sense, but is only a theory, a loose one at that. A few months later after the initial finding, Happy Dew Year was spotted temporarily on Pepsi's Pepcoin website, except with a placeholder image and an alternate name of Mountain Dew Year's resolution. Some extra dedicated fans have even found an official terms and condition Pepsi PDF that clearly mentions Happy Dew Year, complete with its planned UPC. Despite the evidence, still many call it a hoax, but like we've seen before, time provides answers. 2020 kicked off the same way 2019 ended, with the reveal and subsequent non-release of a Peach Mountain Dew. This time 2 flavors were involved in the leak, Energizing Wild Peach and Strawberry Lemonade, both of which were obviously planned to release under the Kickstart name. For the longest time, all fans had in terms of proof were these 2 renders, which were then found to belong to 2 Pepsi Smart Label web pages. Those links would eventually be labeled as retired, confirming their cancelled status. In the years since the initial finding, more evidence has surfaced like these plain stickered test cans, alternate renders featuring the new names of Peach Dawn and Strawberry Sunrise, and even a small shelf sticker of Wild Peach somehow made it into the wild, similar to the one seen for Orange Cranberry. Fortunately, both would go on to have some sort of future. To what official extent? You'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, 2 flavors that did physically hit shelves in January included AMP Game Fuel Charge Zero, Watermelon Shock, and Raspberry Lemonade. Going off the new name and alternate white design, these two additions to the AMP Game Fuel Charged sub-series were intended to give fans the option to go sugar-free. Due to their early 2020 release, versions can be found with and without the AMP subtitle. Like their full sugar relatives, they too received an occasional limited time video game tie-in. After moving to an online-only status alongside the other 5 flavors, both Zero Sugars would be axed in 2021, then Raspberry Lemonade alone would return in 2022, followed by a complete discontinuation of all current Game Fuel Charged flavors in 2023. Worth noting, with the initial Zero Sugar discontinuation announcement, there's mention of the two entering the Game Fuel Flavor Vault, a vault that at that point was jam-packed. It was at the point in the Mountain Dew timeline when you could tell the company was all in on the franchise exclusive concept, to almost a laughable degree. Starting 2020, Mountain Dew began handing out new limited access flavors to just about any company that requested one, starting with Walmart's Frostbite, an ambiguous blue dew confusingly containing no flavor definition whatsoever. We only know of its refreshing cool burst of melon flavor through a press release posted for the Zero Sugar variant of Frostbite released the following year, 2021. Originally, its beverage facts page mentioned a burst of icy refreshment and cool melon, but that was promptly removed, likely due to the fear of melon turning off fans. Walmart still called it melon citrus at the same time Mountain Dew called it lemon on Twitter, so honestly, who really knows? Due to the era Frostbite released in, it featured a mascot as part of its design. This shark was revealed to be called a Megalofrost as part of the brand's collaboration with Discovery's Shark Week. The Megalofrost was also viewable through a Snapchat filter and a wearable mask, included in the Zero Sugar pre-release box. Both versions of Frostbite lasted up until 2025, where instead of being simply cancelled, were replaced. The next exclusive of the year came again from Sheetz. Like Goji Citrus Strawberry, Atomic Blue would eventually break exclusivity, with it being simultaneously seen at Come and Go, where it was instead labeled locally exclusive. This is possibly because both chains share little geographical overlap, allowing both to claim exclusive and get away with it. Despite its blue color, Atomic Blue is defined as electrifying lemonade, which is likely a reference to the cocktail known for its inclusion of blue curacao. Both releases of Atomic Blue were only ever fountain focused, with Sheetz specifically claiming it was only accessible through their fizz machines. At some point, a Canadian release of Atomic Blue looked to be planned, but never came to be. Its run in the US would eventually come to an end in 2024, thus serving as the first and only ever example of the rare double exclusive. It would be the southern fast food chain Bojangles who was next up to receive their own flavor, this time the tropical fruit punch Southern Shock. You may have never even seen a Bojangles restaurant as it only exists in certain regions, but you might be aware that they had their own exclusive dew in 2020. One that was said to pair exceptionally well with their perfectly seasoned fried chicken and made from scratch buttermilk biscuits. This was of course by design, and not at all a coincidence that they then spun into a marketing gimmick. The corporate talk connected with this release is especially egregious, calling the flavor Summer on Ice, truly the perfect refreshment for those hot southern days and nights, and a collision of Bojangles' real deal southern flavor and Mountain Dew's bold and playful spirit that can shock up the mundane. Memes aside, people seem to have really liked this one. Not enough to keep it around past 2023 though. Its fountain-only status of course led collectors to search for a cup that did appear in the marketing, but never outside of it. As we witnessed, Speedway had their moment with Cyclone, but the flavor they're most known for is without a doubt 2020 Spark, a raspberry lemonade exclusive released only in 20-ounce bottles. Initially. See, Spark has had a wild life. It started as a limited 3-month release in 2020 only at Speedway, that was then repeated for 2021, then in 2022 Spark would prove so popular it was relaunched a third time nationwide for the first time alongside a zero sugar variation in all sorts of new sizes, including cans. Going back to 2020, Spark was released alongside the Rev Up Your Dew Den promotion, which involved some cool winnable merch, not nearly as cool as the grand prize offered in the 2022 tie-in promo, Year of the Dew. The Speedway-sponsored event revolved around visiting one of 16 drop points, which then allowed entry into a sweepstakes to win a PS5, amongst other goodies. The console was advertised as the big get, when in reality the real worth was in that bottle. A golden dew was said to be hidden at each drop point, requiring you to find one and take a picture with it to enter. In theory, 16 were produced, yet not one has been seen outside of the event in the hands of a collector. This is likely because it was held hostage by Pepsi employees and only allowed to be used for photos. When giving it a second look, it's obviously just spray painted, but the label looks to be legit. Anyway, it's a neat piece of history no one ever discusses that loosely relates to the Speedway exclusive. Spark's popularity only increased as the years went on. Big budget commercials were run, one of which featured the drink's race car mascot front and center. It was even spotted in Canada in both liquid and frozen form, and in Poland with an alternate look and slightly varied flavor text of raspberry and lemonade. A similar looking Spark was seen alongside Pitch Black in Hungary with unique added text denoting its caffeine inclusion. In 2025 in the US, production of Spark would sadly cease, marking the end to an impressive run, one that got its start as a humble bottle-only Speedway exclusive. Despite just missing the US's 2025 redesign, the Raspberry Lemonade liquid would receive an updated look via its Canadian counterpart. By far the least remembered exclusive from 2020 would have to be Berry Twister, the Canada-only Circle K exclusive fountain and froster. In case you're unaware, that's what Circle K calls its freezes. Flavor-wise, Berry Twister is a bit of a mystery. The only text we were occasionally given below the logo translated only to the drink's name, so berry flavored it is. Notes of watermelon were often mentioned, but not confirmed by any official sources. In terms of its design, it features a subtle red tornado, and that's about it. Nothing else is really known about Berry Twister. Ever since launch, it just lived in the background, joining the ranks of Mountain Dew's other forgotten freezes. It's not even exactly known when it was phased out. Some say 2022, others say 2024. By far, Berry Twister's biggest claim to fame is being the first ever Canadian exclusive, believe it or not. Now it's time to get back into the unreleased side of things. First with Game Fuel Turbo. Only seen in this single, thought to be real render, is a black cherry looking unreleased variant of Game Fuel. When first discovered, this image served as the reveal for the incoming Kickstart redesign, which looked to originally include 300 milligrams of caffeine instead of the 90 we did end up receiving. There's also this 32-ounce big boy, of which we have no info on whatsoever. Where this render came from and whether it's 100% real is not confirmed, but some legitimacy is added when typing in the word turbo on Mountain Dew's contact page, which surprisingly yields a mention of a turbo fruit punch and a turbo charged electric mango. Together, these somewhat prove some sort of spin-off was in the works, likely one based around increased caffeine. Maybe the most interesting unreleased Mountain Dew flavor of all time from that same year 2020 is Riddler's Brew, the sort of spiritual successor to 2012's Darkberry, this time planned to release alongside the 2021 film The Batman. Now of course the film didn't release in 21 and Riddler's Brew never saw the light of day, but why? Well, people have their theories, but first we need to establish a timeline. The flavor was first spotted through this leaked image posted in August, where it can be seen in a dark blue bottle under the Riddler's Brew name, next to a Riddler-looking character with some text noting it's strictly confidential. It wouldn't be long until Riddler's Brew was seen again, this time within a leaked internal reel, which showed all sorts of crazy incoming releases, most importantly the blue Batman beverage, described as being a mystery flavor.
Next fall, riddle us this. What's more badass than Batman? Solving the riddle of Dew's mystery flavor, the Riddler's Brew.
Like many internal videos, this originates from Vimeo. The only other info provided makes mention of some Batman rewards and daily riddles that need solved. Unfortunately, no physical proof of Riddler's Brew existence has ever surfaced. All we've got are those few visuals. The mystery flavor premise makes sense given the character and likely would have been a hit, but why did it get cancelled? The theory you see most is, due to the flavor leaking the Riddler design early, Warner Brothers decided to kill the partnership. When asked directly, WB stated the planned collaboration between Mountain Dew and the Batman was indefinitely delayed due to COVID and licensing issues. They also state Mountain Dew is no longer releasing any The Batman merchandise. COVID delaying this film is true, but many interpret licensing issues to mean the higher-ups were pissed at Mountain Dew for leaking the design early, so in response they pulled the plug on Riddler's Brew. But an important thing to note is, that's not even Riddler. This is the film's Riddler. This is simply a crude mock-up with a head of Batman's other foe, Hugo Strange, using maybe the most famous image of him. What licensing issues likely meant is because of the film's delay, they no longer had the rights to make a tie-in drink. Simple as that. A mystery flavor that did see the light of day in 2020 was Voodoo 2, the spooky sequel to the 2019 original. Same deals with the first. Ghostly white liquid with an unknown flavor that throughout the course of a few months gets slowly hinted at, ending in a big reveal on Halloween. Not only was the moon year updated for this design, so was the Grim Reaper mascot. Given the previous year's candy corn classification, fans were thinking it had to be based around some sort of Halloween-centered candy. Upon the release of clue number 1, that was revealed to be at least partially true with an anagram spelling out fruit candy. That vague phrasing combined with an unhelpful clue number 2 left fans puzzled. On Twitter, the final video was posted showing what looked to be Skittles, except with no S, paired with a flavor reveal of fruit candy explosion, as sort of a wink wink nudge nudge. While us Americans were busy receiving new flavor after new flavor, the countries of Finland and Denmark decided they too wanted in on the fun, resulting in the arrival of the Nordic exclusive Jumpstart Energizing Citrus. At first glance, this appears to just be Kickstart Mango Lime in disguise, but that is unlikely as mango does not fit in the citrus family. Others have speculated this to instead be the original Dew Kickstart with a new name and color, which also might be true, but the colors aren't a perfect match. Regardless, Jumpstart Citrus is fascinating as it is the only one out of the 4 total Jumpstarts to not match a US flavor and name. Yes, for the flavors of Fruit Punch, Black Cherry, and Blood Orange, each had a finished release under the Jumpstart name, with Blood Orange being the only other one also seen in Denmark. The release order went as follows: Blood Orange in 2018, Black Cherry in 2019, Citrus in 2020, and Fruit Punch in 2021. As for the Danish Blood Orange, which also looks nearly identical to the US's Orange Citrus, its can is not thought to be a Finnish import due to slight visual differences. Each flavor would eventually leave shelves one by one, leaving Supernova as the country's last non-OG option. By now it should be obvious that a lot of hidden history exists within the infinitely interesting world of Mountain Dew trademark filings. By perusing through each and every filing currently available, with some established rules, a timeline of unreleased trademark-only flavors emerges, beginning with Mountain Dew Arctic, Monsoon, and Midnight. The early 2000s filings make it obvious Arctic was Blue Shock, Monsoon was likely Baja Blast, and Midnight was definitely Pitch Black. In 2007, a huge batch of 22 unused names hit the books, all from either October or November. Given the time span and sheer quantity, these are without a doubt unused names involved in the original 2008 Democracy. When reading all 22 titles, it's clear they tie into that promotion's whole dystopian custom flavor premise, but wow, are some funny outside of that context. The existence of these sort of adds legitimacy to Democracies actually giving fans options to pick from. In 2010, the same thing can be seen. Democracy names planned for Typhoon, Distortion, and Whiteout that ended up not being picked, in addition to a mysterious Mountain Dew Pursuit, filed the same exact day. In 2011, a planned series of mid-calorie Pepsi products under the name Next looked to be planned, then cancelled. In 2012, in August, all the failed names for Johnson City Gold can be seen getting trademarked, likely due to the planned multi-name regional release idea. Maybe the most interesting of all the Mountain Dew unreleased trademark-only flavors are the 3 starting in 2020, those being Viper Strike, Astronova, and Hyper Galaxy. The 2 space-themed titles filed on the same exact day are obviously close-knit, but Viper Strike? Who knows the game plan there? For Astronova, it was briefly seen in that same search box as the cancelled Game Fuel Turbo flavors, so it was likely somewhat near release. All 3 trademarks have since been abandoned, making any future release appear unlikely. The first of 5 flavors seen in the Riddler's Brew Reel to receive an official release was Major Melon in the year 2021. The release marked the first time a flavor launched alongside a zero sugar variation, and apparently the first permanent offering in more than a decade, according to several uninformed articles from the time. It was definitely treated as such, with a hard promotional push from the company, including another Super Bowl commercial, this time featuring John Cena, and a sweepstakes centered around counting all on-screen Major Melon bottles. The ideal was that whoever got the number right would then have a chance to win $1 million. To help count, a pre-release box was sent to some, including a Major Melon-themed calculator and a unique John Cena wrestling-style action figure. For those curious, the winning number ended up being 243. The flavor profile, which the company described as truly transportive and able to evoke freedom and nostalgia, was made extra clear with a fun new mascot, who quite literally is a melon major. Design-wise, it's hard to beat this guy. The drink was also said to bring fans the feeling of warm summer days, even in the middle of winter. The success of Major Melon led to an expanded availability, including several foreign releases, some of which being this Canadian bottle and froster, these New Zealand Big Brothers, and a Malaysia zero sugar only bottle, notable for its use of a new mascot. An interesting theory relating to Major Melon from 2022 is that when Spark made its in-store debut, its color was made considerably lighter, many think as a way to differentiate itself from the new Melon mainstay. Also like Spark, Major Melon's US run ended in early 2025, again nearly missing the brand redesign. Though thanks to Canada, the new logo was made possible. If the concurrent sub-series spinoffs weren't confusing enough, 2021 also brought with it the launch of Mountain Dew Rise Energy, a brand new line of 6 flavors, those being Pomegranate Blue Burst, Strawberry Melon Spark, Berry Blitz, Tropical Sunrise, Peach Mango Dawn, and Orange Breeze. As for the actual flavors, text below their names define them, with the only not obvious ones being Pomegranate Blueberry for Pomegranate Blue Burst, and Pineapple for Tropical Sunrise. Similar to the early days of Kickstart, the Rise line was aimed at targeting the morning crowd, oftentimes with the slogan, "Conquer the Morning." That concept was made clear not only with the drink's name, but also with it boasting 2 times the caffeine of coffee, amongst other health-boosting qualities. To sell the idea of Rise being a premium energy drink, each was only available in 16-ounce cans fashioned with a new logo, silver colorway, and matte finish. Similar to Frostbite, this line mascot was made wearable via a Snapchat filter. Another gimmick of this new Rise series was its lack of added sugar, which made for some of the most mid-tasting flavors in recent memory. The launch of the 6 drinks was paired with themed prizes and an endorsement by LeBron James, which was only possible due to him leaving his previous deal with Sprite. Before Rise officially hit shelves, they too were seen as part of that Riddler's Brew leak, where they went under the alternate names of Blueberry Pomegranate, Strawberry Melon, Acai Berry, Tropical Pineapple, Peach Mango, and Orange Zest. When talking prototypes, some have made the connection between Rise Peach Mango Dawn and Kickstart Peach Dawn, given the similar names, energy drink status, and time of day designation, but no official connection has ever been confirmed. Where things get real interesting is only after a few months on shelves, Pepsi was hit with a lawsuit from Rise Brewing, alleging their new Mountain Dew energy drink series posed an existential threat to their cold brew coffees. They claimed the Rise name, in conjunction with their aim at the morning coffee drinker, was enough to destroy their brand value and confuse customers. The initial loss then forced Pepsi to rename the series under the more generic title of Energy. All flavors were then seen under this new name except for Berry Blitz, who was discontinued shortly before the switch. Renders showing the change do exist though. Later on, Pepsi would successfully appeal this decision, but they never went back on the name switch. Late 2022, the flavor Strawberry Melon Spark would receive a further name alteration of Strawberry Melon Sharp, not due to any lawsuit, instead because of the similarly named Spark now being sold alongside it. Back on the fountain exclusive side of things, 2021 also saw the release of Mountain Dew Vibe, a straight-up lemonade flavor belonging only to Which Superior sandwiches. Like many that came before it, Vibe was said to be specially designed to complement any Which menu selection. They even went as far to say both brands collaborated for more than a year to create the perfect look and flavor to pair perfectly with any Which. The creation and naming of Vibe was said to be in response to COVID, believe it or not, as Vibe was said to provoke nostalgia, comfort, and happiness in the wake of the pandemic. In their words, Vibe delivers a fresh take on the when life gives you lemons saying. Years before the pandemic, Which can be seen incorporating vibes into their branding, making the whole proposed backstory feel like mostly corporate hoopla. In defense of Vibe, it does showcase one of the more striking designs from the time, one jam-packed with mascots. Despite its fountain-only status, Vibe was once seen in a bottle, only ever in a 2022 Which social media post. This seemingly innocuous video was uploaded to both Instagram and Twitter, only for a short time though, as both were quickly deleted following the increased attention that comes from sharing a never-before-seen Mountain Dew product. This either could be because the release was cancelled, Pepsi was upset with the leak, or maybe Which just custom made a bottle and never thought fans would think much of it. The truth behind the now lost post and the whereabouts of the Vibe bottle both remain unknown, making for one juicy Mountain Dew mystery. One of the more interesting and forgotten flavors from the early 2020s has to be Game Fuel Courageous Sherbet, which came in full sugar and zero sugar varieties. What makes this release so interesting is it was limited time only, exclusively online, and under the Game Fuel name, except without the word charged. This also lacks the AMP subtitle, as that design change was made a few months prior. Courageous Sherbet was also the first time a Mountain Dew flavor was closely branded around a celebrity, that being pro gamer Courage JD, aka Jack Dunlop. On Twitter, Courage went on to claim this is actually the first ever Pepsi-owned flavor to be custom themed to one person. The name of the drink not only references Jack's gamertag, but also its flavor profile of rainbow sherbet. The initial pre-order was said to have sold out in 6 hours, followed by another restock a few months later, to then never be seen again. Winnable Game Fuel branded swag boxes were advertised alongside a Courage JD trading card, obtainable via a checkout promo code. To many, a rainbow sherbet flavor was revolutionary, but real ones remember 2014 had it first. During the summer of that same year, 2021, to coincide with one of Baja Blast's many limited time runs, the duo Baja Punch and Flash made their debut, also for a limited time, as part of the 100 Days of Baja promotion, another standard 12-pack and cap code connected prize giveaway, with the chance of winning a sizable amount of cash. Made clear by the added Baja titling, this was Mountain Dew's way of ushering in new flavors under a well-known name, with the connection being their vague tropical flavors. Those being Tropical Punch for Baja Punch and Pineapple Coconut for Baja Flash, which essentially means pina colada. In the press release for the tie-in Room Scents, which are very much real, Baja Punch is instead defined as having hints of orange, pineapple, and cherry. Early visuals of the Tropical Twins reveal the planned names of Baja Blast Pineapple Punch for Flash and Baja Blast Tahitian Twist for Punch. Both bottles are just crude mock-ups with the same Baja Blast flavor text, but interesting nonetheless. Thankfully for their final designs, both were spruced up and included fun mascots. When diving back into Justia trademark, a Baja Twist can be seen filed the same exact day as Punch and Flash, either meaning that name was also considered or maybe a third Baja spinoff was in the works. Around the same time in Canada, the two spinoffs were seen once again in classic limited edition King Can form. When brought back again that same year, Punch would arrive solo, likely because the Canadians discovered what we already did. Baja Flash was ass. In terms of fan favorites from this time period, one of the names you always hear brought up is 2021's Cake Smash, a real deal cake flavored Mountain Dew, initially only available through a Twitter sweepstakes. How it worked was Mountain Dew asked fans to tweet a story detailing a unique way they celebrated in 2020, along with the hashtag #DewDoOver. This whole premise was based around the lack of parties that took place the previous year due to the pandemic. If selected, your story could win you 2 cans of the brand new limited time 16-ounce can only flavor Cake Smash. On the back of the can, a statement is made saying that if you missed a birthday, wedding, graduation, or life itself due to the craziness going on, you deserve to have your cake and drink it too. These 2-can sets were only given to 1,000 participants, 3 of which also received a $1,000 party fund. If this whole premise seems weird coming from Mountain Dew, that's because it wasn't the original plan. When looking into a trademark filed for the flavor, its original name is revealed to be Mountain Dew 80 Cake Smash, almost certainly in reference to Mountain Dew's incoming 80th birthday as a brand. It then looks like they ditched this idea in exchange for the COVID concept. The can's colorful palette and inclusion of many charming candle characters makes for one of the more striking designs in the history of the drink. Due to the positive reception and undeniably intriguing concept of a cake-flavored Mountain Dew, Cake Smash was once again made available, this time only through the online Dew store. This batch of 6-packs was said to have sold out in 2.5 hours, with the first 250 orders receiving a party pack of branded cups, pins, and balloons. To those who missed out, the flavor was restocked once more, then made available at the Mall of America's 29th birthday celebration, also in 2021, which involved actual cake smashing, then never again. In the years since, fans' desperation has gotten to the point where they've started combing through Canadian kosher certifications, where surprisingly a modern mention of Cake Smash was seen, a frozen variation even, only to then get deleted, leaving the flavor's future in question. Once all the Cake Smash craziness wrapped up around August, the next new Dew would come in the form of an Applebee's exclusive, that being Dark Berry Bash. Despite the similar name, this has zero relation to 2012's Batman beverage, at least not that we know of. Instead, Dark Berry Bash was themed around space, complete with an astronaut mascot similar to Vibes, who here is said to be surfing on galactic waves. This fountain-only entry is not the same as the prior fake exclusive Applebee's wannabes. This instead has a unique formula, defined on the tap as purely berry, though further described on the advertising as a collision of blue raspberry and blackberry flavors. Throughout its time at the restaurant, Dark Berry Bash has been seen mixed with alcohol, cream, and eventually passion fruit syrup, similar to the variants available for Sweet Lightning. That KFC exclusive also likely served as the inspiration behind Dark Berry's trendy take-home method, the 1-gallon soda sack, that was then topped by the chain's unique choice to contain their drinks in sealed clear plastic to-go cans. In a strange bit of foreshadowing, the next entry in the Mountain Dew history books has to do with everyone's favorite fiery snack, Flaming Hot Cheetos. Or does it? See, when first revealed as another Dew Store online exclusive, Mountain Dew Flamin' Hot was immediately considered to be Doritos, but for Cheetos. That is not actually the case. This instead is just a spicy version of original under the overarching Flaming Hot brand, of which includes Cheetos amongst other snacks. With that confusion out of the way, what's the full story behind Mountain Dew Flamin' Hot? When first made available to purchase in the now defunct Dew Store, it only took a measly 57 minutes for the drink to be completely sold out. For the fans lucky enough to snag one of the coveted 16-ounce 6-packs, they were introduced to the strange mouth sensation that comes from drinking a soda designed to be spicy. Unlike the 2016 Game Fuel, Flaming Hot actually had some heat to it, which many found unappealing and uncomfortable to sit through. The sheer ridiculousness of the concept and the limited online-only release together made it look like this was just another one-off novelty gimmick flavor that would surely flop if ever given an expanded release. Well, not even a month after the sold-out Dew Store listing, leaked concepts began to circulate showing the flavor bottled, accumulating in the eventual 2022 in-store release of Flaming Hot nationwide. This new version of the spicy sweet soda, now available in 2 sizes and clearly defined as a blast of heat and citrus, was said to have a tweaked taste more focused on lime, which can be seen via the drink's new artwork as well. Like with the first release, Frito-Lay's Sparky character was seen putting in overtime to promote the beverage. His likeness was used all over the marketing, including in the Hypebeast style Flaming Hot merch drop. The slogan, "Official Drink of Hell," was often being used for the second round release, mostly as a way to promote the launch event / party / concert that took place in Hell, Michigan. At the event, all sorts of interesting Flaming Hot branding can be seen, including some themed cocktails. For both the initial and second release of Flaming Hot, pre-release kits were sent to influencers, the first of which was extra cool looking with its fire-retardant barrel complete with a preemptive sweatband. When advertised at Dollar General, not only were fans confused by the inaccurate exclusivity mention, but also for the fact Sparky was sipping on a pineapple. Flaming Hot today is remembered as quite possibly the worst flavor ever, but one that was a lot of fun. It's interesting to note how Mountain Dew never explicitly came out and dispelled the popular rumor that the drink was flavored after Cheetos, as all that would do is kill customer curiosity. For those truly curious about what that combo would taste like, the closest thing we got are these 2013 Japanese Mountain Dew carbonated corn snacks, made by none other than Frito-Lay. For a third year in a row, Mountain Dew thought it'd be fun to puzzle fans with another Voodoo mystery flavor, this time in blue, labeled as Voodoo 3. To shake it up this time, Mountain Dew decided to properly utilize the drink's mascot by having him provide the clues from his own account under the username Voodoo Grim. In a similar fashion to Puppy Monkey Baby, Voodoo Grim was given the Halloween costume treatment. The clues this time around centered mainly on fruit, mostly apples, then candy was mentioned via a book written by an anagram author, resulting in a final reveal of Fruit Candy Chews. Similar to the previous year, this was an attempt at referencing a popular candy without actually mentioning their name. The unwrapped taffy seen in the reveal video was enough to let fans know, Starburst confirmed. An actual apple flavor was made available that same year, 2021, except only at Kroger, under the name Thrashed Apple. To be specific, this crisp apple entry was available at all stores within the Kroger family. Serving as the drink's mascot this time around was a band of thrash metal musicians fronted by a large sentient tree, one that, if you were lucky, you could meet in real life. To tie in with that musical premise, Thrashed Apple was often seen alongside the slogan, "Rock Your Taste Buds." Given its green apple alignment, Thrashed Apple is a rare example of a flavor aimed at being sour. When looking closely at the packaging, Easter eggs relating to Kroger can be seen, including one referencing the year the company was founded. Around late 2022, Thrashed Apple products started receiving massive price reductions, leading many to assume its days were numbered. Kroger then took to Twitter to say, yes, the green apple exclusive will in fact be faded from our inventory, only to then be pressed on it, resulting in the same answer, then pressed on it once more, to which after Kroger said fine, it's no longer being discontinued and instead going to remain permanently. This ended up meaning until early 2024, but still it shows how with some persistence and a buy-up of remaining stock, the life of a flavor can be extended. Another grocery store lucky enough to receive the exclusive Dew treatment was Food Lion, the regional chain located in a few mid-Atlantic states. Fitting with the brand's logo, the drink was named Uproar and given a lion mascot, paired with a flavor the company called a delicious mouth-watering berry-kiwi combination unlike any beverage ever tasted. This high bar was set because, according to Food Lion, their fans needed a unique flavor that reflects their discerning tastes. Uproar is notable for being the first ever example of an exclusive being purely bottle only, as no cans or fountain formulas were ever produced. To further tie in with the Big Cat concept, Food Lion told fans to forget hunting for a new drink, because this new one will make your taste buds roar. Initially, Uproar was planned as a limited time offering, but after another discussion on Twitter, that was proven to not be true. You might be wondering what permanent even means when, regardless of the terminology, every Dew eventually meets its maker. At least Uproar served some time on shelves, which can't be said for Mountain Dew Rise Dragon Fruit Lime, the unreleased flavor with origins dating back to 2021. Dragon Fruit Lime was first discovered as part of a 2022 planned release calendar, one jam-packed with all sorts of juicy visuals, like this unreleased Voodoo Duo, another round of Baja spin-offs, that same mock-up for Flaming Hot, that same planned Sweet Lightning physical release, and another Rise flavor simply called LeBron James. Info relating to Dragon Fruit Lime is minimal. We know that at one point it switched to Energy Dragon Fruit Charge, thanks to several sites showcasing updated renders, and it was maybe planned to be called Dragon Blast at one point, with the evidence being this 2022 trademark filing. As for the Rise LeBron James, that name is most definitely a placeholder, but a funny one at that. Knowing what's to come, this mystery is solvable, but still worth pointing out as it, alongside Rise/Energy Dragon Fruit Lime/Charge/Dragon Blast, both technically never saw the light of day. The real bomb drop leak from this 2021 time period came soon after with the discovery of this image showcasing a lineup of several known favorites, including Cake Smash in a bottle, as well as an unknown no-number voodoo variant, Happy Dew Year, and most interesting of all, Dewnicorn. This single render, which has metadata going back to 2019, was found on a graphic designer's portfolio page, under a post made about their time working at the advertising agency Motive. The author goes into detail about how their specialty was marketing pitch decks, meaning Dewnicorn was maybe only ever a concept. The label, which doesn't even look to be final, is unfortunately too low resolution to make out, forever leaving the flavor a mystery. When contacted, the person behind the image sadly had no info or additional images, but did say most of their work for Motive dealt with speculative concepts. An equally wacky flavor that also has ties to the Mountain Dew underground league scene is 2021's Gingerbread Snapped. When first seen in that same Riddler's Brew reel, the drink was revealed to be brown, and under a shorter name. Physical in-hand examples with this brown liquid did eventually surface, except under the final name of Gingerbread Snapped. When made publicly available in November of 21, the drink was instead changed to a more boring white, seemingly in connection to the snow rather than the cookie's color. This led many to believe the brown version tested poorly, leading to the safer switch to white. Most can probably admit its original color would have better sold the gimmick. And a gimmick it was, as no one ever thought Mountain Dew would continue their Christmas tradition with a drink flavored after ginger, cinnamon, and molasses. The flavor was advertised as the official drink of the naughty list, in reference to the tattered-looking gingerbread gentleman seen taking place in a snowball fight. That phrase was also seen on the Gingerbread Snapped pre-release box, which was designed around the oven-baked cookie concept. When combined with 2021's other eccentric entries, it was becoming clear no flavor was off limits. The very first new Mountain Dew to hit store shelves in the year of 2022 was the Energy line's 7th official entry, Cherry Lime Lift. This self-explanatory new addition to the series served as a replacement to Berry Blitz, hence why it was never seen under the Energy name. The pre-release / prototype / early sample version of Cherry Lime Lift used artwork purposely designed to obscure some sort of secret reveal. Given the spin-off series' early endorsement, vague shape and color, and tiny corner signature, this was most definitely LeBron James, later proven with this advertisement sticker that somehow leaked into the wild. This then puts to rest the previous Rise Render mystery, with the added context of the Berry Blitz replacement explaining why the can was originally purple. Why LeBron's involvement was kept secret and why physical cans were even made isn't at all known. When the drink was officially released, no LeBron head was featured, likely meaning they were in talks with him promoting the flavor and it just didn't work out. In an unprecedented move by the company, Mountain Dew released a real deal alcoholic variant of their beloved Lemon Lime Citrus Original in 2022, alongside 3 other flavors, all under the banner Mountain Dew Hard. Alcohol has been referenced to many times before, but never has a Mountain Dew product actually contained it, until now. Joining Original, which isn't even labeled as such, is Baja Blast, Watermelon, and Black Cherry, the latter two being brand new and not based on any specific prior flavor. At first, Baja Blast wasn't included in the initial reveal, but was later added because of its undeniable clout. Each of the 4 were 5% ABV, 0 sugar, only in cans, assigned a never-before-seen mascot, and legally required to include no caffeine. Hard Mountain Dew is one of the earliest examples of a well-known beverage brand taking a risk by producing a boozy variant of their staple drink. When first announced, fans were told to freak out responsibly and celebrate the end of the Dewhibition. Because of the 4 flavors not really fitting into the categories of beer, seltzer, cider, wine, etc., they were often referred to either as hard sodas or malt beverages. Ever since its inception, Hard Mountain Dew has developed a bit of a controversial reputation due to some customers confusing it for the standard soda. Hard Dew was said to be inspired by the drink's early days as a mixer for alcohol, and only made possible due to a partnership between PepsiCo and the Boston Beer Company. Initially, only 3 states had access to the boozy beverages, but over time their availability would be expanded to the point where you could find all 4 in nearly all states. To lean into how goofy Hard Mountain Dew is as a concept, several unique promotions were run, like the sponsored mani-pedi and these custom canned 12-packs, pitched as the first ever drinkable greeting card. Unfortunately, when in hand, it was revealed that custom meant a slapped-on sticker. Keeping up with the trend of famous chain meets exclusive Dew, 2022 was the year Legend hit the scene, a blackberry citrus flavor exclusive to Buffalo Wild Wings. Known for its shockingly dark color and golden goat mascot, Mountain Dew Legend was said to be inspired by the current blackberry flavor craze, with added notes of ginger. As to be expected, the restaurant behind the exclusive pour claimed that not only does Legend pair well with the food, it was actually uniquely designed to elevate their specific sauces, burgers, and other bar menu items, making for the ultimate wingman. Believe it or not, Mountain Dew Legend was not the first time the brand collabed with the well-known sports bar. That title belongs to 2015's limited time Zesty Citrus Sauce. To tie in with the 2016 Buffalo Wild Wings Citrus Bowl, the scientists over at the Sauce Lab decided to use Mountain Dew as an ingredient in hopes of replicating its bold citrus flavor, but for those who tried it, most were underwhelmed and upset they didn't toss in any green food dye. As for Legend, it, like Dark Berry Bash, had an alcoholic variant of it produced under the name Legendary Long Island, as it was simply a remix of their traditional cola cocktail. Prior to its 2025 discontinuation, free cups of Mountain Dew Legend were planned to be given out only if the NBA Finals reached Game 7, the game in which spokesman Tony Parker claimed, "Legends are made." 2022's next exclusive, which also happens to have ties to the NBA, has maybe the best name ever given to a flavor, that being Sasquench, the planned Little Caesars 16-ounce exclusive that we only know of via a single portfolio page. Before being locked behind a password, Sasquench looked to have been pitched as part of a Little Caesars NBA Pepsi collab involving a partnership with player Zach LaVine, an AR scavenger hunt, and an online delivery game. Only 4 total photos are shown, along with the mention of the author playing the role of creative director. To tie in with the obvious tongue-in-cheek name, a large Sasquatch was slated to be the mascot for the flavor, defined as Raspberry Citrus Punch. Visual proof of Little Caesars' involvement can be seen via small LC logos used around the can's opening. In one image showing a billboard render, a new sauce is mentioned, complete with a Mountain Dew logo and this time a green color. When discussing Sasquatch online, it often leads to a DMCA takedown, further adding legitimacy to the leak. Like Dunicorn, no further visual or informational proof has ever been found, leading to the likely conclusion Sasquatch never made it past the concept phase. The popular theory is either Pepsi Pineapple took its place in 2023, given its similar design, or maybe the chain just said no to raspberry and instead yes to a future formulation. The AMP Game Fuel Charge series, now only known as simply Game Fuel, delivered its final new entry in 2022, this time in collaboration with video game streamer Dr. Disrespect. It went by the name Championship Citrus Cherry, in reference to the doc's claim of being the 2-time 1993-1994 Blockbuster World Video Game Champion. Like Courageous Sherbert, Triple C was only ever available online for a limited time, only in 12-packs, resulting in, according to Mountain Dew, the biggest sales day in the history of the brand. When made available in April, the drink's inventory sold out in only 72 hours, never to be restocked again. How this Game Fuel version differs from the original Citrus Cherry is not clear. Phrases like championship level twist and revamped taste worthy of the dock are used insinuating another Riff variant situation. Prior to this collaboration, Game Fuel and the dock have worked together many times, including a custom camo can for Cherry Burst, housed in a special sheath. Doc's branding is once again made front and center, with a full body silhouette shown on top of the can's unique black exterior. Unfortunately, the celebrity tie-in choice didn't age the best, but the context of Citrus Cherry being the final entry in this spin-off series makes for a somewhat poetic ending. 1 month later, on the shelves of Circle K gas stations is where our next exclusive flavor got its start. The Berry Plum Purple Thunder was made drinkable only through 20-ounce bottles and a Polar Pop pour. Serving as the drink's mascot were these 2 motorcyclists, who this time around we actually have names for: Berry Biker and Plum Lucky. Like Thrashed Apple, a deeper look at the artwork reveals Easter eggs like this license plate and road sign, both of which reference Circle K. For the drink's 1-year anniversary, Circle K began what they called the Thunderversary Tour of 33 cities, where not only a Froster Freeze was made available, but also several pop-up stands were set up with all sorts of fun decorations and neat prizes, with the coolest by far being this plush of Plum Lucky. Purple Thunder must have been a hit because Circle K had to start sharing its exclusivity with Kroger-owned stores starting the following year, 2024. The deal was the gas stations kept the bottles and the grocery stores would just get canned 12 packs. This new change also coincided with the release of Purple Thunder Zero Sugar at both locations, each in their respective forms. For obvious reasons, these new cans scrapped any mention of the previous partner due to them now being produced for both brands. Purple Thunder even saw success in Canada, first in 2022 alongside those King Can Whiteouts, with a flavor clarification of Blackberry Plum, next in 2023 in Bottle Fountain and Froster forms, and then once again in 2024 in cans for a second time. As for Purple Thunder in the US, its look would eventually be upgraded, but its availability downgraded as the flavor was relegated to a Circle K fountain-only existence. Like the summer before it, the limited time release of Baja Blast was paired with two new spin-offs, those being Baja Gold and Baja Mango Gem, who together aren't too visually different from the previous year's options. Despite what many believe, these are not just reskins. Not only are the mascots different, but so are the flavors, with Gold being pineapple and Mango Gem of course being mango. Prior to release, fans understandably mistook these leaks as re-releases, with one early visual even going under a different name. The choice to use nearly identical appearances was likely a way to somewhat trick fans into buying a flavor they think they've had before. That same year, 2022, Canada was also included in the release, but only with Baja Gold, in bottle form only. Released alongside the two in the US was an energy version of Baja Blast. To some, this was exciting. To most, it was just another drink to skip as the energy line rarely produced any fanfare. At select Taco Bells, Energy Baja Blast was made available in a straight-up can and as a mix with sour strawberry syrup under the name Baja Blast Charged Berry. The promotion encompassing all these spinoffs was called the Lost Treasures of Baja Island in reference to not only the daily 1K giveaways, but the fact another Baja variant was winnable only through entering codes from all three non-energy flavors. The grand prize was shown to be Baja Deep Dive, a can-only mystery flavor said to have been limited to only 18,000 six-packs. Unlike all Voodoos, Baja Deep Dive's actual flavor was never officially revealed. When looking at the can's art, there's clearly a bottle referencing Pitch Black, leading many to believe this was a flavor combo of the two previous rivals. At times, Deep Dive would be seen with flavor text denoting Tropical Lime, though this was likely accidental as that would make it identical to normal Baja Blast, which it differs from quite a bit, despite sharing a similar color. For a lucky few in the Do Nation HQ program, they were sent Deep Dive early within awesome looking collector's cases in the style of an underwater containment canister. Also released in connection to summer was the Casey's exclusive Overdrive, a new flavor defined as simply citrus punch. No cans were involved this time around, with Overdrive being available only through fountains and 20-ounce bottles. For the most hardcore of Dew enthusiasts, this release came as a mega shock as the name Overdrive has been seen connected with Mountain Dew dating back to 2002. In a promotional blurb discussing Overdrive, the flavor is further defined as having hints of mango, raspberry, and lime, leading many to think this is the final form of Sasquatch. This theory is helped by a somewhat similar mascot, who we again have a name for. He goes by Benny and is said to be a mix between a bear and an antelope, in their words an outdoor-loving bearlope. Benny has even been spotted in real life in the form of an in-store mascot used for photo ops. Overdrive took full advantage of all the little critters seen on the label's artwork, positioning them in countless pieces of social media marketing. Continuing with the Easter egg trend, here a barn buoy with the brand's founding year is spotted, alongside a rooster pendant seen hanging around the neck of the water skiing bearlope. Overdrive did last until the 2025 charm removal redesign, resulting in a complete mascot massacre that some say is the reason behind its then swift discontinuation. As a way of paying tribute to the promotions of yesteryear, Mountain Dew decided to once again call upon fans to test flavors for a potential upcoming release. This was done through a 9-day event taking place in Mountain City, Tennessee, located specifically at what the company called the Mountain Dew Outpost. This Outpost flavor adventure centered around 6 unreleased flavors that fans would have the chance to try and then vote on. The testing was done via 2 barstool booths, and the voting was conducted by having participants place their favorite flavors testing cups in the corresponding tube in order to visually measure popularity. The options available included huckleberry, elderberry, summer pop, apple cinnamon, s'mores, and pickle. Obviously, none of these 6 flavors were given unique made-up names. Instead, each was rather straightforward with a small "inspired by" subtitle. A spokesperson for the Outpost went on to define each of them extensively, making it clear they were going for a loose, outdoorsy theme. Like the 2014 Do After Dark Doritos test, each flavor was only seen in unmarked bottles, which were then poured into voting cups placed on a labeled sample board. The event was said to only have enough supplies for 250 people per day, allowing for, in theory, 2,250 testers. Nothing labeled after these 6 flavors was allowed to be taken home, but at least 750 of those people were instead given exclusive camo-covered bottles. The choice to go with Mountain City was said to be inspired by the drink's roots, but let's be real, they saw the name of the recreation area was Doe Mountain, and they were sold. In order to leave a lasting impact on the area, Mountain Dew opened up archery courses and paved new trail extensions, in addition to leading several simultaneous outdoor activities like bird watching, scavenger hunts, wildflower planting, salamander hikes, and quote, creek life lessons. The temporary makeover given to the Outpost Tower and building included all sorts of neat-looking outdoor-themed mascots, one of which looks familiar. After the 9 days, Mountain Dew never came out and said which flavor received the most votes, but thanks to the appointed Outpost Ranger taking to Reddit a few months later, it was revealed the 2 finalists were Pickle and Summer Pop. Before finding out if either made it out of the hypothetical flavor vault, let's first check back in on the country of Honduras, aka the home of one-of-a-kind Mountain Dews. 1 year after the US, Honduras decided to release Major Melon, except under a new name. The title they went with was Mountain Dew Pink Drip. Yes, this is real and not a meme. Honduras just kinda does its own thing in terms of titling. Flavor-wise, this is considered the same as the US, it's only different in name and appearance slightly, as they instead use the traditional foreign full mountain spelling. Cans of Pink Drip are also often seen with a foil cap to preserve freshness, which is never seen here in the States. It appears Pink Drip was only available in part of the country, specifically the Northwestern Territory. Despite its obscurity here, Pink Drip is treated like a big deal in its home country, made evident by the non-stop posts by Mountain Dew's Honduran branch on social media, possibly leading to their ban on Twitter. Maybe the most predictable release of the year came in September with the limited time only drop of Code Red under the Energy name, serving as the series' now 8th official entry. Because of Baja Blast receiving the same treatment a few months prior, this release came as no surprise to fans. Instead of experimenting with brand new flavor names and profiles, Mountain Dew thought it was best to stick with the classics. 3 months prior to the release, Energy Code Red was included in an official Reddit poll asking fans which fan favorite Mountain Dew they would like to have its own future energy adaptation. The voting was done via comment upvotes, resulting in the final ranking of Spark, Typhoon, Major Melon, Voodoo, Code Red, Voltage, with the declared winner being Pitch Black with 2,300 total upvotes. Not only did the brand instead release the 3rd place candidate, Code Red Energy was even leaked before the poll was posted, making the whole thing look like a sham. Would Mountain Dew eventually make good on their promise, or was the whole thing purely a marketing stunt? Luckily, fans still had the dependable Voodoo series to fall back on, which in 2022 received its 4th variation, this time alongside a zero sugar option. Voodoo Grim thought it best to represent its sequel status not with fingers but instead a 4-finger ring. The drink's design also included references to the previous 3 entries, and even some small Easter eggs to what looked to be a Sour Patch Kid. Given the previous reveals of candy corn, Skittles, and Starburst, this very likely could be what the mystery flavor was aiming to replicate. This was also based on the single anagram clue that, when unscrambled, spelled out sour candy flavor. During its limited time run, a Grim costume was again made available, but with the proper color scheme, this time in collaboration with Spirit Halloween. Voodoo 4 was also part of the Mountain Dew Emporium, a Halloween-centered promotion involving augmented reality-style visuals, a board game, and sweepstake prizes, including some Air Jordans that just happen to have a similar name and aesthetic. The whole virtual world looked to be a lot of fun, as it included all sorts of wacky characters, including this MF. As a way to celebrate the series' new 4th member, Mountain Dew decided to re-release all prior Voodoo flavors in 16-ounce cans, only online as part of the Ghost of Voodoo's Past bundle. This throwback 6-pack was notable for not including equal numbers of each. Instead, there were 2 cans of Voodoo 1, 3 cans of 2, and just 1 can of Voodoo 3. The 3 returning flavors were also seen within this incredibly cool promo-only leather-bound book that includes a few pages detailing the origins behind each mystery mix. When it came time to reveal the flavor for 2022's Voodoo 4, it was shown to not be Sour Patch Kids, but instead just sour candy like the clue, using what looked to be Airheads Extremes as the visual. Switching topics to the country of Australia, 2022 was the year they received Major Melon, though under a new name. Not one as crazy as Honduras, but one still different enough to raise eyebrows. They called it Energized Zero Sugar Major Melon, similar to the Code Red variant seen in 2014. Unlike the black color used in the US, Major Melon in Australia used instead a more gray look to signify its zero sugar status. Why they decided to release Major Melon only in zero sugar is confusing because in 2024, when the country introduced Passion Fruit Frenzy also under the Energized name, it lacked the zero sugar title. This particular release marked the first time the flavor was ever made available outside of New Zealand. Passion Fruit Frenzy Energized was also said to be exclusive to 7-Eleven and only in bottles despite there being can renders out there. 1 year later, Spark got its own Energized edition in Australia, except it went under the name No Sugar Berry Spark. Besides maybe some slight formula tweaks, this was identical to the Spark seen in the States. The entire Energized phenomenon doesn't end there, with its next entry being by far the most confusing of all. Standing alongside Dunicorn, Sasquatch, and Riddler's Brew as the most intriguing unreleased flavors is 2022's leaked Christmas flavor, Cobra Cane. Few flavors have piqued Dew fans' curiosity quite like Cobra Cane, mostly due to the fact it was defined as being a blast of berry and candy cane. In terms of visual proof for Cobra Cane, all we have are 5 very blurry renders with no in-hand evidence ever surfacing. We can tell from the leaked screenshots that it was planned for 2023, limited time only, going to have its own display, and shown to have a literal Cane Cobra mascot. Besides that picture that most know of, the other images only show that same red bottle, alongside the occasional reference to its Christmas release window. The whole thing is considered to be legit based on the fact all other future flavors, who were revealed alongside Cobra Cane, all eventually did receive official releases. Whether the 2022-2023 canceled Christmas flavor was scrapped due to its leaking is unknown. Mountain Dew just likely considered a candy cane flavored beverage too crazy, even for Dew fans. Instead of candy canes, Mountain Dew thought why not base a flavor off another holiday food that has no right being a drink? The result being 2022's Fruitquake. When first introduced, Fruitquake was pitched as being the newer, better version of the maligned seasonal dessert, described as being more spicy, as if it wasn't unappealing enough already. The imagery used on the drink's label showcased a Santa-driven monster truck using wheels made of the titular food. When advertised, we were told to pitch the vastly superior drink Eggnog in exchange for this new limited-time Mountain Dew flavor that most agree is an all-time stinker. The brand was likely aware of its acquired taste and only released it because the gimmick was so strong. They knew customers would at least have to try it once. Though it had its fans, to most people Fruitquake was considered as gross, if not grosser, than the food it was based on. The whole idea of Mountain Dew being connected with fruitcake dates all the way back to Mary Mashup, who was included as an ingredient in an officially released recipe from the company. To launch the flavor, Mountain Dew held a sweepstakes requiring fans to share their holiday hot takes in order to win prizes, most of which were desserts made in collaboration with Collins Street Bakery, with the coolest prize of all being this Mountain Dew branded fruitcake cutter. Now officially into 2023, the first flavor made available to fans was none other than Energy Pitch Black, the previous first place poll winner now made a reality. This 16-ounce Pitch Black brother-in-law was specifically released in January to time up with the limited time return of its base flavor, who prior to this was on a 2-year hiatus. Unlike previous energy flavors, the can was designed with a space theme in mind. This was so it could pair well with the new astral aesthetic Pitch Black was based around. Just about every Dew spinoff series was receiving new entries in early 2023. Take for example Hard Livewire, the quote, first addition to the Hard Mountain Dew flavor portfolio since the brand launched in 2022. At first, hard livewire was only available in 24-ounce cans. A smaller 12-ounce would eventually be made, but only in response to Hard Black Cherry's discontinuation, which opened up a slot in the variety pack. In order to tie into Livewire's Orange Origins, a launch event was held in Florida under the name the Definitely Over 21 Party. This title was in reference to it taking place at a retirement home filled with people unquestionably old enough to drink. This party was said to be exclusively for residents 55 or older, that is except for one winner and a guest who won the chance to celebrate alongside the elderly through an online submission detailing how they'd like to spend their spring break with the old folks, which isn't suspect at all. The next series to welcome in a new flavor was Kickstart with its morning-themed Strawberry Startup. This might be familiar as it is the final form of 2020's Strawberry Lemonade / Sunrise. This release was interesting as it called back to the original idea behind Kickstart, an energy drink alternative to coffee or juice, made clear with the tiny sun seen above its name. Sadly, no official Wild Peach / Peach Dawn ever saw the light of day during Strawberry Startup's 2-year total run, making any future release seem unlikely. Quickly following that was the 11th and subsequent final energy flavor made for Major Melon. Though released only for a limited time, Energy Major Melon marked the final new entry in the series as the line was completely discontinued in early 2024. Like with Pitch Black, Energy Major Melon incorporated many design elements from its base flavor, minus everyone's favorite melon mascot. Specifically with these classic-based energy entries, the focus was on focus. We were told they provided laser-sharp focus, out-of-this-world focus, and that we'd be ripe with focus. The lineup would eventually be whittled down to only a few options, which were all then clearly canned via an announcement made strangely on the Pepsi-owned Rockstar website, likely as a way to funnel over remaining fans. Over on the 21+ side of things, the Hard Dew line was continuing to expand with its introduction of the Hard Baja Blast Mix, a variety pack containing of course Baja Blast, as well as Punch, Mango, and Pineapple, all of which contain the Baja Blast name within. Obviously, these look to be inspired by the previous Baja spin-offs, except their colors and names don't exactly match. Like they did for the 2 previous Hard Dew drops, the company launched a publicity stunt centered around hiring one ridiculously bold, brave, badass, motivated, curious, and Hard Dew lover as the brand's chief hard officer. This role was said to be won by completing completely unnecessary and outrageous tasks in the name of Hard Mountain Dew. This newly created but highly coveted position was said to include the chance to try out an unreleased flavor of Hard Mountain Dew Baja Blast. In their words, the Chief Hard Officer would even help develop a brand new, specifically Baja Blast Hard Dew variant that would then maybe release the following summer 2024. It was eventually shown who won over the 2,500 applicants, but visuals of the mystery flavor are still yet to be found. The end announcement post did show the winner drinking this, but that just might be water. The post also mentioned there being flavors, but when the time came for them to maybe release, nothing came of it. Due to the tropical theming, the Hard Baja Blast Mix was originally intended to only be available for the summer of 23, but after enough fan demand, the 3 did return in 2024 permanently, with the re-release timing up specifically with Alien Abduction Day. This is because Hard Mountain Dew wanted to become the first beverage abducted by aliens. They aimed to do this by setting up an 100-case pallet of the newly re-released Baja Blast Mix on a large custom target in the Arizona desert, with a live stream running so fans could witness if they made contact. In their words, this intergalactic exchange was a peace-offering example of peak human innovation. The coolest thing to come from this whole goofy marketing stunt was this tinfoil-inspired Hard Mountain Dew branded bucket hat. A year after its supposed first place finish at the Mountain Dew Outpost, Summer Pop, now known as Summer Freeze, hit shelves for the summer only, available in full and zero sugar. Now, the company never came out and explicitly said Summer Freeze was the result of that 2022 flavor experiment, but it's extremely safe to assume that's the case. Serving as the spiritual successor to both Dew SA and Liberty Brew, Summer Freeze was defined only as a blast of summer Americana, which was their version of saying bomb pops. Summer Freeze's artwork showcased several fun personified popsicles and also a few Easter eggs, including one for the other red, white, and blue beverage. When re-released for 2025, again for a limited time, sadly all characters were cut, but a fun popsicle stick was added to the name, in addition to a clarified description of cherry, lemon, raspberry. When made into a Froster Freeze that same year, it instead went as Summer Sparkler, and had a color of white over blue. Canada also received Summer Freeze, first in 2024 only in King Cans alongside Purple Thunder, next in 2025 in bottles and freeze form, and again in 2026 alongside Supernova, just in bottles this time. These Canadian versions are notable for their ice pop redefinition and for the fact they removed the MD 1940 license plate reference, likely due to the country not receiving the drink until 1964. The strangest version of Summer Freeze comes from, surprise surprise, Honduras, this time with no altered name, but with altered artwork showing new mascots. The choice to use these characters over the previous popsicles was likely due to the Summer Freeze branded slushy cup accessory released alongside the drink, designed specifically with snow cones in mind. Summer 2023 was also responsible for the dual release of Baja Passion Fruit Punch and Caribbean Splash, two more sister spin-offs released to tie in with that year's Baja Blast in-store limited time run. When initially leaked, both drinks went under their actual flavor names, Guava and Passion Fruit. The promotion housing the two tropical twins centered around cap codes able to win you money, this time in the form of a $500 Taco Bell gift card, as a way of reminding fans where Baja Blast would return after its 3-month availability. Taco Bell was also said to be the location behind a cancelled Baja Caribbean Splash Freeze, with the only source being a Taco Bell fan forum. Seen alongside Cobra Cane in that same 2022 leak was a mysterious green bottle too blurry to make out, speculated to be flavored after honeydew. This was eventually revealed to be true, once again through Canadian kosher certifications. Mountain Dew Honeydew was officially released in August of 2023, only in Canada, only for a limited time, only in bottles. This marks the first time since 2020's Berry Twister that Canada received a new flavor never previously seen in any other country. In classic Canadian fashion, French text is seen on the bottle's label next to what looks to be a Graveler-inspired honeydew monster. 2 years later, for the summer of 2025, Honeydew would be seen again, this time in the States, this time with an updated look and an exclusivity deal with Maverick gas stations. Like they did with Atomic Blue, Come and Go claimed they too were the ones behind the exclusive release, but this is only because all Come and Go locations were owned by the same company and in the process of switching over to Maverick branding. Regardless of where you bought Honeydew, it was made no longer possible following its 2026 discontinuation, with it ever since being remembered as one of Mountain Dew's strangest releases to date. Another gas station exclusive dating back to around mid-2023 is the seemingly cancelled Peach Madness, a supposed Wawa exclusive only ever seen in this one extremely low-resolution photo. So little info is known about Peach Madness. It may not even be 100% legit. The only solid evidence we have of it planning to release at one point is a trademark filing made in July of 2023, which has since been abandoned, marking now a third peach flavor killed by the company. Leaks from this time period were always considered shaky as they almost always lacked visual evidence. That was except for the, again potentially fake, Mountain Dew glitter seen on video with a swirling edible glitter texture described as tasting like cotton candy. With Halloween around the corner, it only made sense the Voodoo series return with a new flavor, except this time it was handled a bit differently. Though pictured on the front, Voodoo Grim was not part of the drink's promotion, at least not as an active participating poster. The clues this year were definitely not beating around the bush. Every time the Mountain Dew Instagram uploaded something related to Voodoo 5, it was made clear the mystery flavor had something to do with Airheads, this time for real. Instead of waiting until the end of October, on September 26th, Mountain Dew just came out and said, yes, it is flavored after Airheads, specifically the cherry ones. This was because Voodoo 5 was intended as a full-on collaboration with the popular candy brand, so might as well let fans know early with enough time to try it out. They went all out promoting the two together, putting Voodoo 5 and its zero sugar counterpart right alongside the iconic red balloon, up until its inevitable end on November 1st. Fans wouldn't have to wait long for New Things Due, as that same month Game Fuel made its out-of-nowhere return, not as an energy drink but instead in its classic format, citrus cherry plus a newcomer, that being the fruit punch flavored Mystic Punch. To top it all off, Halo was used for the game's promotion, Halo Infinite to be specific. Many think this marks the third time Game Fuel has worked with the famous first-person shooter, when in actuality it's the fourth, as one surprisingly was made for Halo 5 Guardians in 2015, but only via the Dutch/Danish Game Fuel discussed earlier in relation to Game Blast. Diablo 4 was the game Mystic Punch was co-branded with, making for an overall release reminiscent of the old days, down to the usage of identical UPC codes. The rewards themselves were even similar to past years, in-game cosmetics, special weapon skins, and a Halo 3 Mountain Dew inspired custom map called Critical Dew Point. The involved merch as well. How can you not love those nods to 2007? Despite the negative reputation of in-game cosmetic rewards, these were considered refreshing when compared to all the recent single winner cash prizes. Prior to release, Mystic Punch was referred to as Fruit Storm, though this was before the two flavors even had video game tie-ins. For the pre-release influencer kit, Mountain Dew sent out these incredible glass display cases containing two sculpted hand statues designed to represent each game and also hold the free controller tossed in as a bonus. This final release of 2023 really brought things full circle and had fans more excited than ever for what was to come in... You know the deal at this point, Baja Blast re-releases for the summer, this time for good, and with it comes two limited time spin-offs aimed at being somewhat similar to the Tropical Lime legend, while at the same time delivering something new. 2024's derivative duo included the Tropical Punch flavored Baja Point Break Punch and Mango Lemonade flavored Baja Laguna Lemonade. These two were also joined by another product under the Baja branding, this time not a drink, instead a bag of chips. While not labeled as Mountain Dew, the Baja Fiery Mango Doritos did feature the identical logo and was included in the 20th Baja-versary celebration. Plus, the promotional blurb included in the pre-release box does mention it being a joint effort with Mountain Dew, so it counts. What is for certain, no product under the Mountain Dew umbrella has ever tasted worse. As for the sodas, neither are all too special, with the most interesting thing about them being their unreleased lore. When first seen via this blurry leaked photo, Point Break Punch instead went by Paradise Punch. Then in 2025, when Canada received both in King cans, the flavor was then called Reef Break Punch, for completely unknown reasons. At the same time, leaked renders were floating around showing the planned, then obviously cancelled, release of Energy Laguna Lemonade alongside an energy version of Liberty Brew. Soon after the launch of both Laguna Lemonade and Point Break Punch in 2024, the following year's Baja Sister sequels were supposedly leaked under the names Baja Paloma Punch and Baja Citrus Sunrise. Whether those leaks held water was yet to be seen. In a surprise twist no one saw coming, the country of South Korea would be the home of Mountain Dew's next exclusive flavor, released in conjunction with the 2024 animated film If. The name of the drink was simply Mountain Dew Blue, often referred to as Blue Zero Sugar, as no full sugar option was ever offered. The drink's name and color is due to the movie's main character also being named Blue. He was seen on the 8-pack packaging and on the keychain included as a bonus. The design of the can itself is interesting as it closely resembles the 2021 Applebee's exclusive Dark Berry Bash, down to the intergalactic surfer mascot. They even used the same exact idea of space berries colliding together to form a flavor comparable to riding on a space wave. The can-only release was first only available online, but after quickly selling out, it was later made available in select supermarkets and once at an ASUS collab convention booth. Blue Zero Sugar was even seen outside of its promotion of If via a partnership with K-pop group KWER. The can itself doesn't define its flavor, but the surrounding press made it clear it was lemon blackberry based. It's not known exactly how long Blue lasted, but going off of various vendor listings, it looked to have been axed around mid-2025. When back stateside in June of 2024, Mountain Dew decided to not drop just one new patriotic themed flavor, but three, centered around that same red, white, and blue color palette premise. The flavors went as follows: Red Berry for Star Spangled Splash, Peach Lemonade for Freedom Fusion, and 50 flavors in one for Liberty Chill, making it obvious this is just Liberty Brew in disguise. This is further proven when looking at concept art and comparing their designs, both of which showcase a motorcycle riding Statue of Liberty. Though unconfirmed, the choice to ditch the word brew was likely made to avoid any association with alcohol, especially since they were now selling that too. In the trio's initial press release, Liberty Chill's ambiguous 50 flavors is mentioned, but they essentially say it's basically just berry. Walmart agreed and even threw in a mention of cherries. Connected with the three was a coordinate-based Cooler Quest and a Slurpee tie-in, except only for Freedom Fusion. Star Spangled Splash would eventually release in frozen form as well, but not until 2026. After the trio's limited time 2024 run came to an end, rumors of a 2025 return started circulating, but they never panned out, as Summer Freeze was seen instead, leading some to believe that White Summer Sparkler was simply a re-release of the 2024 Lemonade Peach Patriot. On the surface, 2024's Infinite Swirl looked to have been the first triple exclusive to 7-Eleven, Speedway, and Stripes. Though upon further investigation, these are all owned by the same people as of the year 2024 when 7-Eleven finished absorbing both. The pineapple berry flavor was only available within 20-ounce bottles, labeled with what looked to be a Pineapple Rocket mascot. Prior to the release, Infinite Swirl can be seen described on a corporate slideshow as the first Mountain Dew exclusive in 10 years. The two exclusives seen at Speedway released in 2019 and 2020, so this has to be in reference to 7-Eleven's Solar Flare that got its start perfectly 10 years prior in 2014. Despite often being labeled as limited edition, that was not true. Infinite Swirl remained on shelves for around 8 months, then phased out, and then brought back a few months later with a redesign to match the 2025 rebrand. This release was paired with a fountain and Slurpee version, the latter of which saw release in Canada as well. Believe it or not, in 2024, the Voodoo series was still receiving new entries, making for a now 6th addition to the family. The first clue given to fans showed what looked to be a code for Pink Fruit Chew, which is Voodoo's way of saying Pink Starburst. This was seemingly proven when a user on Twitter replied to that tweet with a GIF showing the candy, only to then have the post hidden by the author soon after. This rightfully raised eyebrows and made it look like the brand didn't want fans to know the true answer just yet. Seen on a leaked corporate screenshot was mention of Voodoo 6 being based on a candy brand, though this likely meant unofficially like Voodoo's 2, 3, and 4. For the first time ever, Voodoo was made available in frozen form via Circle K's Froster Freeze machines. This was paired with a color-changing cup and a Voodoo-themed croc gibbet. When finally revealed at the end of October, the answer was in fact Pink Starburst, in their words, Pink Fruit Candy. That same year, Canada released their own Voodoo, in bottles only, labeled 2024 but with no series number and a color scheme reminiscent of 2019's Voodoo 1. Taste-wise, this was said to differ significantly, but we don't know for certain as its flavor was never revealed. The following year, Canada then dropped what they called Voodoo 2, with a color scheme identical to the US's Voodoo 4. When advertised, the same 1-3 gravestone concept was seen repeated, destroying the Canadian canon and proving this whole thing was just a reskin. Again, no clues were given out and no actual flavor was revealed, with the general consensus being a sour candy repeat of 4. For their Voodoo 1's flavor, some say Smarties/Rockets, but going off of a Facebook mention of Cherry, this just might be a repeat of the US's 2023 Voodoo 5. The confusing and uncanny foreign Voodoos don't end there, as in 2025, Australia also debuted what they called Energized Voodoo 6. The color scheme this time around does appear to loosely match, but again the flavor is said to be its own thing. The bottle-only release marks the 4th energized variant seen in the country, and the second to not be sugar-free. The spokesperson used to promote the drink was not Voodoo Grim, instead a new character named Greg Reaper. Some very basic clues were shown on social media, but they weren't the easiest to follow. The word tangy was thrown around a lot, but what exactly that meant wasn't clear, as even after the drink's run came to an end, no reveal was made. It got to the point where fans were attempting to brute force their way into the concept slideshow seen in this post, only to then be greeted by an access request. To everyone's surprise, over 3 months after the seemingly final voodoo post, Greg would return with the answer, an answer no one saw coming. Mountain Dew's next release takes us up north once again to the Philippines for their 2024 exclusive Hard Beach Blast. This marks the first time any Mountain Dew under the Hard branding has been seen outside of the States. Due to its Filipino focal point, this alongside their Hard version of Original were made legally drinkable at 18 years old. Now, it's no secret that this is just their version of Baja Blast, but the change of name, mascot, and color is just too interesting to not highlight. Instead of the shark seen in the States, the Philippines decided to instead use a tropical fruit squeezing dragon for its can character. Whether that flavor definition means the two taste different is not clear. In liquid form, Beach Blast appears to be just as blue as the can, so who knows. For their Hard Original, it also switched up its look, again going with a mythical makeover. Baja Blast's relationship with the Philippines is odd to say the least, as in 2019 and 2020, all Taco Bells in the country debuted what they called the Aqua Blast Freeze, that for all intents and purposes is just the same but without any Mountain Dew branding. It doesn't look like either of their Hard Dews made it to 2026, as online mentions of them fall off significantly after their sponsored EDM beach party from May of 2025. To again tug on the heartstrings of longtime Dew fans, the Game Fuel duo released in November of 2024 reunited the brand with an old past partner, World of Warcraft. To celebrate the game's 20th anniversary, Mountain Dew brought back the fan favorite Citrus Cherry alongside Citrus Blackberry, a brand new offering defined as Blackberry Raspberry. Though not the main goal, these two were meant to serve as nostalgic callbacks to 2009. The in-game perks tied to this event as well relate back to the bonuses offered 15 years prior. Like many flavors from around this time period, alternate names were seen used before release, with Citrus Blackberry going instead by Midnight Mission. After the 12-week limited time run came to an end, leaks began to circulate regarding a 2025 Game Fuel return, specifically a zero sugar only option, but for whatever reason, it never came to be. 2025, the year Mountain Dew's most predictable release landed in the hands of Hard Dew fans, that of course being Hard Code Red, the gorilla-fronted 10th entry in the alcoholic subseries, originally only available in 24-ounce cans. Eventually, it would receive the desired variety pack placement, but only due to the sacrifice made by Hard Watermelon. Hard Code Red originally looked to be planned for 2024, evidence being this sighting at the 2023 NACS show, but this was likely delayed to 2025 due to the distribution changes occurring with the Boston Beer Company. Like with all Hard Dew drops, a gimmicky launch stunt was performed, this time with the Save the Redheads promotion, which encouraged fans to forge a relationship with the ever-dwindling population of red-haired individuals. Mountain Dew wanted to do their part by providing winners with free subscriptions to the dating website of their choosing, and in their words, some extra cash to purchase Hard Code Red to help calm the nerves during the dating process. As time progressed, the Baja leaks of 2024 were eventually shown to be inaccurate, as instead 2025 brought us Baja Cabo Citrus, a tropical citrus punch flavored zippy new twist on the legendary Baja Blast taste fans know and love. When looking at the flavor definitions of the previous two, they look to just be early versions of this same soda, down to the perfect pairing idea, which looked to be at first Taco Bell, then taco flavored Doritos, then just Doritos straight up. Well, actually, Cabo Citrus is said to pair specifically well with the newly released guacamole Doritos, of course. Baja Cabo Citrus is the first ever Baja spinoff to not release alongside a partner, and the first to have a zero sugar version created for it. Within the post made introducing Cabo Citrus, the citrus inclusion is further defined as mandarin and lime, hence the label's fruit graphics. A mango is also shown, but only on the drink's original purple pre-release can. While its original Paloma name referenced a cocktail, the Cabo name is in reference to the city located at the tip of the Baja Peninsula. In a similar fashion to the first ever Baja spinoffs, Cabo Citrus released alongside a scent kit, featuring a body spray version of the tropical citrus punch flavor. In a rare move by Mountain Dew, Cabo Citrus was actually brought back in 2026, with a new logo and a longer release window. In Canada, Cabo Citrus was also seen in 2026, with that release being paired up with the return of Caribbean Splash. This atypical comeback in the US is thought to have eclipsed the debut of Blue Surge and America Melon, two canceled Baja spin-offs originally slated for the summer of 2026. On the two leaked renders, the flavors can be seen as watermelon lime for America Melon and acai lychee blueberry for Blue Surge. The reveal of Blue Surge actually being real at some point must have rattled old heads, as the name can be seen mentioned all the way back in 2006, of course within the rumor-filled posts made on the BevBoard forums. It would be Little Caesars who received the first exclusive of 2025, not under the Sasquatch name, instead Mango Rush. This limited time only flavor, described as Mango Sweet Heat, looks to have been possibly inspired by the 2022 Bigfoot beverage, but not the final version of it, as the fruits aren't even close. Others claim this is simply a reskin of Mango Heat Game Fuel, but this was said to be another perfect pairing situation, so it has to be unique. On the can's artwork, a sign denoting its exclusivity is shown alongside Caesar himself, who is seen riding in a mango. Despite its 16-ounce size, Mango Rush was packaged in 12 packs, though getting your hands on one required a little employee convincing, as they were designed to be sold individually. Mango Rush is notable for being the last US flavor to use the MTN spelling, with all flavors after it instead using the 2025 revamped full mountain text. Mango Rush as well would eventually adopt this style when brought back once again in 2026. Serving as Frostbite's official replacement was Mountain Dew Dragon Fruit, a self-explanatory flavor again exclusive to Walmart. At the same time over in Canada, Dragon Fruit was offered only at Circle K, only as a froster, except that version reverted back to the old logo due to the country's slow adoption of the modern mountain look. A few months later, Walmart would again be involved with a new Dew, this time one made in collaboration with gummy worm brand Trolley. This unique release was available first only at Walmart, alongside a co-branded pack of Mountain Dew Sour Bite Crawlers. This partnership was paired with the slogan, "Do the worm, do the Dew." After 2 weeks of exclusivity, both were then launched nationwide for a limited time starting in September, the month usually reserved for everyone's favorite Halloween mystery flavor. Given the candy connection, most considered Trolley to be Voodoo's replacement. The Trolley drink was based around the brand's signature sweet and sour cherry lemon crawler, and the Trolley candy was based around the original lemon lime citrus flavor of Mountain Dew. Going off the names given to each worm, it appears they were loosely going for a Voltage Code Red connection as well. Trolley, the drink, was notable for being only offered with 0 sugar. How the label communicated that depended on the packaging. At one point there looked to be plans for a full sugar option, but for whatever reason that idea was scrapped. The only way to avoid the off-putting 0 sugar sweeteners was to get Trolley at Circle K through their Froster fountains, which thankfully weren't labeled with the same dreaded text. Similar to Voodoo, a color-changing cup was paired with the pour, topped with another coveted crock gibbet. Maybe the most hype release to come from 2025 was the Taco Bell exclusive Baja Midnight, a flavor pitched as Taco Bell's first ever permanent flavor expansion. Even though many drinks have used the Baja branding, this particular passion fruit variant was celebrated due to it coming specifically from the chain that started it all. Made clear by the wording used in the press release, they don't consider Sangrita Blast a spinoff. Prior to its fountain-only existence, Baja Midnight was previewed in cans, labeled not for retail sale. Later, when hand-delivered to influencers in pre-release cases, the drink was seen this time in bottles, labeled with the same text. According to the instructions, the bottle was designed to be consumed within an amethyst aura cleansed glass with an eye mask on to isolate the senses and with a themed candle lit in order to heighten its flavor notes. As to be expected, the officially released fountain was expertly formulated to pair perfectly with blah blah blah, and also this time intentionally crafted to satisfy the thirst of a new generation, whatever the hell that means. The launch came paired with a limited time freeze that eventually would be made dirty like its predecessor. Baja Midnight would go on to follow many of the same trends, even receiving its own pie. Though not released in 2025, a leaked flavor from that year that needs at least quickly mentioned is Mountain Dew Grill Marks, the first of several planned entries in the cancelled Taste Sensations series. Seen only in the single slideshow screenshot is the mention of 3 planned flavor innovations that are uniquely crafted to appeal to your senses of both taste and smell, including smoked pineapple, grilled peach, and cherry chipotle. The render shown just looks to be an overall visualization of the grilled food flavor premise, one that is so ballsy yet so intriguing. What the others look like, when they were planned to release, what the mascot was meant to represent, where the slide even originates from is all unknown, leading to some claim the whole thing is fake, but something about it feels right at home around that 2021 time period. Remember 2024's energized Voodoo 6 from Australia? Turns out after all this time, it was flavored not after candy, but instead blue raspberry. This was only discovered through a 2026 introduction video for Australia's new 7-Eleven exclusive, Energized Blue Raz Blitz. In the video, Greg Reaper informs fans that this drink right here is just Voodoo without the mystery branding, which would be a first for Mountain Dew. Whether this is true or not depends on who you ask. The health ratings do match, so at least there's that. Unlike the US, Australia still incorporates fun characters in their designs, this time with a blue raspberry bomb. Fans wouldn't have to wait long for a 6th Energized entry, as Blue Raz Blitz was quickly followed up by Typhoon Energized 2 months later. This specific version of the drink is notable for having a definition and artwork clearly showcasing a more specific flavor profile of pineapple and strawberry, which is exactly what Typhoon was described as way back in those Democracy Formula videos. Australia's Typhoon was also strangely seen next to Blue Raz Blitz in a gummy candy collaboration with Allen's. Alongside that release was another Allen's product, this time featuring Passion Fruit Frenzy with fizzy sherbet filling. Over in America, a truly one-of-a-kind flavor described as creamy indulgence with a citrus kick was rolling out nationwide, one that on paper sounds kind of disgusting, but in execution ain't half bad. That being 2026's Dirty Dew, aka Mountain Dew Cream Soda. Previously, the brand has been behind many dirty deviations, but never in a prepackaged form like this. That was meant to be its big selling point. Why go through the effort of combining syrup, heavy cream, or half and half with original when Dirty Dew provides a ready-to-drink, no custom recipe required solution? When first handed out to influencers, Dirty Dew was seen sporting a more appealing and muted color palette, one that better fit the drink's aesthetic. Despite the overall non-serious / goofy nature of the drink, the brand was still big on corporate talk. The best example being answers the growing consumer appetite for indulgent options without the friction. Up till now, you'd think a cream soda Mountain Dew would have been made already, but it looks like the brand wanted to specifically wait until the viral dirty soda social media trend was hitting its peak in 2026. Given the absurd dessert-adjacent quality of the drink, the fact a zero sugar was made is quite funny. Like, yeah, how about you hold the sugar on my cream Mountain Dew? The launch of Dirty Dew was declared as the start to a new chapter for the company, the start to a new flavor moment they called it, one that would soon follow in the footsteps of the Taco Bell behemoth and the humble cherry flavor variant that 25 years ago started it all. What flavor is next for the Mountain Dew brand is anyone's guess. Maybe another gas station exclusive bottle. Maybe another spinoff to a successfully previous release. Maybe another variant of original, one potentially stripped of all artificial additives. Or maybe the answer again lies within the never-ending abyss of Mountain Dew trademark filings.